Jim. Think anybody will come in? Are you home now? Did you mean to come up here?
Yeah, I'm home now. Just figured I'd pop in while you've got the start kicking up here, and I don't know. I think there's a lot going on in the world, but I'm always fascinated by your socialism talk. So, I figured maybe we could have a socialism 10 minutes while the rest of my family's on a walk.
Sure. You got a question?
So if I'm going to be bluntly honest, before I found you, I was a guy who believed that socialism was command economy, government controls everything, and it wasn't until hearing you and Pallet and Civics and Heuristic and a bunch of others that I looked into things more, and I realized that there's ways around of putting the entire control into the government and essentially enacting laws that put the people in the position of the business owners. But in my mind, that brings up another potential problem that I haven't been able to rectify that I wanted to ask you about. So in my head, this works in a more communal system of smaller communities, smaller, each business and so on and so forth. And it works, I would imagine, contractually of, you're going to order from my company this many widgets. This is the cost of it, and this includes, everything for all of my people to ensure the wages that we all agreed upon, as well as the materials, as well as, whatever other expenses are included. So is there not a potential for that type of a system to devolve into a system where there's still mass inflation because people want more payroll, essentially?
Yeah, but okay. So yeah, Helen Civics and I have had this discussion before. I think all three of us would put a cap on the amount of wealth that somebody could hold. We're probably at different places though. So I'm going to be a little less liberal with that cap. I'm going to be pretty conservative. I think. I don't know. I guess it depends on the system, but you can set it according to the system, or how it's set up in the first place, and kind of judge or gauge what that cap should be at. $1 million, $10 million, something like that. But it's something like that. Something once you get to a certain point, I'd say you tax 95% of everybody's wealth. Once you get up to a certain point.
Okay, that makes some semblance of sense, that maybe the contracts aren't per se regulated in a sense of capping, what you can do, but on the back end it's handled by taxes, which are redistributed to help everything out. That probably seems like a logical balance. I'll have to think on that again for another 6 months before I come up again.
Yeah, I don't obviously know the solution to all these things. This is when I want to talk to Civics and Pallet more too. See if I can work up more ideas, because they've got different ideas on how things would work too. And I do think a smaller community, so it would start at a community level, much like we have town councils and stuff like that. We would have, still have town councils. You'd start there and see what your town needs. And then you would see what your county needs, or your suburbs, and then county, and then maybe a multi-county area, and then maybe a state. And you can set up different controlling groups for those that are like elected officials that can make sure that the stuff that is needed in that area is available. So that way in Colorado I can still have bananas too, or pineapple. I don't want to go without pineapple.
Yeah, pineapple's important.
Yeah, super important.
Yeah, it's just weird to me that like all of the things that pop up in my mind that are like potentially problematic are never the things that any MAGA or libertarians or anybody comes in saying like, you know, they always want to fight a straw man. They always want to build up, you know, well, this is what Marx said, this is what Engels said, this is, you know, what fucking Lenin did, this is what Mao did, you know, and there's always a fight that they want to fight somebody else's ideals. And I kind of think that's because they do see a merit in it and they aren't willing to accept it. You know, the whole notion of the free market thing without regulations, for sure, like, I can't fathom how anybody is behind the notion of free markets with no regulations based on what we've seen corporations do to us environmentally, health-wise, I mean, payroll-wise. I mean, look at the fucking payroll as a result of letting corporations run wild. It's insane.
Yeah, that's why you would want to control that through taxes and probably some laws that show how co-ops can exist and stuff like that. Obviously, no corporations is what I thought to start out with too. You come up with different questions because you don't have the intention of defeating my idea. You have the intention of seeing how we could possibly make it work. Where like a libertarian's going to come in and they just think it's a stupid idea, so all they're looking to do is show me how stupid it is.
That makes sense, actually.
So you're more engaged, and you could show me how stupid it is much easier than they can, I think, because you are thinking about the intricacies of the actual system. Idea. Huh?
Honestly, I have no idea what you were talking about. All I heard was a libertarian's going to come in and tell me it's a stupid idea. So I just felt the need to come up and tell you it was a stupid idea. I have no idea what the topic even was.
Well played, Steve. Well played.
Gotcha. Yeah, stupid idea. Socialism, Marxism, the way we would set up a system either after a revolution or after you take your time making sure everybody gets their basic needs met first. These are things that Pallet and Civics and I would talk about on Socialist Saturdays and then have other people ask questions. But libertarians and MAGA would generally come in just trying to tell me how stupid it is, or tell us how stupid it is and tell us why it's stupid. Where Jim here thinks of possibilities of how to make it work. So when he asks questions, they're legitimate questions about what the system might actually look like. So it's more helpful and it's a conversation rather than a debate, I guess. I don't know. That's what I was saying. Libertarians are just boo to everybody.
Well, and I guess I would pose it to you, Steve. Like we've got the impending shadow of, you know, AI and robotics and whatever all that comes to, but like it's not an unrealistic perspective that we've got a future of like if we have the ability to work, it's through playing a video game to control a robot in an environment to do what it has to do. Like, I think the way the future is going, we are looking at corporations being more profitable by hiring less people as always, but that's going to put us in a bind, you know, obviously in the job market. So how do you see, without some sort of socialist policy keeping us going in the advent that AI and robotics continue on the path they're on?
I feel like this argument has been made at like every major turning point in, you know, in advancements in technological history. Like people said this when we switched from horses to cars or horses to tractors. People said this when we switched from, you know, the cotton gin to a combine. People said this when we started the internet.
People said this when we started the internet and it destroyed big box stores and shopping malls. Like, people buy
Sure.
things online now, so there's some credit to this. Like, it's a real thing.
Sure, but the economy as a whole created way more jobs than it took away. And it's not even close. And that's what's happened every single time. So I guess I'm just not necessarily buying the fact that we're going to lose all these jobs because of it, because we have no historical evidence of that at all. In fact, it's quite the contrary. Again, I don't know. Maybe I'm going to have to deep fry the crow on that one, but I'm just not buying it at this point.
But okay, so where do you see the jobs being made as you know, our Best Buys and so on? Like, are those people just moving to Walmart, where we know it's already a worse potential situation for the workers?
Wait, what? What about Best Buy? And what's the context?
I'm saying that as we're seeing retail dying in the notion of shopping malls, it's dying in a lot of the big box places, the Best Buys, we don't see Circuit City anymore, you know, so on and so forth. Those sort of things, those people, according to what you said, are finding places in the job market to go. And for the most part, I agree. The job market has been where it's been, though there's always, you know, certain questions around that job market. But now we're looking at an actual entity. Like, the problem with the internet is it was the ability to replace stores, and, you know, we'll look at that as a supply side type situation, right? Now we're looking at the actual other side, where the workers are being replaced because there's a script that can do their job better, faster, more efficient, which is capitalism, right?
Maybe
efficiency is capitalism.
You might have some, you know, some transient issues here as this gets, you know, as things get rolled out and as the workplace changes, if the workplace actually changes as much as you're thinking that it might. I don't know.
I mean, we already have an example of this, because as automation has gotten more and more sophisticated in places like China, right, they are seeing that massive amounts of people in like the Gen Z and millennial ages in China have lost jobs. They're seeing massive job displacement from AI automation because they have taken a completely different strategy with AI than the United States has, right? Like, they have looked at it very narrowly. They're using it to solve very specific problems within their manufacturing scope. And so unless you can test into being a big time engineer, you are still relying on those factory jobs, which are slowly being depleted. They have a 5 square mile factory building cars that only hires 500 people because they just don't need that many people anymore, which is good because they're facing a population decline, but they're also facing deflation because of this labor displacement. And even if you look at our jobs report from this last month, yes, we put in a lot of jobs, but once you correct for hospitality, seasonal jobs, extra jobs from the World Cup, and you look at demand for jobs, that's going down. 3.5% to 3.7% job demand is going down, which means the labor market is shrinking. The demand for labor is shrinking. So it seems like it's a little bit more healthier than it is, right? Which is why it's so frustrating that we didn't have jobs numbers from October last year, right? So, like, because October gives us a very clean idea of what's going on, because it's before seasonal jobs and for Christmas start and after the seasonal jobs over the summer have ended. So it gives us a better idea of where the economy is sitting. So, like, we are seeing that, like, financial jobs, technical jobs are being lost because of AI. So there's going to need to be a restructuring somewhere, even if you're right, Steve, even if it is in the interim while the labor market readjusts itself, while people find other jobs in entertainment or poetry or music, right? There's going to be an interim that we need to figure out.
I would say that that's probably true. There probably is going to be some transient issues, but like
Thank you.
I remember back when the first few days of the Biden administration, the right got all big mad when Biden shut the fucking bogus pipeline that wasn't doing anything project down anyways, and then he made the stance as like, oh, they can learn to code or something, which was hyperbolic, obviously, But the ironic part of that statement is he wasn't wrong. Like, people always transition to doing something else. There may be some turbulence in said transient stage,
and I'm sure,
but people always transition to something else. Is what's always happened.
Yeah, but I would say that AI technology is a little bit different than any of these other technologies. Like, I would say AI as a technology is going to be as significant as the technology of money itself, right? And that ended up being something that we had to heavily regulate. We have lots of rules around banking and money and monetary policy and fiscal policy because it is that big of a difference, right? We're talking about a technology that can code, that can go through the entire internet in a single day and pull out like information from it. I mean, we are talking about something far more reaching than just the internet, or far more reaching than, steam engines or whatever. So I do think that we have to think about it differently. And we're also existing in an economy that's far more complex now. And we're introducing something that significantly reduces the amount of like critical thinking and inputs that you have to have from our side, right? Which is a completely different landscape. And I think you have to think about it differently.
And I think that's the thing that Biden missed out on, was the notion that the technology he could not have predicted to be ready ahead of him. One of the main uses is vibe coding. Like the AI is taking the coding jobs that he was predicting would be available.
Well, I think that answer was kind of hyperbolic, if you will, but he wasn't necessarily wrong, because again, that's what's always happened. But I don't necessarily know what's going to happen with, AI going forward. I'm not going to sit here and try and predict the future. That's just kind of silly. But I don't think it's any, bigger of a deal, economically speaking, as automobiles and transportation was.
No way. It's way more. Especially when you start looking at how AI is being implemented in things like manufacturing globally, right? Like, you're thinking about it like using ChatGPT here, and how we've made like Harvey, that law one, and how we've made like these little things that we're doing here in the States. But when you look at how it's being applied in places like China, your mind will be fucking blown, because the robotics they're creating, because they're using it far more like practically, right? They have so many more constraints on them, and they are far more well directed, and they are also like increasing their infrastructure for energy at a far greater pace than we have, and they're doing that more practically. And when you see how they're implementing it, you really get a bigger sense of like what AI is capable of in terms of large scale manufacturing, and how that can transition into all sorts of different like sectors eventually. Like, we use a far more abstract model here, where we're going to create this general intelligence that's going to solve cancer and HIV and global climate change and all these things. And that's really, really abstract. They are pinpointing specific things and then using AI to solve those problems, which makes them far better at creation than us. Like, innovation over there is absolutely bypassed us. They flew by us. Yes, they stole our IP, but they have flown by us in engineering now. That's why we get engineers from India and China all the fucking time, because they're studying it at a higher level than we are here.
In the depths of the Great Depression, with masses out of work, we implemented new technologies and put people to work. I think y'all are just viewing AI backwards. I agree with Steve.
No, I'm not saying that AI, the way we're doing AI, is necessarily worse. Okay, yeah, maybe you're right. Like, it's not necessarily worse. My thing is that I do think that the level of constraint that they're working with has actually made them more creative, because their models are far cheaper and just as good as the ones coming out of the United States. And they're cheaper because they've had to work with less compute, and they've had to work with worse chips, and they have found ways mathematically through programming and software to make their models just as effective using way less money, which I think is really important, considering how much we just throw money at problems. Like, when you look at now that the prospectus has come out for Anthropic and OpenAI, these are fucking money pits. I mean, OpenAI is losing $8 billion a fucking month.
And on top of that, just coming out of the Great Depression, the cost of living compared to
what it is today is wildly different. It's much easier to get out of the hole that you dig than it is today.
Thank you.
Not necessarily true. Back during the Great Depression or the start, Black Friday, most people were so far into debt that they literally could not even sell their houses or things that they had debt into. It was all just taken by the bank because there was no liquidity.
Yeah. And we're kind of entering that phase now, aren't we?
I do think there is a problem with how we're spending. Like, there is a problem in how much money we're putting towards these models and compute without actually doing the legwork of, something as simple as making sure transistors can actually get to data centers. We have built out data centers that are just sitting there empty with nothing going on because we don't have the infrastructure yet to even power them. At least China is doing that in a way that makes sense, right? This is just kind of like basic practical knowledge, right? Is that like you should have the basic infrastructure to get energy to those places before you build all these things out. And I think that like the way we're throwing money at things and not thinking long term, not thinking in terms of narrow intelligences and then hoping to get to something greater and having uses for those things as opposed to like trying to do this really big thing right away, I think that's a problem. And I think the US is going to run into that problem.
We're cutting green energy for politics when just adding green energy is a benefit for all of us. That's where we are in today's world.
Yeah, if you look at like how empires rise and fall, they rise and fall due to energy dominance, right? Like the steam from the Dutch fell to the coal from the British, and the British fell to us for oil. And now when we think of like the next genre of energy dominance, we look at like green and clean energy, and we are way behind. Even though we invented all of those technologies, China scaled them. And that like we're so far behind now, so far behind, even though we have the best geography of any country to use clean and renewable energy. And we still aren't building it out. They're still telling us that windmills kill birds. More birds are killed by letting your cat outside than windmills kill, right? Like it's
not that. It's not that though. It's not the fucking birds. Most people don't care about the birds. Look how many birds jet airplanes kill, and no one's ever brought that up. It's not that. That's just some stupid talking point. It's the fact that everybody says they're all for it until it's in their backyard, and then they're pissed. Like everybody's all for data
it's clean energy, not data centers.
Yeah,
we're not talking about data centers. We're talking about
everybody's all for wind turbines until it's a quarter mile from your house and you've got to look at it out your kitchen window every day.
And I have a separate take on the British fall. It's because they wouldn't expand their currency, or literally they couldn't. The British sterling couldn't.
Obviously, empire rise and fall is obviously more complicated than energy dominance, but that is a very significant part of it. Like, it's not going to be the only part, obviously, because empires are very complicated, right? But there is this thread that you can run through and show that energy dominance is a part of it.
Well, and on top of that, you say that empires fall because of energy. I don't recall the Romans doing bicycle-powered generators or some shit. Wasn't energy.
Look, obviously I'm not talking about ancient empires because there's a whole that was completely different. But you could probably find like an analog in there about like how they had systems of like horses, more access to horses for horsepower, more access to whatever it is. Because at the end of the day, like in at least for like the modern era since the 1700s, like energy is a large part of hegemonic power. Like you can't deny that energy isn't a part of hegemonic power. It obviously is.
It's only part of hegemonic power because economy. It's economies of scale. If there was not an economy and trade for it, then nobody would give a shit.
I would say that keeping energy at a level where cost is low to the community is where you gain that hegemonic power. And we're struggling with that now.
I'm all for green. I'm all for green or renewable or whatever you want to call it energy. Like if the costs are right and it works, like why wouldn't you be for it? Right?
Exactly. The costs are lower though, and they're getting cheaper every fucking year.
The problem is where do you put it? Because people don't want to look at it. Every time it gets put on ballot initiatives, and every time it gets proposed in small towns, people throw a fucking hissy fit because they don't want it in their backyard.
Better PR. The answer is better marketing and better PR. Like we have solar
panels putting solar panels on cash flowing crop ground that's worth $400 an acre to put corn on is the dumbest fucking idea anyone's ever had.
But hold on, Steve. That same thing is now going to data centers. Would you rather have a super high decibel data center or a fucking wind farm that's lowering your electric bill, as opposed to the data center that's raising your electric bill?
The answer is neither, and that's everyone's answer.
Hold on. Let me say that again. Do you want the one that's lowering your electric bill or the one that's raising it?
The answer is neither. I want to grow fucking corn up.
Okay, but besides that, but that's like you're talking about something quite niche. But beyond that, like we could do something that's not wind farms. We could be using more wave technology. We could be doing more solar farms. We could be building out the infrastructure for having the sodium ionized batteries, so that we have like the manufacturing here in the United States for those things. Like there's a lot of other things we could do. And again, I think that you could still farm on a place that has some windmills on it, because of the square mileage that it's going to take up on the ground is not that big, and you would reduce your energy input. Like you would be able to pay less for it.
We already do that now, but I get approached at least once a month by some startup solar farm company that wants to rent ground and put solar panels on it. And as I look at the numbers, I don't understand where the money comes from, because there's no fucking way that it makes sense to pay what that ground is worth in rent to cash flow with solar panels on it. There's not a chance.
Right, but maybe the wind farms would be better, or maybe getting, using ocean currents, in those areas that can do that. We're not doing any of that. So maybe we're not using farmland. Fine, take that off the table. There's all sorts of other things we can do, not to mention the amount of desert that this country has that we could build solar farms on, that nobody is farming on, that isn't being used for shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we should.
You want to put wind turbines on a tank there, Heuristic?
We should put solar panels in the fucking Mojave Desert to power Las Vegas. That's fine, but that doesn't power Chicago.
I like diesel myself.
I mean, you can.
Yeah, but Chicago's already powered.
The other thing about using ocean currents is that those charge batteries, and then you can use those batteries anywhere, right?
Solar powered fighter jets.
Ocean currents are super reliable too, right? They've even found ways to build data centers in the ocean and use those same ocean currents to power those data centers. But instead of investing in those, we're just throwing money at big data centers here on the ground in hot places of all things. It doesn't make sense. We could be doing better.
Brendan, I am sure that you are 100% aware in the 60s that we've literally floated the idea of an aircraft carrier that flies, not an ocean-bearing one, a flying nuclear-powered aircraft that carries other aircraft. We can definitely do nuclear, my guy.
Yeah, that's where the concept of the whole shield thing that you see in Marvel now. Yeah, we talked about that. We should probably also have submersible aircraft carriers. I think that'd be a great idea. But I'm curious, because Heuristic, it's strange because she's right, but also hilariously wrong. We do have the advantage of power. All of our naval vessels are nuclear powered. Not a lot of other countries have nuclear powered naval vessels. So I would tongue-in-cheek ask you the question, Heuristic. You think we should have wind turbines on our battle tanks? Maybe solar powered fighter jets?
I have no problem with nuclear energy.
We just won't fight at night.
No, I think nuclear energy is fucking great. I think nuclear energy is great. If I could get more Americans to be down with nuclear energy, I would say fucking build nuclear power plants. But nobody wants to do it. Everyone is scared about nuclear energy, even though there's nothing to be afraid of. I didn't say that I had any problem with nuclear energy. I think we should have been building nuclear power plants 30 fucking years ago.
Well, I agree with that, but everyone watched fucking Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island and decided that was a shitty idea.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
literally
now
80% of the
technology's
energy
evolved.
in France, 80% of the energy in France is nuclear, and they haven't had a single problem because we have all this. We know how to do that now. We understand how to build it. We have all the technology to build nuclear power plants. Not to mention, in the 1960s, we figured out thorium nuclear energy, which literally you can get out of desert sand and is stable at a liquid temperatures. And we could have started building thorium nuclear energy plants, but no, we didn't do it. And now China did it.
I agree.
And on
I'm
top
on
of that, the
board
biggest-
with the nuclear energy, but it's the same problem as the wind turbines. The moment you fucking propose it in somebody's backyard, they lose their fucking minds over it.
Better marketing, better PR, Steve. That's all we got to do. People are malleable little sponges. All we got to do is get better PR, better marketing, and stop fucking subsidizing oil companies so that we have a real incentive to build this shit.
What if
Okay.
subsidizing?
I like
things have to do with
I like coal, burning coal on my truck.
I don't want to subsidize any companies, but I don't see how that has anything to do with nuclear power plants.
I'm just saying that we would have more of an incentive if we stopped subsidizing oil companies, right? We would have more money to put towards nuclear power plants. We would have more money to put towards clean energy if we would stop subsidizing fucking oil companies, because we fucking do at huge margins.
I think we should fully subsidize oil companies. That way we have cheaper wool, cheaper gas prices.
Hey, didn't a lot of solar companies fail under Obama? Like, and all that happened?
No, they didn't.
Yeah.
You're talking about like two, like Solyndra and one other one.
Doesn't know anything. Don't let him. Don't let him
Only two.
practice
Only two.
something.
Okay, it was only two. HR just gonna gamble on.
Hold on, two things. I'm gonna do a mod thing for two things because I'm never a mod for the panel, always for the gulag. Mojo, we're being asked if we can drop your panel identity here and bring up somebody else. And I'd also like to ask Mojo, because she's the only one who's been up.
I can drop. I'm gonna watch the game.
No, for your hold on.
Well, I want to watch the game. I want to watch the game.
I don't want to drop Rosa.
I want to watch the game though, so I'm gonna go.
All good.
Too late.
All good.
Too late. If you leave, it's on you. She left.
Oh no!
No, Rosa has just been up here for a while and she hasn't said anything. And then, obviously, Paula, certainly say your piece, please.
My God, I cannot replace that woman. Please keep your expectations very low.
Yeah, I was just shopping.
Hey, everybody.
What's up, Battle?
You're shopping? Really?
I'm shopping.
You're shopping?
Are you shopping for green energy?
No. Actually, no, I'm not.
Nice. Hey, did anyone happen to see what Sean O'Malley said to Trump after he won the fight the other day? He said, "Yeah, this is the guy with the cornrows. He just went online and because people are asking him what he said to him, he said, 'Hey, happy birthday! I knocked out a Canadian for you.'"
Paula, what's up? How you doing tonight?
I'm
Thank
good.
you, Sammy.
How about you?
All good. All good. Ironsides, how you doing tonight?
Good. How are you, buddy? How you doing, neighbor? I haven't seen you on a panel in a long fucking time, Jim.
I do it very rarely, and I'm in a situation where my family's out for a walk, and so I can hop up and not have crazy background noise. So I figured I'd just come hang out for a while. But Paulo, Ironsides, did either of you have any input? We were having a pretty semi-heated discussion there, I'd say.
Yeah, I just kind of came in. Steve, are you where are you farming at? Like in what region? Are you in the Midwest or
Illinois?
Oh, I live in Illinois too. I live in a farming community. So the whole and I think you know this. I don't know. I live in northern Illinois. Like the thing with solar panels or not? Solar panels. Like they try doing eminent domain to people's farmland up here because like usually one of the things that start out like to them like trying to use like massive amounts of land is they build for data centers. Like they start out with like building massive amounts of solar panels and they try doing eminent domain to farmland here in northern Illinois. And thank God it fucking failed because the county board didn't agree with it. But it took like all the farmers and all them to come into the county board and say like, we don't agree with this. And a lot of the voters didn't agree with it either. And one thing that people don't realize is when if something happens, especially like if like you can farm, like, and you know this more than I do. Like I came from farmers. My grandparents were farmers. I worked on a farm. I never owned a farm, but I'm pretty familiar with it. But there are places where they've integrated like having solar panels on farmland and like building them around corn. But like especially during like the harvest season with corn, if it's really fucking dry, there's a cornfield fires are fucking wicked. Like they're fucking hot. And like if it burns these solar panels, like the solar panels, the toxins the elements that are within the solar panels will seep into the ground. Then they end up becoming Superfund sites, which means like you're going to have to like basically strip away the topsoil and wait for years. Like you can't grow food on these lands.
I'm not really sure about the composition of solar panels. I've never really looked into it, but I have looked into what electricity is worth and what the solar panels are capable of producing on, any given acre. And that, given acre is capable of producing, obviously depends on the kind of dirt and where you're at, but, a given acre around here is worth, 7, 8, maybe even as much as $1,000 a year. The solar panels can't fucking compete at current, for what it costs to build them. These guys want to, do $7,000, $8,000 50-year leases. Well, that's not even close to what the land is worth growing corn on it.
Yeah, exactly. And like we have some of the most fertile farmland in all of the world.
So it makes no sense to put solar panels on ground that cash flows, somewhat sub $1,000 a year, corn, beans, or whatever, you have on wheat, rye, there's all sorts of different things, alfalfa, who knows? But it just doesn't make sense to put solar panels there, and there's no way they can compete on price. So right. I don't know, and when they come in, like, again, I've had, I don't even know how many offers at this point, dozens. Like some of the prices that they offer, in certain locales are wild, and you almost don't want to turn it down because the money's so good. You're like, well, geez, like that's kind of crazy. But you start looking at the numbers and you're like, well, where the fuck is that money coming from? Because there's no way in hell that those solar panels are cash flowing that kind of money.
Steve, why would you say that? Because I'm a finance person and I can tell you, yes way in hell, they're not putting up solar panels if they can't cash flow it.
Yeah, how much government subsidy does it take to get them to cash flow?
Steve, how much? Is it as much as we give farmers?
That's what I want to know.
Is it as much as we give farmers?
In what? Crop insurance that 4% of a year take? Or in fucking
Are you
CRP
telling me that farmers don't get subsidies? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Of course they do. Of course they do. They get CRP ground subsidies. They get no-till subsidies. They get fucking different bug and disease subsidies.
Dude, I'm just trying to tell you that in business, they don't do shit if it's not profitable. If they can't cash flow, at the very least, they may not be profitable, but they have to cash flow.
Yeah, but how much government subsidy does it take to cash flow it is my question. I have no idea how much they get. I don't know how they're getting it.
How are you making these statements if you don't know? Can you do a little research and tell me what they get?
I'm asking. That's why I'm asking the question. How much government subsidy does it take to get them to where they're at?
Theoretically, the whole problem, right? That's socialism for companies and not for the people, and that's what we bitch about most of the time.
Well, and I don't like the whole thing with data centers. Like they say like they're going to be able to the local governments like give them subsidies, but like eventually like they say it's going to create jobs, but these jobs are very temporary, and eventually like they're going to say like the taxpayer is not going to pay shit, like especially with the electricity and the water. But eventually, like there's some fucking clause with whatever they fucking create, like it's going to eventually fucking come down to us, and we're going to have to pay the subsidies on it. Like, and especially I'm an advocate for the farmer, like the farmland. Like this is something we cannot sacrifice. This is like for our children's future and like to create crops, like to create food. Like, and if they're doing this stuff on farmland, Like, and one thing I've noticed around here is like they're not only doing it on farmland, they're taking parks within the city that most people don't go to anymore, and they're turning them into solar farms. So it's not to cheapen our cost for electricity. It's that's the telltale sign that a data center is coming.
And let's be serious too. Like over the past decade, have we kind of not proven that the farmers don't mean shit to us politically from our administrations? Like we've sold out to China so much and to Brazil, right?
Well, yeah, you're like south of me. I live in the very, very far north of northern Illinois, like the county south of me. Like Venezuela bought a huge ton of farmland down there.
And that's the thing is, like, if we're not taking our own stuff seriously, like all of us,
no, I agree, brother.
100% can agree. It's fucking important. We need to fucking take care of our farmers. We're not.
I'm sorry. I think I was lagging there. I wasn't meaning to cut you off.
No, you're good, bro.
Hey, Steve, I'm not 100% sure, but here's what I found. According to my AI, I use Perplexity, $56,325 per acre.
For what?
Solar farms.
$56,000 a year in generated revenue?
Well, it looks like, I mean, I just have an overview, but that's a lot of money, right? Is that a lot of money? I mean, so they get an investment tax credit, which they get 30% of capital costs as a tax credit. I don't want to get into the weeds, but they do get substantial subsidies, I think. What do you think?
I haven't looked into the amount of subsidies they get. The number that I had in, again, I haven't looked at this in like a year and a half, but the number that I had a year and a half ago was like 29 something, and it wasn't making sense to me how you could, accrue all the costs of construction, have $29,000 a year in.
Did you just combine incur and accrue? You did. That was
maybe.
good.
I don't know. Maybe my brain was working faster than my mouth. I'm not sure. That might have happened. But I wasn't sure how you could do that and then be offering guys, 18, 19, 17,000 bucks an acre. Like the math wasn't mathing. So maybe the maths at $50,000-something a year. That makes more sense. But the math wasn't mathing at $20,000-something a year.
Well, and one way to figure out like what your cost that the government would pay you for eminent domain, like you can go in a GIS. Like in Illinois, you'll have GIS. Like you can, like it actually breaks it down like how much you would get if they did eminent domain, and it's far less than what you would get for it selling it outright.
Well, actually, I haven't been approached for anything that has to do with sales. These guys are trying to do 50 or 100-year leases is what we've been approached with thus far. Is
it wind farms or something like that, or
it's solar? The wind guys are north of here. We don't have a lot of.
I'm not trying to dox you or anything. Like I live like up near the Rockford area.
Yeah, I'm a ways south of you.
Okay, so like, are you down kind of like by LaSalle or something like that?
What's that?
Are you kind of like down by LaSalle, or are you farther south?
A little further south. I'm also over on the far west side. I'm actually a custom guy.
Okay.
So
I get it. I know.
I farm for my own ground is a real small percentage of my business. I do most of my work for dairy farmers, and actually a lot of our work is actually in Iowa. It's not even in Illinois.
Okay. Yeah. I get where you're at. Yeah, I don't like the idea of like we do need sustainable energy, but like I don't want to have it at the cost of like losing some of the best farmland in the world. And especially like I've read stories about like these solar panels being involved in like, especially in the Midwest, we have a lot of fucking tornadoes, like and we have crop fires.
Hail.
Yeah, hail, exactly. Like some of this stuff is like it's toxic. Like you have to actually take off the whole tops, like a foot of the topsoil off, if it happens, to make the ground safe. They become kind of like
You're
super
saying
fun
after
sites.
solar panels are put in?
Yeah, it's the stuff that they make the solar panels out of.
Wow, I didn't hear that.
Well, that would be a problem of the past, though, because they're making solar panels differently now. They're like 95% recyclable. You're
But
talking.
you don't want to grow food in it, though. Mojo.
Why not? Why not? They can tear them down now and just reuse the materials.
Well, what if it's?
Are you
what if it's
talking about
destroyed
like
in a
Cheyenne? Are you talking about like what?
Fire?
Are you
What if
are you
it's
talking? Are you talking about like Wyoming where they were burying the blades and shit?
No, I'm talking about solar panels, not the.
Oh, I'm sorry, the windmills. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the processes today for a solar panel are wildly different. When I worked at NRG, we did actually really cool things with them. Like there is a new nanofilm that you put over windows. We did it for hospitals, and it's fully power generating. You can see through it, and like if you anywhere you've got like large window space, you can essentially turn that into a power generator.
I don't
Yeah,
have
but
a problem
that's
with.
not going to stop. Like if there's a fire within the field, especially during
No, hold on.
harvest.
If we consider this, right, this administration came in and combated specifically green energy. If we just think about that technology on its own, if we got every business to get a minor tax credit subsidy to have this film on their windows that's taking in solar power, that's contributing to everything in the grid, how much would that benefit? But we don't fucking do it because we're just afraid of the words green energy.
Well, I'm not afraid of green energy, but the thing is, like Bryn said, like we can put these on tops of buildings. Like I think it was, I can't remember what company it was, like Amazon or something like that. Like they cover their entire parking lots with solar panels. I think that's fucking awesome.
Didn't Tesla make like a roof tile, like actual tile that you can use as your roof your roof paneling pieces?
Yeah, but it's not the best. But still, I support.
I have no issue with any form of green energy as long as it's affordable, including solar panels. I just think that they belong on the tops of roofs and on fucking useless ground, not on farm ground that cash flows.
No, I agree.
I don't agree.
Dubai
That's
has
fine.
a
That's
lane
exactly what I'm
in
saying.
their traffic that you, when you drive your green car on it, your green powered car, whatever it is, it charges the car while you're driving on it. I think
This
that's
window
pretty
film,
cool.
Solar
if you can put it
roadways,
on
that's
windows,
all
you can
junk.
put it on anything.
It's not junk.
So you could put this. I'm sorry, I feel like I interrupted two people there.
Go ahead, Jim.
I'm just saying this window film, right?
Lost.
If we can get solar power from this film that we're putting on windows, you don't have to put film just on windows. You can put film on fucking anything. This guy should be the next Bezos. He has created the solution to our energy problems. They're going to drive energy costs down for all of us because they're going to put so much back into the grid because you can put it anywhere.
I mean, technically, you are correct. You can put the film anywhere, but it's not like high density power generation. It's certainly not going to replace things like nuclear power plants or heavy liquefied natural gas plants.
That's why green energy is like a combination of a whole bunch of different methods, for different methods for different places, for different uses. There's a bunch of different ways that we can collect energy right now without having to use fossil fuels.
And it's less per density. One plant will make more, but one entire fucking Chicago covered in this film would make probably a good dent in that.
I don't understand why anybody argues against this. What HR said was right. I mean, this is something we're falling behind on. We're supposed to be this service economy where we have innovation and invention as the thing that we're good at, and we are good at it. We did invent these things, but everybody else is making them better now, and we're not because of Republicans.
Mojo, I'm not against it. I'm just against putting this stuff on like actual farmland.
Okay, well then stop arguing against it. Just say yes.
Against it, like
do it.
Don't put it on farmland unless they get it to where it's not toxic.
Can we just leave it up to the farmer to decide? Because
sorry, hold on, I got a plane flying.
That's fine. We're all going to say no.
In California, they have elevated solar panels that actually helps potatoes to grow faster, helps the green lettuces to grow faster. So I think in California, they're cool with it.
Yeah, for potatoes and lettuce that are like
Nobody's trying to force you to do
Wait,
it.
that's a good idea.
1% of American
Steve, you shouldn't be complaining about this either. What she just said is absolutely a libertarian idea. Let the farmer decide.
I agreed. I said let the farmer decide. They'll all say no, but let them decide. That's fine. I'm cool with it.
They're not saying no, Steve.
No,
They're
as a matter
not
of fact, the
saying-
farmers out here are selling out to oil companies, natural gas companies that are putting up fracking rigs and shit.
Well, you also live in Colorado. Your ground's fucking useless. You can grow like halfway decent wheat and some oats.
Okay,
Well,
whatever.
And Mojo, I agree with you. I don't agree with that either. Like when I was a village board member in like a town of 400 people, like they were trying to come in. I had a company that come in that was a fracking company, and the sandstone that we had around the town like was real. It was like really like kind of pebbly, and that's what they use for fracking. And like all of us on the board voted no. Like there were people coming, there were fucking major corporations coming in from Chicago that wanted to like frack out there because at this community, because like there's a certain type of like limestone that they use for fracking, where I don't know the whole thing about it, but like they wanted to like get this certain sandstone to use for fracking, and it would have like it was right near a river, and we didn't agree with it at all. We weren't going to sacrifice the farmland or anything.
You're one of those NIMBY assholes.
Why is that an NIMBY asshole if it was going to destroy the environment?
Not in my backyard.
But
everybody else can do
it. Most of America is not in my backyard.
I don't want it anywhere, but I like if it's going to happen in my community. Like what?
You don't want it anywhere. You just said you're not against green energy. What the fuck?
He was talking about oil fracking.
I'm talking about fracking, dude.
Yeah, fracking is not green.
Is fracking green energy? Like
no, it's not.
Old saying that you don't
so why are you talking shit to me, bro? I was like.
Well, why are you talking about fracking? I just mentioned fracking, that farmers actually give up their farms and land for fracking sites out here in Colorado. So, and then Steve had some stupid ass comment about it.
Do you think that you do agree with that?
I don't really care. It's their land. They can do whatever they want with it.
I mean, I agree. It's their land. They can do whatever they want with it. But there's a big difference when you're talking about...
It's always a but with you fuckers.
Because there's a huge difference when you're talking about land.
This was within village limits.
It's a huge difference when you're talking about land that grows 280 bushel a year corn versus land that half-ass grows some grass that you can put some fucking cows on. There's a huge difference.
Mojo, you're a capitalist now? Like, what's going on here?
We live in a capitalist world. What the fuck? I don't know how many times I have to say this. I'm a Barbie girl living in a Barbie world. This is what we have right now. I want to change the system. It
sounds like you're changing all the time.
There's an old saying, you don't put all your eggs in one basket, so you want to diversify. You want to diversify the power grid so that we're not solely reliant upon one energy source, right? Does that make sense?
We only have a certain amount of land in this planet to create food.
Oh my God, Steve! No shit.
It was me. It was Ironside.
Sorry, Steve. No shit, Ironside.
Well, Irons, I think you're like missing the fact that we have such an overabundance that it makes up a fair portion of our GDP and has for 200 years.
So, like, let's just say, fuck it, let's sacrifice it.
It's not a sacrifice. Like, I don't know what you want from me. Like, seriously, we build on farming land. Well, no, we build on farming land like literal houses where people live, schools. People go to schools. That's built on farmland too. We're not building all of our shit like up in the goddamn mountains. You're not going to work on the top of Mount Colorado or whatever. Like you're literally standing on farmland right now.
Yeah, but there's a lot of differences in places where you go. Like there's good farmland, and then there's farmland that people grow corn on that they really shouldn't be growing corn on because it grows 80 fucking bushel corn and it doesn't make any sense to grow it there. Like people just plant beach sand because they can if they've got cheap seed to plant it, but it still doesn't make any sense to farm that. We're talking about
it's just like
that produces 200.
Yeah, we're constantly planting corn.
Yeah,
like there
is
used
it
to be crop
Monsanto?
rotations.
Hey, talk to me about Monsanto. Don't they have like a stranglehold around seed and
Yeah, absolutely, and I don't agree with that either. I think that's fucking garbage.
I mean,
Mojo, I am just aghast.
It's a catch-22 because did you?
Well, because Steve is like railing against certain farmers that are planting stuff he doesn't really feel is like worth it or some shit.
I know these libertarians trying to control everybody. What the fuck?
I'm not telling them what to do. I'm just telling them.
I respect Steven's thought on this. That's part of his life.
But he's supposed to be a libertarian. He's supposed to believe that we should keep the government out of all this shit. And now he's saying that we should do this and we should do that, and the government should do this and the government should do that, and they shouldn't be growing corn there. And
do anything.
Yeah, well then, how about you just stop bitching about it? How about you just leave it at? How about you just leave it at? Let the farmers decide. Let the people that own the land decide what they want to do with their land, and shut the fuck up about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
I have a question for the panel. Is it okay if we change the subject? I have a question.
I thought we were talking about Monsanto now.
No, that's cool.
We can change.
It's cool, Paul. I just came up for that. Like, I'm not trying to get and argue. I don't want. I love you guys. I just I'm very pro environment shit. Like, I may be conservative, but I don't like how we're destroying our fucking environment around us.
Yeah, that's from fossil fuels. What the fuck is wrong with you? Climate change. Jesus Christ, we got to change the way we're doing things.
This low tier.
Who, me?
Whoever was talking about climate change.
Low tier. What the fuck do you mean by that, child?
It's civil and cap.
Yep, that is me.
Yeah, and he's in his early 20s. I bet you're 22, right?
That was so close, man. 1 year away.
There are topical creams for that.
Can I ask a question?
Are you a Centauri? Just a question.
No idea what that is, boss man.
What is an ANCAP?
It's like a libertarian maxed out, basically.
Maxed out. Dude can't even speak English anymore. They're losing the English language.
Where was the non? I mean, what did I say wrong there?
Where was the non? What did I say wrong there?
Yeah, what did I say wrong? What did I say wrong by saying it's a libertarian maxed out? Where's that?
But what does that mean?
That's not even a sentence. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, it wasn't meant to be a sentence. It's a statement.
Libertarianism is already.
Wait, you don't know what a sentence is?
What's the difference between a sentence and a statement, Steve, or whoever was talking?
That would be the host, and the difference is nothing. They're supposed to be the exact same thing. It starts with a capital letter and ends with a goddamn period.
Yes. Yeah, bro.
So can you explain to me what that means when you say you're like a libertarian maxed out? Can you give me what would be the difference between you and a regular libertarian?
Some libertarians just have certain compromisations, like they're willing to have a state, or they don't follow the NAP to its fullest extent. It results in logical contradictions. So I'm just I don't know if y'all have heard of the non-aggression principle. I'm not going to ramble, but it's what libertarians follow. I'm just that and maxed out. That's the only
maxed out
real guide.
Just maxed out. He wants to live in an anarchy. He wants to live in an anarchy where everything is controlled by corporations or businesses, where the almighty government is going to be the contract, and whoever has the most money is going to be able to enforce their contracts. So basically, he wants a might makes. Basically, he wants to create a might makes right society.
Complete strawman. Good job. You're real good at.
No, I'm just defining ANCAP. I didn't strawman
real
shit.
Quick, though. Because you're saying libertarian extreme or whatever. Are you just saying that you're a purist of libertarianism?
You have this fucking wicked.
Yes,
echo,
that's what I meant by
Steven.
maxed out. I don't know if host can understand. But host, I was asking, do you like monopolies?
For real, we could just put your ass in Alaska.
I don't like capitalism
because
But do you like monopolies, Mojo?
I don't like capitalism.
No, that's not what I'm asking. Do you understand?
I understand what you're asking. If I don't like capitalism, I don't like monopolies, and I don't like anything that has to do with corporations.
Monopolize enforcement of law? How does that make sense?
Who said I wanted that?
That's what a state is, isn't it?
All I did was describe what an ANCAP society looks like. It's might makes right. That's it.
Well, no, that's a straw man.
No, it's not a fucking straw. You don't even know what a goddamn straw man is.
An objective law, right? I don't know if you've heard of natural law before.
Wait, hold on, child. Wait, hold on, stop.
I knew he was going there. I knew he was going there.
Natural law. I know. Wait, stop, Stephen, stop. You obviously don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Obviously, you don't even know what a straw man is. A straw man, civil and cap. A straw man is when I make an argument for you that is different than the argument you made. I didn't make an argument for you. All I did was give a description of Ancapistan. That's it.
Yeah, and you did it wrong.
I just described Ancap. No, I didn't get it wrong. I know exactly what libertarian ideology is. Fucking Steve on here is a libertarian. Half the fucking people on TikTok are libertarians in some way, shape, or form. Everybody knows what a fucking goddamn libertarian is. You are just but a child without an education.
You're crashing out, man. Calm down. So why do you like a monopolization of law enforcement? How does that make sense?
That's called a straw man.
Battling a straw man right now.
See, that's called a straw man.
What is a state? What is a state, Mojo?
A state?
Yeah, what is a state?
Wait, who's echoing? God
You're arguing things that haven't been said. That's the definition of straw man. Why don't you just settle down and have a conversation and not?
I've been trying to have a conversation. I think I was more respectful than the host.
I was talking. I don't know if you heard me talking.
Yeah, you interrupted me and host though.
No, you weren't even fucking talking. He was. Go ahead, Jen.
No, I'm just saying that if you want to have a conversation, let's do it. But let's not cast accusations, and let's just talk about what each people believe.
So you genuinely think ANCAP is might makes right?
Can I have can I ask a follow-up question?
I'm happy to hear it.
Thank you. How would your ideology handle stuff like electricity, like we were just talking about? Would this be a privatized, or would it be government?
Yeah, it would be privatized. Yeah.
How would they get the capital to do it?
Well, it could be a multitude of ways, right? It could be people collecting their sums together, or they could just work for a couple years, I'm sure.
So if a group of people, if me and like 1,000 or 10,000 people agree to put up a utility, is that okay?
Yeah, that's okay. The only thing is there would be one owner. There can't be multiple owners.
Why?
Because multiple ownership implies a contradiction.
How so?
Well, the idea of ownership means that you have the fully justified moral jurisdiction over a scarce resource. That means that you have the right to exclude others.
So we can't have
a scarce resource
that sell their shares.
Just to make sure everybody heard, he said scarce.
You do realize every publicly traded company.
Wait, hold on, Steve.
Has more than one owner, right?
Steve.
Yeah,
stop.
And it's fallacious.
Steve, you guys stop. Paula, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So if you have a corporation selling shares, is that different?
That is different. That's different.
How's that different?
Ownership.
Because then you have a lot of shareholders.
Because shareholders are. It's more of like a contract. It's not necessarily a contract, but what you're saying is you're putting forward basically an investment in hopes of a return on the percentage of investment you put in. It doesn't mean that you have moral jurisdiction over the resource.
So how would it be contrary to have 10,000 people get together and co-own a utility?
They wouldn't co-own it. They would be shareholders, sure, but they would not have co-ownership. It's the same way that shareholders
literally
aren't
what
the same
shareholder
as
means.
I know. That's literally what a shareholder is.
Well, you said they all put in, right?
Right, because you pay for a share.
Yeah, so they're shareholders, correct?
So you're okay with...
What do you think co-ownership means?
So you're okay with the collective owning a utility, right?
No, they're not owning it, because I said shareholding isn't owning.
Never mind. Because it is owning. That's what shareholders are.
Well, does that mean that shareholders are equal to CEOs?
Shareholders are literally owners in a company.
Are shareholders equal to CEOs?
What do you think
shareholders means?
So So you're cool. You're cool with the collective owning a utility.
I never said they owned it. I've stated multiple times they don't own it. Right? They may have all put in. They may have all invested.
You said shareholders. You said
what did I define as ownership, Stefan?
Well, you said shareholders. Shareholders is ownership.
It's not, right?
It is.
Because ownership means that
it
you
is,
have.
Though.
What do you think ownership means?
What do you think shareholder means? What do you think shareholder means?
This guy up here arguing this when he doesn't have any idea how the world works.
Putting a fraction of the investment towards a resource or a company in this case. It doesn't necessarily mean you have full moral jurisdiction over it.
It doesn't necessarily mean that, but that is ownership, right? If you're a shareholder, you're an owner, right?
Owning a share, yeah, you don't own the actual business.
Jurisdiction. Okay.
You own a share in the company. That's what it is.
Yeah, you're entitled to the share.
You
own
are
the share.
owner.
You don't
You're
own the
literally
company.
a partial owner of the company.
So are shareholders equal to CEOs?
And if you have 5% of you band together, you can force the board of director to act.
You can't force them. You can.
Yes, you can.
You can incentivize it.
Yeah,
you can incentivize it. Maybe in this government, right? Maybe in this day and age.
Yeah, you can.
With this government, you can, Paula.
Yes, you can, sir.
Right. So repeating the same statement doesn't make it true. I don't know if you've done that
exactly.
before.
It was true from the first time she said it.
So what do y'all define as ownership?
Shareholder.
How do you even know what anarcho-capitalist, whatever the fuck you are? How do you know it if you don't understand basic elements of capitalism? I don't understand.
He doesn't. He couldn't differentiate between an anarcho-capitalist and a minarchist if his life depended on it.
I could. Minickers believe that there should be a sole ruler, and caps don't. They believe in a fully privatized security firm.
A sole ruler? Is that what you said?
But that's about dumb as shit.
Centralized security firm.
That's dumb as shit.
Yeah, I agree. Minarchism is dumb.
No, you don't know what the fuck minarchism is. What is wrong with you?
I'm not a minarchist.
Instead of
I know you don't understand it. Obviously,
I told you he couldn't differentiate between them.
So you don't think that they have a single privatized security firm? Was I wrong by saying that, Steve?
I mean, potentially, but that's not the defining factor of anything.
But it is a factor of, right? The primary factor, because they believe that the main flaw in ANCAP is law enforcement.
How do you pay for law enforcement?
It's not even true.
Wait, how do you pay for law? Wait, how do you pay for law enforcement? And then how do you
voluntarily,
pay for? I'm sorry, how do you pay for courts?
Voluntarily, I mean, there's already privatized courts. I don't know.
So how are you going to get a courthouse?
There's already privatized courts, Paolo. I don't know if you've heard of this.
Yeah, I have.
Privatized courts without government. Like, you're not supposed to have government, right?
Yeah, all courts
you can only have one owner, right? Because you can't have multiple owners, like in shares. Because
Paolo, are we going to go down the ownership route, or are we going to go down the law enforcement route?
My friend, I'm just pointing out the fallacies in your argument.
Okay, explain what ownership is, and then we can go if to co-ownership is a fallacy or not. That was my primary statement.
No, I need you to explain it to me.
I need to explain things to you.
Yes. What it means. I know you.
I asked for your definition of ownership, and you want
like
me
you
to
read a
explain
cute little pamphlet and think you know how to talk about it.
Yes, ma'am. I asked for your definition of ownership, and now you're just saying you want me to explain it to you. How does that make sense?
Who up here do you think doesn't understand what a share is?
I'm not saying that they don't understand. I'm saying that it's not equal to ownership.
It literally is. Legally,
what do you think ownership means then?
Do you understand Dodge versus Ford? Do you know what happened in that decision?
Vaguely aware.
How do you stage a hostile takeover in a company?
You shouldn't do a hostile takeover. I don't know why you want to be hostile at all.
That didn't answer the question.
He doesn't know what a hostile takeover is.
How do you stage one? I mean, you get enough people to be on your side to overpower the other. Like, you just have to overpower them, right? Is that not the case?
He has no idea what I'm talking about.
He doesn't understand.
I'm assuming you're talking about
Ford
versus.
Can I ask him some questions?
Go for it, Robot. He's all yours.
Well, I'm just curious on the ANCAP part. Like, anarchy means there's no government. So what's stopping me and like 10,000 of my friends running over to your property with guns and just taking all of your shit?
Well, it would be me probably having a privatized security force as well. But
so might makes right.
Hold on. Can I ask something back, Robot? No, Paul. Can I please ask something back? Now, what would stop a government, a privatized security firm, from going haywire and using their centralized power to take over the country? What would stop that?
The people.
Oh, wow. So the government isn't what enforces it. Good job, Paola.
Yeah, but we have one authority. Like, you have one owner. You know what I'm saying? How you're
let's go down
about
ownership.
that?
What do you define as ownership?
So
that's what the main dispute is about.
He's already strawmanned you.
I'm asking what you define as ownership.
We've already told you. You just weren't listening. You don't even know what a hostile takeover is. So even a very basic elementary business question, you can't even answer.
All I know is I'm about to sign up with the Musk Associates and go rob the fuck out of Civil ANCAP over there.
Right. So, Paula, I'm asking you about co-ownership. I'm asking what you mean when you're using the word ownership in co-ownership.
Musk already won. He's got the most money.
Okay. Yeah, he didn't get it rightfully, in my opinion. He's a IP millionaire.
Doesn't matter.
Fraud.
Literally doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it doesn't matter.
He can
Congrats.
pay for the biggest military, and he can take everything from you. It doesn't matter if it's right or not. You have already said whoever has the biggest force, the biggest guns, is gonna win.
And tell me, how does a state do that if they have the biggest force and they become hostile? How does that get fixed?
Revolution.
You have to answer this. How? I'm sorry?
Revolution.
Ah, yeah. So how would there not be a revolution against Elon then? What's the disconnect there?
Because
he's not going after everybody. He's only going after a few specific people. The government will be going after everybody.
Your best argument for
that there can't be a revolution just because he's going against a few people. Slavery was only against a certain group, and people still revolted, right?
Your best your best argument for Ancapistan should be that the public education system failed you.
I guess if you're just gonna throw out homonyms, that doesn't really affect me.
Hold on, though. Really, honestly,
I was just giving you an argument to make.
Right, Steve.
Break this down. If we're going to use his thing and say that, how do you combat Elon Musk's security force? The only way to do it is a coalition of the other security forces that people couldn't afford to buy Elon Musk's.
AKA a revolution, right?
Hold on. Hear me out. So
that's just a revolution, though. I'm just saying.
Why you keep talking? Shut up. The coalition of these other groups fighting against Elon's, right? Which eventually results in the thing you hate the most, a monopoly.
So a state, right? A monopoly. A state.
No, not a state. A state's very different.
Well, hold on. What's the difference
between... If we're playing out this war games the way you want it to be...
Yes, Jim, sorry, let me ask this. What's the difference between a state having their fully owned strongest military in the world, right? Stronger than like the top 3 other militaries combined, something like that. What's the difference between that and Elon Musk? What's the differentiating character there?
What prevents me from amassing a big security force and I can run over all the poor people, take all of their property?
Okay, what stops the state from doing this?
What stops me from doing that?
Yes, what stops the state from doing this?
All the poor people can't afford to buy a private security.
What would stop the American government from doing this?
What stops the state is us voting them out when they fucking...
And what if they disregard your votes, Jim? Then what?
You know, you're like the Quizler.
Because you're saying that Elon is disregarding your...
It's getting super old.
Hold on, you're saying that Elon is disregarding your...
The most reductive, stupid argument.
Hold on. All he knows how to use are basic fallacies. All he's done is answer questions with the question. He is not here in good faith.
No. I've answered the question, right? I've said that it would probably be
no, because you still don't know what ownership is. You still deny that owning a share at a company is not ownership. I'm just saying, if you don't know that, I don't know how much we can talk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
By the way,
I've given my definition.
Hold on, ANCAP. So what I'm curious about is like, there's plenty of people that can come up here and say, hey, this system sucks. This is what would happen if this happened. But what are you proposing, that you would take down the whole system, like proactively, before something happens? Like, how would you?
Like the government? Or are you talking about how it's like in?
No. So if you could design, the government and the way that things work today with the economy and everything else, what would that look like?
I think it wouldn't be just all in one go. That wouldn't really make sense. It would have to take time, right? We have to redistribute all the public property, and then we'd have to worry about if let's say we free one country, right? We get it to this anarcho-capitalist state. Well, then there's another country that just property. Nobody owns it. Let me go take it, right? There's no state there. Why wouldn't I try and go take it? So I mean, I think it would have to result in like an anarcho-capitalist getting power. Yeah.
Dude. Hold on. What he's saying is loosely the dumb way to get to the path that Mojo would proselytize for. I think he's maybe not far off from us. He's just misguided.
So what am I saying that's not like you don't agree with there?
Argue me on that, because you don't know Mojo's.
You're right. I don't know Mojo's. That's why I asked. What do you think? What do you disagree with? What did you not like that I said there?
Give it to him, Mojo.
Well, I don't even know what you're asking.
What game are you playing, bro?
So let's talk about all your basic needs are met. Let's talk about implementing
Who decides those needs, James? Hold on.
Wait.
Who determines what's a
I
need
have
and
a
what's
very
not?
simple answer for him. I have a very simple answer. The reality is that everything that capitalism and business requires relies on contracts, right? It relies on those contracts being able to be enforced. So the thing that stops governments from just taking shit is courts and institutions, right? That are
And what if they
powered
disregard
by
those?
that are powered by the use of force, right? Essentially, that you need that. Your rights don't come from nature. Your rights come from the government. The government is what gives you the ability to have a contract, to have a piece of land, and own that piece of land.
Okay,
Unless and that's the thing. It will always devolve into might makes right every single time.
This is where
Can I ask something curious?
That fails because he's
Guys,
saying how things should
Wait,
be.
stop, Steven.
People are gonna talk
Steven,
about their chance.
stop.
You guys.
Stop.
Well, can I please respond to Curious before y'all interrupt?
Wait,
Hold on, let me finish talking
not even
first,
done.
right?
Yes, ma'am. Please
The
finish.
thing is that you're eventually going to just end up in a Machiavellian like twist, because every time that you will try to have this NAP, right, this non-aggression principle, it's like that's just based on people being moral. That won't work, because there's always going to be scarce resources. The reason we have economies and economies of scale, the reason we have courts and institutions and governments is to manage resources at the very basic level. And what you're saying would just never work within complicated hierarchical like large civilizations. Maybe in a small scale this could work, but this can't work on these larger scale, more complex economies. It just doesn't work.
Yes, ma'am. So you said that the courts would be what's giving the government this power, right? What if they disregard the courts the same way Elon Musk would disregard the people's opinions?
Yeah, so but you're saying what if? Like the thing
Yeah, that's
is
what
like
a
it's not
hypothetical is.
Yeah, no, but hypotheticals only work if it's actually likely or somewhat likely, but it's not likely. That's why I was asking you, what is the path?
Is it impossible? Is it impossible, Stefan?
Well, yeah, I mean, somebody could come and
It's impossible.
pony could come.
You're saying
I could
You
ride
can't
a pony
guarantee
tomorrow.
a possibility. You can't
I could ride a
guarantee
pony.
possibility.
you can't get rid of possibilities, Stefan. Come on, this is pretty
I
basic.
could ride a pony tomorrow. You know,
Civil,
that's not
get
impossible.
rid of
Stefan.
You can't get rid of a possibility. What you were doing in the hypothetical, let's say, can unicorns exist? Yeah, I can go fucking staple a goddamn horn to a horse.
Hold on, do y'all
There you go,
genuinely
that's a
think that
unicorn.
what I said is wrong? I mean, with this administration, right, you could agree that there's a chance that the government will just go haywire, disregard the people, because that's what they did with the e-files, right, and just do whatever they want. And then there's nobody that can stop them, and nobody has stopped them, correct? So what I'm saying isn't far off. It's happening, maybe not at the largest scale that I'm describing in my hypothetical, but it is happening. They disregard the courts, and they're
You need a
monopolized
large
power, so
scale.
there's nothing
You
anybody
would
can do
have to
about it.
prove it.
Dude, you need a large scale. That's the whole
Okay,
point.
let's look at the
You
e-files.
can't have 10
Let's look at the
people
e-files.
and be like, oh, yeah, it's already happening. It has
Hold on,
to
you
be a
said
Oh my
large
god,
scale.
are you
It
about
is
to
happening.
pull up some fucking file that's heavily redacted?
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to, right? The government isn't being transparent. The courts
So you're
ordered
just
them
gonna
to
give
be.
us a black page and like, here's your proof? Like this
No,
is
no,
so
no.
dumb,
That-
dude. It's a bad thing.
Robot, hold on. You're interrupting me. My point is that the government is already disregarding the courts and the people, which y'all said is what would hold them in place, and nothing has happened because they have a monopolized power.
But they're also not. There's been so many Supreme Court and lesser court rulings that this administration is adhering to. The narrative they're putting out is we're better than this, we're unitary executive theory, but they're abiding by, for the most part, everything that has been ruled against them.
Yes,
Because
maybe
don't
they are.
have a choice.
Maybe they are abiding by most, but they're not abiding by all. And the same way that if you don't abide by all laws, you just abide by most, you are still a criminal to an extent.
Okay, so I think I agree with what somebody else said earlier, that he actually does want similar things to Mojo. But what Mojo and a lot of people are saying is, like, how do we actually get there using human needs to rally enough people behind it? What this guy is saying is, we got to do it this way. That's never going to happen because there's only like 1,000 sovereign citizens that believe this.
Hold on,
So I'm
when
saying
did I
he's shouting from the
bring up
rooftops.
anything about sovereign citizens? What are you talking about?
I actually
Okay, are you not a sovereign citizen?
No, I'm sadly an American citizen. I don't have a choice in that.
But you don't believe in the sovereign citizen.
No, I think it's a bit silly, right? I am an American citizen. I would like
What
to,
is silly? No. What is silly about the sovereign citizen beliefs? I'm curious.
because they are definitely a citizen of a state. They are forced to be. So saying that, it's just kind of silly. It is a matter of fact that you are a citizen.
But you're basically saying similar stuff, like we should just change the system tomorrow with the snap of a finger.
I specifically said that it would have to take time, Stefan. I said it would have to take time to redistribute resources, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I said it would not happen overnight. What are you talking about?
He didn't lay out a logical plan for it, but he did say it would take time.
No, I would say it would probably have to result in the what's it called? It's like, I don't know if it's psychology of the day, but it's what this YouTuber Liquid Zoo says, that there's a general idea, right, that philosophers put out, and then majority of the population is just followers, right? And so they're just gonna follow what the philosophers put out or what the government puts out. But if we can get the most popular idea to be ANCAP, and that's what would take place, because it's what most people would want. So it's what most people would do.
Hold on, though. How do you specifically define ANCAP in your definition?
Anarcho-capitalism. Is just basically the libertarian aspect, and capitalism is just a reference to Austrian.
You're giving me the definition. I could look in a dictionary. Tell me your definition. What is the world you are looking for? What is the end result?
I'm looking for a libertarian Austrian economic civilization. I don't know what you want there.
But so you don't want the Fed, and you want bears to eat your fucking garbage?
Do you not follow what I'm saying, Jim? Is that what it is?
Isn't ANCAP basically a contradiction? Like, how can you be anarchist but still be for capitalism? Because capitalism still requires a hierarchy.
I'm not against hierarchy. I'm against state.
You're against...
Yeah, but libertarians are not against the states. They're against the Fed, right?
Oh, yeah, because libertarians aren't full blown, right? Like, they're not true to their beliefs. They have contradictions in it. They're willing to not bite the bullet in some cases. And
do you believe in the right to travel?
I'm sorry? Yeah. There's two of y'all talking. I'm sorry. What do y'all say?
I said they want to be both sides of the bird without committing anything with any, depth to it.
I wouldn't say there's any depth to it. I think that there is some depth, but they're just not willing to fully go all the way, right? It's like a communist who still believes in personal property. You just want to straddle the fence and
pick the better side that turns out as things progress.
Yeah, that's what I think libertarians are. They're just.
But so you think that libertarians aren't going far enough by saying let's defund most of like what the federal government does?
That's not what I'm saying.
Hold on, and let's leave it to the states, because the states know more about what's going on, and it creates also a situation where states can compete against each other and citizens.
No, I'm not saying that what they're doing is bad, right? I mean, it is a decentralization of power. What I'm necessarily saying is that it's not the best. It's not the most logical conclusion.
Because you would strip even the state's power down.
Yeah.
And then that would result in utopia, because we would all just get together and decide
No, it's not abolishing the states that results in a utopia. It's making ANCAP the philosophy of the day, right? The philosophy that the majority of people believe.
But I asked you didn't even really put anything forward.
Well, the only way to get a philosophy of the day is through debate, right? It's through spreading the philosophy and getting people to agree with you.
How can you expect the entire fucking population?
I didn't say the entire. I said majority or plurality.
Okay, how do you expect the majority to do it? You have to understand you are a niche ideology.
Okay, let's say the majority of America is now an ANCAP, right? Well, they don't believe in taxation.
No. Walk me to that point, because how the fuck does that happen? You are a niche
public
ideology.
Discourse and convincing people onto your ideology. I mean, how do you get people to be
you're
communist?
Doing a bad job, boo. You're doing a bad job.
Hold on, Jim. How do you get people to become communists, right? How do you get people to become Republicans or Democrats? Through spreading your ideology. I mean, you can't force them.
Hold on, we're in a two-party system. It's pretty fucking easy. Either you like these things or you don't like these things.
Right, so either you get them to agree with you or they don't agree with you.
Okay,
right?
but you are not either of those things. So how
I
the
never
fuck
said
do you
I was.
get the majority?
It's an example.
How do you get the majority? That's the key point.
Through public discourse and getting people to agree with you. This is public discourse. This is a type of public discourse.
How long have the Tibetan monks been promoting their ideology?
I'm not sure. I don't keep up with Tibetan monks.
A few thousand years, and they are completely non-aggressive. How many wars do we have going on in the world today?
A lot, yeah.
So then you actually recognize that you will never reach your goal.
I'm not necessarily saying that. I mean, I'm not a monk, so we have different ideologies. One is true and one isn't.
I feel like
so tell me, what about the Tibetan monks is not true?
I don't know them.
Hey, ANCAP.
I mean, they're not ANCAP.
That seems to be your spatial reasoning that is at fault here.
Well, I mean,
you aren't aware of somebody that's been doing it for
example,
thousands of years.
Yeah,
and then you walk in here and try to tout that your non-aggression pact or principle is somehow different from theirs.
Can you define me their beliefs?
Why don't you look it up?
Because you brought up the example. I said it before. I asked you.
Yeah, and you don't know who they are, and I am telling you, they've been around for
literally
thousands
said
of
that.
years.
I don't know much about them. I started off by saying that.
Hey, ANCAP, can you turn down your TV in the background? It's kind of hard to hear you at times.
I'm afraid that's not me. It might be the host or somebody else here.
No, it's definitely not the host. Steve, is it you?
Nope, I'm not even home.
I mean, I muted and I could still hear it. I don't know.
It was Fee.
It was Fee. Yep.
I found the culprit.
But again,
I'm sorry.
you were saying that you were wanting to proliferate your particular ideology, and that's what will win the day. Well, the Tibetans have been doing it for thousands of years. Good job.
Well, the way that it would work, right, is through public discourse, and the way that you get people to agree with you is by being true in your ideology, right? So somebody is true and somebody isn't. I don't know much about these monks. You brought them up, so give me their ideology, and I'll tell you where I disagree and where there's possibly contradiction.
And Robot, I think the better argument is to talk about whether it's a good theory or not. Because if it's good enough, then you can make the argument that it will expand and people will start to believe it.
No, these monks, they've always believed in peace. They've always believed in non-aggression.
They've also believed in giving up all material goods. Is that right?
Okay, but in a local small
but do you
area,
do you see how like that has nothing to do with me?
Hold on. That's a different thing from giving it up globally. Their specific area, they agree with that, and that is what it is. And as a libertarian, I would think you would want them to pursue their rights, what they believe in.
Yeah, I don't have nothing against them.
Then I don't know what the argument is.
Yeah, I'm just saying that clearly there's a reason it didn't spread.
Is saying that proliferating the idea
that's probably one of the main factors
is somehow going to proliferate it. Once again, you're going to stop talking over me. But you are saying,
I'm sorry.
What you are saying is that the notion of the idea being the proliferation throughout society is going to win the day is complete nonsense. I have given you a culture that directly says the same things you do, and they have been doing it for over 1,000 years.
They don't directly say this. Hold on, bro.
And you do not need to overtalk anybody when they are still talking. I will tell you when you can talk. So once again, they've been doing it for thousands of years, and it has not taken over. There is no nap. There are wars that have been going on the entire time. Now you can talk.
Oh, right. So you're saying that we have similar beliefs, and maybe we have some, but we don't have all. And I mean, the NEP or the ANCAPs in general never believe in giving up material goods or something like that, right? And again, my main point is that public discourse, right, or spreading your ideology is the best way to do it. But that ideology, you can spread it as much as you want. People won't accept it unless it's true, unless it lacks contradictions, unless it makes logical sense, right? So the reason the monks probably didn't spread their ideology is because why would you give up your material goods? I mean, maybe you could, but why should you?
A lot of people as a population even decide who won the past few elections. Like, we can't decide whether healthcare is a human right.
Yeah, so the popular idea is always changing, right?
Well, no. I would say that
you just said that we can't even agree on whether healthcare is a right or not.
That doesn't mean it's changing.
Yeah, that means that people. You literally said that the last two administrations, people flip flopped or something like that. What are you talking about, man?
Oh, I don't know. Apparently, you didn't hear me. Why don't you tell me what I said?
I did.
People believe stuff that's categorically false and riddled with contradictions as true, literally every day.
I agree.
Everyone that watches MSNBC.
I agree, and the reason I said this, I said this in the beginning. Majority of the people are followers, right? They don't bother to make their own ideas, right? Find out whether or not it's logical. They'll just listen to a leader, right? Somebody who is willing to find an ideology that they like, and then they'll just follow it. So you're not really looking to change the followers. You're looking to change the philosophers' minds.
But I kind of think that's where you are. I'll be honest with you. I think you have an ideal world in your head, and you think this ANCAP philosophy that you can't really describe is going to lead you there, but I don't think it does.
I gave you the description. It's a libertarian society with Austrian economics.
Yeah, I've asked.
Which one of those do you want to go into?
Answer I've ever heard. Do you know how many people want Austrian economics? That doesn't change things.
Right. So which one do you want to go into? Austrian economics or the libertarian part?
It doesn't matter. Either bears eat your fucking garbage, or you don't like the fucking
Yes,
Fed.
throw
It's
at
one of the
homonyms,
two.
man.
I don't
sure
care
that
about your
makes
sound
you look
money.
so much smarter. I mean, you're saying that I'm just a follower. What are you, a Republican?
Yeah, I'm a Republican.
Yeah,
I'm
the follower.
Tell me the basic path from A to B. How do we get to your ideal world?
I've told you multiple times, through making it the popular ideology, whether that be plurality or
Dictionary
majority.
definitions. You've been arguing dumb shit. You haven't.
Yes,
you haven't
dictionary
given me the
definitions.
bridge.
It's almost like dictionaries are the point of dictionaries is definitions, bro. What are you talking about? Please let me talk to somebody else.
Okay, talk to somebody else.
Anybody.
Okay,
like
so definitions without actually enacting them are just that, definitions. So how do you plan to enact your plan?
Right, through making it the popular ideology, whether that be through public discourse, private discourse, just posts on social media, whatever it be. And the only way to get it to be the popular ideology would be through proving that it's the logical conclusion in these arguments, right? Or in these TikToks or whatever you're posting. You know what I mean?
So how, like, what are some examples that you can use to prove that it's the logical way to go?
Well, that's why I talked to Jim Sarr that I believe in the libertarian and Austrian economics. Now, if you want to go into either one of those, it's up to you to pick.
Okay, I'll go into both of them for you. So, in libertarianism and the Austrian economics, do you have ultimate freedom to do what you want to do?
No, you don't have ultimate freedom, but...
So where's the line?
So the line is drawn at the non-aggression principle. It's the idea that you shouldn't cause a contradiction with another person.
But you still have unlimited freedom.
It's not a contradiction, it's a conflict.
Yeah, so a contradiction of interest over a scarce good.
Conflict of interest.
Well, I'm not talking about a
There's
scarce
no
good.
such thing as a contradiction of interest. That's not a fucking
Yeah,
thing.
one
It's
person
a
wants to do
conflict.
one thing. One person wants to do one thing. The other
Still
person
not
wants to
called a
do another.
conflict.
They mutually
It's a
exclude each other.
conflict.
I'm aware.
Conflict.
I'm aware.
Let's just continue.
Right,
If
let's
he
go.
knows what it is, we will get to it.
Hold on.
So again, so you have ultimate freedom. You can do what you want with your property.
Yep, to an extent that it doesn't cause a conflict.
Okay. So can you sell your own bodily organs?
Yeah, you could.
You could. So you could sell yourself into slavery then.
No, you couldn't.
What's the difference between selling yourself into slavery or selling the heart that you need to
It's
stay alive?
consciousness.
So simple consciousness.
Yeah, it's the idea that if you sell yourself into slavery, you may have voluntarily done this at the time, but it can be the case that in the future you won't voluntarily want to do this anymore. So it can't be the case that somebody else owns you. They wouldn't be able to argue that without making a contradiction.
That's a very bad
So wait, you
robot.
can't. That means you can't sign the contract in the first place.
I got a different
You could-
hypothetical.
You could sign the contract, it wouldn't be valid, right? They couldn't own you. It's not
So
possible.
who upholds the contract?
Private law enforcement.
So
who
if the
dictates-
private law enforcement upholds the contract that you sold yourself into slavery, no matter where down the line, they would still uphold it.
Yeah, well, in contract theory, it doesn't really, like, breaking a contract, there's no such thing unless they put punishments inside the contract, as in, if you don't do this, then you owe me this.
Who determines the punishment? Who is it a private court?
Whoever signs the contract, right? Whoever makes the
Is it a-
contract and agrees to it.
Do you go to a private court to settle the matter?
Are you talking about in the sense of the contract, or?
To settle the contract, do you go to a private court?
Yeah, you would go to a private court.
But what if I have my private court?
I'd have to agree with it, or I could just get my private court to arbitrate with your private court.
So then we get
So,
we
but
get a
it's-
higher private court to do it? There's
No, it would be
private
my
courts all the way at the
court
top?
arbitrating. Yeah.
It still
So
comes
it's
down
just-
to the same
Well,
factor.
hold on. What I wanted to clarify there is it wouldn't necessarily be a higher; it would just be a third-party arbitration court. The
It
same way
still
that we
comes
kind of
down
get
to
like
the same factor. If you're able to sell, like say your kidney, you still have consciousness and everything, but now you're saying that if you want your kidney back, like 10 years from now, you have kidney stones and the one you got left, so you want to get your old kidney back, you would be able to break that contract and quote unquote basically
your kidney,
repossess your kidney.
Yes. It's because your kidney can be what's it called, disconnected from your consciousness, right? But you can't disconnect yourself, your physical self, or whatever you want to call it, from your consciousness. That's the difference there.
I mean,
but if that other person is using that for consciousness, because now they only have one kidney, that's why they bought yours in the first place. You're actually saying that we can unalive that other person because it's still your kidney.
No, I'm not saying that. I mean, I'm saying that the disconnect there is that the kidney is not related to your consciousness, right? The disconnecting your kidney does not have any effect on your consciousness.
Sure, but once again, if you need that kidney back 10 years down the line, you were saying that you can break that contract.
How am I saying that?
Your kidney.
No. Where am I saying that?
With the selling yourself into slavery, you're not giving the distinction between the two.
I made the distinction. It's that you can't separate yourself from your consciousness, but you can separate your kidney from your consciousness.
But your contract law doesn't care about your consciousness.
Well, that's why I said that selling yourself off it wouldn't be a real contract because it's not possible.
It is. If you can put it down on paper
you think
and
people
have
can
both
you
parties
think
assigned
slaves
to
can be owned?
Then it is a contract.
Do you think slaves can be owned? People can be owned.
Yeah. Why do you not? This is your worldview. This is Ancapistan.
No, because I'm saying people can't be owned. You're the one that's saying they can.
Well, but you also said that you could sell your organs and then you could break those contracts.
No, I didn't
because
say
you deem it as
No. I didn't say you could break the kidney contract because what that is, it's a property transfer. So it's no longer your property.
Okay, so you are now saying if people can be owned as property, you can in fact have slavery and sell into slavery.
Yes, but people can't be owned as property.
See, there you go. You said yes, you want slavery.
No. I said people can't be owned as property. Now repeat to me my argument for
again.
Hold on,
What's wrong with that? He wants slavery. What's wrong with that?
If you've been listening, repeat to me my argument for why people can't be owned. Why can't people be owned? What was my argument?
Because there's nobody to tell you they can't.
Because you can't separate yourself from your consciousness. Right? That's why you can't sell someone to slavery.
Right? No regulations, so it's perfectly legal.
I love this straw man. I love this straw man panel. It's very interesting.
No, I asked questions. You answered them.
Yes. So this is a one-sided discourse where you don't defend your ideology because it's flawed. Very
My
cute.
ideology isn't up here. We are asking about Ancapistan.
Yeah, and then I'm asking you to repeat my own argument back to me, and you can't even do that. So are you even listening? What's the point of an argument?
I'm not here to argue with you.
So
this
you're
is
here
your
to ask me
ideology.
questions. What's the point of a question?
I'm not here to defend or attack it.
Okay, you were
I am
asking
simply
questions.
asking
Are
you
questions not truth-seeking statements?
You're getting the best out of them. That's why they're annoyed.
So are questions not truth-seeking statements?
No, El Predictor only wants to defend you because you said slavery would be contractual law within your system.
He said he doesn't mean that.
I said that it wouldn't be.
Yeah.
He said
You're just
that wouldn't be. Robot,
You're just stronging me.
Selling the kidney, he seemed okay with it, but not slavery.
Yes, and I made the distinction there. I made the distinction that a kidney can be separated from your consciousness, while yourself cannot.
And again, your consciousness is not in any kind of contract law. We are specifically talking about property. You are either obfuscating from the question because you keep trying to use
going back to contract.
You keep trying to use consciousness and contract law. You cannot do that. We are talking about property. You have already elucidated that, yes, your kidney would be your property that you can sell as you do as you will. But I am asking you if a person can sell themselves into slavery, which would be becoming property. You are saying no, and I am asking you for the distinction. But you are not giving an actual contractual law.
He gave you the distinction like 7 times.
I'll even go into
no, but you even if you sell yourself, even if you sell yourself into slavery, you still hold on to your own consciousness. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yes, and if you still hold your own consciousness, then you could in the future argue that you don't want to be a slave, right?
You could argue that, but you've already agreed to it. You signed a contract allowing it to happen. Because in an ANCAP society, you get to do everything by contract. And if you sign a contract, then the contract has to be upheld, right?
But
No,
if you
all
remake that
contracts.
contract,
Hold on,
who
y'all are asking me
reinforces
to-
it?
No. Let me respond. Right. So all
Well,
contracts
might makes
are.
right? Elon Musk
No, that's another
enforces it.
straw man. You're just straw manning Mojo. Come on.
You
At
don't
least be
even know
genuine
what the
with your
fuck.
answer.
You don't even know what the fuck
What
a
were you
straw
gonna
man
say,
is.
Sybil?
Stop with your idiotic straw man
You keep
bullshit.
saying that might makes right.
You
When
don't-
have I ever said that I believe in?
I didn't say you said that.
You said might makes right, right?
Yes, I didn't say you said that. I'm saying that. In an
Yeah, and I
ANCAP
keep
society,
disagreeing, and
might
you
makes
keep denying
right.
it. So it's a straw man on my argument that you're saying you
It's
believe
not a
that's
straw
what I
man. I'm just
believe.
telling you what ANCAPistan is.
First
It's
of
what you
all,
believe it is, and that's fine.
the entire premise of this argument is entirely flawed because it's impossible to be a slave if you volunteered to do it. You just volunteered to work for free. This entire argument is...
What if you volunteer to work for a penny an hour? What if you volunteer to work for food?
Well, then you're kind of, I mean, that's what you're
But
doing, yeah.
if you volunteer,
Sounds
that
like
is
capitalism.
logically going to be working for free.
Yeah, but you can
That's
unvolunteer. Hold on.
involunteer.
The point is that you can unvolunteer. This goes into argumentation ethics. It's the epistemology, right? So it's the idea that if you can argue, then you're a moral agent, right? And if you have moral agency, then you should be your NAP should be respected. Your self ownership, your property rights, it should all be respected, right? So in the case where this person sold his body, well, he still has the capacity to argue, so he's still a moral agent. So his property right and his self ownership should still be respected.
It is
You can go
respected,
deeper.
and he signed again. The contract is above and beyond everything. So
Well,
the contract.
no.
Don't fucking interrupt me. Do not interrupt me, child. Do not fucking interrupt. I will just boot you from the panel if you keep doing that shit. I'm sorry, but moral agency means that you can sign a contract, and a contract must be upheld in an ANCAP society. If that contract isn't upheld, then you do not have ANCAPistan. That doesn't exist. You can sell yourself into slavery because you can sell yourself into a situation where you're only getting food, or you're paying for food and shelter and clothing and housing. This is capitalism. This is the capitalism we live in today.
It's definitionally impossible. Slavery is forced labor, and nothing can be forced that you willingly agreed to. It's definitionally not possible.
Then indentured servitude. Is that any different?
These guys, Steve may not be an ANCAP, but he's definitely more intelligent.
I can sign a contract saying I'll do whatever work
What do you think
want
the
as long as
contract
you
theory
feed
of
me.
ANCAPs is?
I need you to stop interrupting. Can you do that?
Yes. Can I ask a question now? Because I
Yes.
haven't been able to respond to you yet. So, what do you think the contract theory of anarcho-capitalist is? Do you think it's just you write whatever and thus it's enforced?
Oh yeah, because there's no government. There's no government. There's no
ANCAPs.
There's no government. There's no government. There's no government.
Hold on.
So you have two parties
all
that
contracts
wait.
are
Shut up!
title
Shut
transfer
up, you
agreements.
child! Shut up! There's no government. So you have two parties that write a contract up and both agree to it and both sign it. Those parties have a contract. It doesn't matter what the fuck is in the contract.
It does matter because some things can just be a promise, right? Like, do you think when a wife signs a contract to be with their husband, they can never undo that? It's a promise. It's not an actual contract. All contracts is title transfer agreements, right? Everything else is just a promise.
So your entire foundation is built on things you don't believe in?
Where did you get that from, Jim?
It's built on logical fallacies.
What's the one fallacy I've said, bro? Please.
Mojo is an atheist. Mojo is an atheist. Non-belief does not equal belief. You said it goes back to his epistemology, which is
I said it goes back to
using
my
objectivism in a
epistemology
belief
of
structure.
argumentation ethics. I said my epistemology of argumentation ethics.
Fucking damn!
I'm
you
understanding you, bro.
child.
You're cooking right now.
Holy shit! Like, are you?
It's just you're
both able to
misrepresenting my
control
argument.
yourselves? What the hell?
Do you not see how you're
Are you
misrepresenting
able
my
to
argument?
control yourself?
It's not being misrepresented. It's just fucking stupid.
Yeah, because y'all are representing it wrong.
Or
No,
you don't know how
now,
the English
wait,
language
hold on.
works.
Hold on. Hold on.
Christ.
Oh,
Hold on. I don't know.
Yeah,
Wait,
you
hold
got
on.
to an ANCAP.
Stop. Tell me why you brought up a promise and a contract. Why did you bring that up?
Because contracts are all they are is title transfer agreements.
Title transfer. Title to what?
Anything
and
resource. No, it's
just
scarce
a resource. Is your labor a resource?
No, it's not. You can't.
Labor
own
is not a resource.
It may be a resource, but you can't own it. It's not a scarce resource. It's a result of a scarce resource.
By the way, it's scarce. Would you stop saying scarce?
I'm not an American speaker. I'm from Mexico, man. So I don't know what all the hate is. I think I speak pretty good English for Mexican.
I'm just telling you, it's scarce. It's scarce, not scarce.
Okay, I will try to speak your language better, man. My bad.
Well, hold on. Are you an American citizen?
Yeah, but I'm currently in Mexico right now for 8 more months. So.
But you're an American citizen. You're an American citizen. You're an American citizen, and nobody's ever told you that it's not scarce.
I mean, no, not really.
I don't believe you're an American.
I don't believe you're an irrelevant point pivoting away from the argument.
Well, it's not. It's just obnoxious. I don't believe you're an American citizen.
Yeah, so you can make fun of how I talk. It doesn't actually negate anything from my argument.
I didn't say it did. I didn't say it negated anything. It's just fucking annoying.
Substance. Get back to the argument. You clearly understood what I said.
It's just fucking annoying. I'm just asking you to change.
Do you think people with accents are also annoying, Mojo?
No, I think you're annoying.
All right, fair enough.
I can't hear him actually saying that. I don't know.
Incap, I missed the first part. How old are you?
I am 21. I'm a young buck, apparently.
They're just jealous of your age, bro.
He's a child.
Did I say
Hey, I'm a child, but prove what I'm saying that's wrong, man. Like you can just go to the ages.
We have, and you're just gonna deny that you've been proven wrong. That's the way this works. Exactly. You're just gonna deny that you're proven wrong. That's all that's gonna happen.
What have you proved me wrong on?
I have proven you. Well, Robot proved. Shut up. Robot proved you wrong about slavery.
Repeating a statement doesn't make it true. How did you prove me wrong, Mojo?
I just said.
Makes no sense.
It makes absolute sense. I'm sorry. If you can sign a contract and you agree in that contract to sell yourself into slavery, you have sold yourself into slavery.
Yeah, except slavery is definitionally forced labor and something you willingly agreed to.
But you can't. No, it's not. Then that's fine. Then call it indentured servitude. I don't give a shit one way or another. We've already gone through this.
That's still forced. It's just with cute words.
It's not forced. It's not forced because you signed a contract agreeing to it.
But you can't agree to something that you can negate later. That's just a promise. It's like when a wife signs a paper.
Wait, you can negate everything later. You can refuse to pay anytime you want.
Mojo. So you say you can write a contract on whatever, and it's true. Is that the case?
I'm saying that whoever's got the biggest military is going to enforce that contract.
Right. And you're saying if the biggest military goes haywire, that would be really bad, right? Like America right now, the state.
Okay, now you're changing the subject. This is a pivot.
Well, you went back to military.
And I didn't say anything. Security. I didn't say anything about the state.
You said private security.
Who enforces your contract?
Private security.
There you go. So we're talking about private security.
Hold on. Who enforces your rights?
Oh, irrelevant.
Ah, yes. Classic pivot.
No, you're the one pivoting here. How do you not understand that you're the one fucking pivoting here?
Question, but you won't
That's why I said irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the discussion.
This notion of the biggest person having the private security, if there's not a group of private securities that can take them out, then it's a monopoly. And if there is a group of private securities that can take them out, that's still a fucking monopoly.
Do you think Do you think a monopolized private security is good?
You basically, what it comes down to is basically cartels.
Not quite. No.
Not quite.
And cartels without the blatant violations of the non-aggression principle. Yeah.
I mean, is
non-aggression.
Wait, who enforces the non-aggression principle?
Private security firms.
With what? Wait, what do they enforce it with?
Good God.
With force, what do you think? Hold on, Mojo. Can I ask you a question?
That's fucking hilarious. God, you were so funny, Jeff.
Can I ask y'all a question now? Can I ask y'all a question?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Right, so you're saying that private security firms are bad because they'd just be biased and one would get too powerful, yada, yada, yada. So there's a government, right? How does that solve that problem if they go haywire? How does the government solve this problem? They're the biggest military now. What if they go?
What I'm telling you is that you have created the exact society that we live in today.
So are you going to answer the question, Mojo?
I just answered the question.
Yeah, how does a state fix that? Because you said that my idea is flawed, so how does a state fix it? state the better option?
A state doesn't fix it. What I'm telling you is that you're creating the exact same society that we have today.
You're saying the state
you're going to
is
end
the
up with
final
you're going to end up with a government. You're going to end up with rules. You're going to end up with regulations. You're going to end up with somebody that has the most guns, the monopoly on force. You're going to end up with that person or that group of people controlling the government and controlling everybody else. You're going to end up with the exact same system. You have created a system that will be the same. You have created the same system we've had. You have created the same system. You have created the same. You have created. Hello. You have created the same system we have, less the ability to vote.
His will be different because the people.
Hold on, Mojo. Let me get this right. You're saying that my idea would just end in a government, and then you're saying my idea is bad. So if my idea.
I'm saying your idea is a government. It's just an authoritarian government.
No. It's the idea of privatized firms, and what you're saying is, what if a privatized firm disregards these other privatized firms and monopolizes it? Well, then it's not my system anymore because it's not privatized firms. It's a monopolized firm. It's a state.
It is your system because that's the way it's always going to work out. Because the NAP has to be protected by force, which means there's aggression involved, which means the NAP is broken in the first place. So you created a situation where the NAP cannot possibly be upheld.
Why do you need defensive force if there's not going to be aggression? There's going to always be aggression, so there's always going to be
a deterrent. I mean,
there's always going to be the bigger defense, and that's going to be the monopoly.
Defensive force is subjective, by the way. Defensive in that term, defensive force is subjective.
So y'all are saying that privatized firms will tend to monopolize.
Ancapistan is obviously a terrible idea, but I do find it kind of funny that he did get the guy that calls himself a pragmatic Marxist to argue in favor of the force doctrine. That's
very based. Very based.
Wait, no, I've already said that. That's the society we live in right now. Is the force doctrine. That is what we live in. That's what we have.
Hold on, Mojo. You're saying that it could be the case that a privatized security gets stronger and goes crazy.
I'm not saying anything. Why do you have to? Why do you insist on telling me what I'm saying?
Mojo,
why do you insist on telling me? Hello. Why do you insist on telling me what I'm saying?
This is what ANCAPs do. All they have is straw. They want to fight the straw man every time.
Jim, can I respond? He asked me. So it's because you gave a hypothetical where you literally described that it could be the case. But does that mean it ought to be the case?
What hypothetical did I give?
That it could be the case that a privatized security firm gets so strong and just decides to disregard the NFP.
I didn't give that hypothetical at all. As a matter of fact, I didn't say anything of the sort.
Is that not the scenario you were describing where a privatized firm will get stronger than all the other privatized firms and will take over to become a monopolized state?
I didn't say that at all. I didn't even say anything about privatization.
Yeah, so you didn't say it bar for bar, but that's not what
I didn't say any of it.
That was Jim Sardano.
It was Jim.
Oh, that was Jim?
He did take his whole flow, not gonna lie.
Have you ever played Cyberpunk 2077?
I heard it was pretty buggy, never bought it.
Oh, it's actually not bad. But basically, what do you think of so essentially what we're getting at is like, it's not about private security getting so strong that it goes crazy or whatever. It's more about like corporation like getting more powerful and rich, where they can basically provide their security with more weapons and more firepower, in which now the only law of the land is basically might makes right. It operates just like that now because we're in a planet with nations, right? And the U.S. right now is the most powerful nation. Who polices the U.S.? Nobody, right? So the U.S. can take whatever it wants. So if you think of the U.S. as a private corporation, then just doing that right now. Basically, it's aggressing on people because there's no higher power to.
I agree. I actually said
stop
that
the
The UN thinks it does.
We like own the entirety of Europe's military times 3.
Hell yeah.
I'm not even proud of the state, but that is pretty based.
Not enough, not big enough.
But yeah, I mean, my primary point is that privatized firms would be better, and I mean, y'all would probably agree, right? I mean, y'all wouldn't want America to just take over the world and run the world. Y'all would rather have there be multiple powers so that they could stabilize each other.
What do you think about privatized weather? Do you want your tornado warnings to be behind a subscription model?
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't mind it.
I mean,
hold on. Here's the thing, though. You're already paying for it through taxation. So I mean,
no.
What would be the number one religion?
It is kind of funny that the guy who isn't a meteorologist that literally just started that started a YouTube channel and made his own app is probably the most successful meteorologist in the country. And it does kind of argue in favor of that system.
So, Civil, are Catholics safe in this?
Yeah, honestly, majority of religions are safe until they start getting forcing beliefs onto the other people. That's where it starts getting iffy. But yeah,
but the Catholics are safe. There won't be anti-Christian stuff.
I mean, people would be allowed to, but they wouldn't be allowed to like get violent with you. They'd be allowed to say they don't like Catholics.
Damn.
Yeah, sorry, man. Hey, you can make your own little Catholic society and exclude people who aren't Catholics. That's perfect.
No, I'm actually interested in yours. I'm gonna look into it because I'm not gonna lie. You debating these people, you were cooking. You were saying lots of facts.
I appreciate it, man. I got it all from this guy named Liquid Zulu on YouTube. Definitely follow him. He's 10 times smarter.
Yeah, I'm writing it. Let me. Yeah.
So, what would you think if you were in a car accident, right? With your mom.
Wait. I've got to say Liquid Zool because I think he's getting fucking like $20 every time he says that guy's name. He's brought him up like 3 times.
I mean, yeah, because he's the primary philosopher and captain.
But I will say,
are you sponsored by Brando?
I'm not sponsored. I do give him some donations from time to time. He's pretty cool. Talked to him a couple times.
No, so what do you think of a scenario where you say you're in a car accident, right? You're with your mom and your dad, and then they basically come across like you they come across the ambulance comes to the scene and they're privatized, right? So the other person in the other car, they have an exclusive package, but your mom only has the basic package. They said like, "Oh, just leave them for the meat wagon. Let's take the other one because you got the VIP package." What do you think of society like that?
I think she'd be kind of silly to buy that package for one. If you're going to make the argument,
but it's the only one that your family can afford, though.
If you're saying it's the only one that she can afford, then I would say that it's kind of silly that she wouldn't go for a different privatized security firm. I mean, it's not necessarily a security firm if they're saying they're just going to throw you to the dogs. I mean, it's not a health firm.
I'm saying my name, bro.
Well, you're very susceptible to the cult-like mentality because this dude over here has just been using logical fallacies back to back.
What's
you're
one
saying, like, he's
logical fallacy?
facts.
You have yet to name one. Name me one.
I was actually going to ask what his education is because he's very well spoken. He sounds like he went to.
I named multiple.
Why would you anyways, stop being a dictator?
Actually,
it's Mojo's panel.
I mean, yeah.
El Predictor likes Bukele, who's a dictator. So I think El Predictor is not really aligned with your idea unless you like fascist dictators.
I mean, it's literally just a dictatorship of the proletariat because it's Mojo's panel, and I'm just one of the working class.
Can I ask something about that?
All right. I brought him up the last 2 times. Somebody else
don't do it again
this time.
El Predictor cannot control himself. Don't do it again.
What did he say that was wrong? He just wanted to know who I got my ideas from.
Because he's very susceptible to cult followings.
Says the
he voted for Trump, and now he's talking to you. I'm not even a communist.
Yeah, what is wrong with you?
But Robot, can we at least just get a 1 Mr. Mojo? Please.
1 Mr. Mojo?
I'm not kidding. It says no.
That's so funny. That's so funny. He didn't say it once, did he? Do you feel?
He did not. He's just been slurping up on Civil over here.
Cap we're talking about all the time.
Can I ask what's cultish about my ideology?
Once again, you use end-to-end logical fallacies.
You have
and I already told you before, you are talking to an atheist. Mojo is an atheist. And you said it is based on his epistemology.
It's based on my epistemology. I said my epistemology, and I've repeated this multiple times already.
No, you said
I said my epistemology, the ANCAP epistemology.
Would you like me to just replay it for you?
Yeah,
because
replay
this is on YouTube.
Yeah, replay it. Go ahead and replay it. I'm telling you now, it's my epistemology, argumentation ethics, the epistemology of ANCAPs, right? So I would love you to play where I said it was Mojo's. And along with that, you said that I'm going through all the logical fallacies, yada, yada, yada. Do you even know the top 3 logical fallacies? I mean, I'd love you to unmute right now and say it.
In my experience, the top 3 logical fallacies of ANCAPs are they play devil's advocate all the time. They don't have any actual beliefs.
That's not a logical fallacy. Do you know what logical fallacies are, Jim Sar?
No, obviously
Jim
not.
Sar.
That's why I said it.
Then I mean,
Wait for
Come
it.
on.
He's going to do the other cult thing. He's going to do it. The 3 laws.
He's going
of
to do it.
logic.
He is
Come
going
on,
to do it.
do it.
I didn't bring it up, but I mean, being
Tell
a
us
devil's
about your
advocate,
sky,
where is
Daddy.
Let's do
that?
it.
Tell us about
Where's
your
it a
sky,
logical?
Daddy.
Hold on. Where is it a logical contradiction to be a devil's advocate? Explain that. What's the logical contradiction there?
Because you're actively acting in bad faith for things you know better on.
It's not acting in bad faith.
It is.
How so? Where did I act bad faith?
When you're arguing to argue and not actually believing
well,
what you believe in. And I would argue that at this point, when we're talking about the things we've talked about, when we've talked about the Buddhist monks that you didn't address, when we talked about multiple things that you just pushed aside and not addressed,
these are all vague
I kind of think you're in bad faith, dude. In fact, I think you would have more credibility, even with Steve, who is also a libertarian, and Steve is a libertarian that I disagree with, but I respect.
But he's like a libertarian who doesn't even believe in the non-aggression principle. I mean,
wait.
Hold on.
I'm speaking for the panel. Steve is a libertarian that's earned our respect to talk with us on our panel.
Speak for other people.
And you haven't earned our respect, so try harder.
I don't care for your respect. I'm here to argumentation. Argumentation is truth-seeking conversation, right? So when I'm arguing, I'm seeking the truth, right? That's why I ask you questions back.
You're in bad faith. Everything you said has been in bad faith.
Okay, get descriptive and give me one example.
What was your response to the Buddhist monks in the non-aggression principle?
That I don't know their beliefs, but
yeah, so that's bad faith.
That's not
obviously
bad faith.
You know what monks are. Obviously, you know how that works.
No,
you challenged me on their locality.
No.
You challenged me on their locality, so you do know about them.
I know of them, but I don't research monks, right?
It's bad faith, dude. It's bad faith.
It's not. What would be bad faith is saying I know about them when I don't. I'm being honest and saying I don't know enough about them. Where's that bad faith by being honest?
Their locality, then.
I'm sorry?
Why are you challenging me on their locality?
On their locality? When did I challenge you on that?
You asked me about where these monks are. You asked me what it's.
I did not ask about that.
I specifically answered the question. I had to defend it as a local environment as opposed to a global environment.
Yeah, but that wasn't in reference to me saying where are they at. That was in reference to the fact that they want to ostracize themselves from their material goods, right? And then you said, oh, this could happen in the local, obviously not in the global. And so you're just misrepresenting the argument again.
No, hold on.
Play it back. Play it back like Robot, even though he never did.
But it's immaterial, right? And the fact that you're challenging me on this, you're saying you don't know about these monks.
It's immaterial. What do you mean by it's immaterial?
It's immaterial in that if you are able to challenge me on this, then you do know about these monks.
Yeah, I said I know vaguely of them, not enough about them to say why their ideology is fully flawed. So I asked Brobot to give an argument for them because he's the one who originally brought them up. So if anything, Brobot's being bad faith by bringing something up that he couldn't describe to me.
No, I kind of disagree with that. I really think you know about these monks.
Well, you're entitled to your opinions. That doesn't make them right.
No, well, that goes both ways, but and that's why you're bad faith.
I know. I made the statement, so I'm very aware. Do you have that clip yet, Brobot?
He won't find it, bro.
What's the name of that channel you were talking about?
Liquid Zulu.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Like ZULU?
Yeah, that's
Zulu tribe.
Striker. If that channel
I don't think it's related to the Zulu tribe. He said he got his name.
Yeah, if that channel gets you to put on Air Nikes and like look for a comet, let me know before you do anything.
Yeah, he talks like way smarter than any of you guys. I'd love you to just watch one video. He's a great guy.
What podcast do you listen to? Like, any recommendations?
This is
Funny
ridiculous.
Enough, I was gonna say,
wait, stop. Wait, I'm gonna boot you. I'm gonna fucking boot you. God,
he asked me a question. Why boot me? I'll stop talking about it. But why boot me? He asked me a question.
Because I don't fucking want you. I don't know, advertising other lives in my life.
Where did
I don't think it's a live. I think it's a
They both went away.
Oh my gosh.
You can bring him back up if you want.
I think it was liquid pee. If you know, it's you know what? Don't look into liquid pee. That's probably a bad site.
Yeah, it's probably a bad site. I don't know what that website is.
I mean, you guys are getting into like the weeds of this, but like the easiest argument is that like ANCAP can't be applied to complex systems. Like we have governmental systems that are barred by doing things through a complicated system of democracy and institutions and courts. And he's basically just saying that there's the government and it can take anything from you at any time, but it can't, right? We see how that works out every single day in our own experience. We've all experienced that the government does not do that in high trust democracies, right?
I mean,
He is assuming that he can take this childlike theory and apply it to a very complex system, and he can't. Because at the end of the day, that complex, that will always revert into, if you don't have any way to enforce contracts, given that you have a state that has some kind of power, you cannot.
You gotta stop.
Curious. Why do you think contracts are the central thing to libertarians? That doesn't even make sense.
Of course it does.
How can you say that it's? Hold on, HR. How can you say that it's a fallacy to say that the government can't simply take everything away from you without doing anything when we all sit here and talk about how they deport people with zero due process on a daily basis?
Yeah, and they face a challenge. They face challenges in court. They face challenges from the people.
What if they disregard that?
They faced being defunded by Congress, right? There are all sorts of ways to step in.
What if they disregard that?
But that's the thing.
Because you made the argument. Hold on, y'all are making the argument that in my privatized firm they would just disregard everything, right? Disregard courts, disregard the people's opinions. So what if the government did that? Apply the same conditions.
How does your court in your ANCAP system have any enforcement principles if it doesn't have a government? The only thing that a state should have monopoly on is violence. That is the only way.
Yes. And what if they get violent? Hold on, curious. What if they get violent? Then what? Now they have a monopoly.
The real question is. The real question is, if this administration is pushing the boundaries to a point where this is questionable, what are private companies going to do? It's going to be worse without a government system.
Well,
private companies are folding to these things.
Can I ask something so that y'all agree that competition is good? Do y'all think that this
competition is great? Competition is great. So why didn't you support Biden and Lena Khan, where they were trying to make sure that competition existed when they were trying to break up big companies? They were trying to enforce a system in which we had more competition. That's a step in the right direction.
This is such a non sequitur, right? Because I'm not either Republican or Democrat.
I might drop off soon. I'm not sure I can do Jay Patel on the panel. I'm gonna crash out.
I definitely cannot do Jay. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yo, they like you less than me. What did he do?
Dude, he's way worse than you are.
Y'all should have been nice to El Predictor. I'm just saying.
Well, you're kind of. I mean, that's what you're doing. If you volunteer,
what are we doing?
Logically going to be.
Hello, people.
Yeah,
how are you guys doing?
The point is that you can unvolunteer. This goes into argumentation to the epistemology, right?
Are you trying to find the clip? Have you found it yet, Brobot?
I found it. Gas prices. Is everybody enjoying the gas prices?
Oh my God, Jay, be quiet. We were talking about gas prices.
Wait, do you want to play it again? Do you want to play it again, Robot?
I've been play it again.
Yeah, I can play it again.
Give us warning.
If you volunteered to do it, you just volunteered to work for free. This entire argument is...
What if you volunteer to work for a penny an hour? What if you volunteer to work for food?
Well, you're kind of, I mean, that's what you're doing.
If you volunteer, that is logically going to be working for free.
Yeah, but you can unvolunteer. Hold on. The point is that you can unvolunteer. This goes into argumentation ethics. It's the epistemology, right? So it's the idea that if you can argue, then you're a moral agent, right? And if you have moral agency, then you should be your NAP should be respected. Your self-ownership, your property rights, it should all be respected.
I said epistemology there, but where did I say that was Mojo's epistemology, Brobot? That was your original claim.
Because Mojo was directly talking to you.
Yeah, and then I brought up epistemology, my epistemology.
No, you didn't say my. You didn't say my. You said.
Did I say your? Did I say Mojo's?
You said epistemology, assuming that I believe your epistemology.
I did not
because
assume
you
that.
think that it's truth.
No. You're saying
you did assume that because I don't. I don't believe your epistemology.
I'm telling you that I didn't assume that. Mojo. I'm telling you now that I didn't assume that.
You can't make the argument. You can't make the argument unless you assume that. You can't make the argument unless you assume that I also believe that.
I assume it's true. Yes, that's argument.
No, unless you assume No. You'd have to assume that I think it's true. Otherwise, the argument. Otherwise, the argument is irrelevant because I don't believe that.
Okay. So if I argue with a slave owner that they shouldn't have slaves, but they don't believe in that, is that argument therefore null?
It is. To that slave owner.
Yeah, they'll disregard it, but that doesn't mean that I'm forcing them to believe my ideology. When I'm arguing this against the slave owner, I don't believe that they agree with my argument. That doesn't make sense.
This goes back to my notion of the two-party thing where he thinks he's going to find a majority in his bullshit ideology that doesn't make any sense.
We get it, buddy. You're a Republican.
Yep.
What?
Trump.
That's funny. That's true. He says true. True that.
Look, we have such a complicated economy now, and there's so many aspects to it, especially with financialization, with the aspects that we have things like treasury bonds, with markets and equity markets versus bond markets, with the fact that we have global supply chains and all of these things. Like, you can't apply ANCAP to that. It just doesn't fucking work.
Yeah, you couldn't do it overnight. I agree. So it would take some time.
There's no logical path to implementing it even slowly.
Can I explain my logical path here?
Hold on.
Because you're saying there's no path. I'm saying there is.
You gotta stop interrupting. Child, you gotta stop interrupting.
Like, the thing is that to do that, like, all the land is pretty much already owned. All the companies are already owned. To do that, you would have to systematically break down the government, and then how would you have a force process in order to get people to get rid of the things?
That's not what I said. What I said is that it would have to become the popular ideology through public discourse. Right? Through things like this.
Yeah,
I'm not forcing anything.
How are you going to convince people what are you going to convince people of?
The anarcho-capitalist theory, right?
Yeah,
I'm going to prove that
what is the process? What is the actual process that you have to convince people of?
Public discourse.
6 people on panel. Anything.
I understand the idea of public discourse. I understand the idea of public discourse. Give me the steps. How do you change what we have now, the complexity that we have now, and start to actually implement it? Let's say you get everybody on board with the theory. Now, what's the practice?
Yes, ma'am. So let's say majority of the people are agreeing with my theory. Then they'd agree that taxation is theft, and therefore they wouldn't agree to pay their taxes. They'd also believe that publicly owned assets can't exist. They must all be privatized.
Again, what is step one?
And dragons.
What is step one? Once we stop paying taxes, then what? No more military. Okay. Now we have no national security. Now we have no intelligence community. Now we have no military. Now we're vulnerable. Now we have nobody looking at systems.
No. I specifically said
now we're vulnerable. See? Tell me, what is actually step one?
Yes, I specifically said that my second step would be that all public resources would have to be privatized. That was my second step.
Privatized to whom? How would we decide that? How do we allocate that?
No government.
That?
Whoever has the capacities to form that firm.
With what government that has no taxes and has no enforcement principle? You are basically
so you would be voluntary. So what happens here?
Because the thing that's going to actually end up happening is whoever has the most force and the most strength will take things from everybody else and enslave the rest. That's what would happen.
Like America?
Yeah, that's exactly what fucking happened here, isn't it?
Yeah, and how would we fix that, right? Through competition, through other firms holding them in place. Like you're saying, with courts holding them in place.
Okay, but how do the courts have power if there's no enforcement principle from the government?
Through their own private security firms.
So through private security, who decides that private security, and who gets to decide which private security can enforce what courts?
Well, it's not that they're enforcing courts because they all believe in a unified theory that's logically derived.
But nobody, like, the thing is as soon as resources get scarce, people aren't going to give a fuck about that anymore.
Yes, people can go. Hold on, ma'am. People can go haywire. That's not a critique of the government. That's a critique of the people.
So you
that's
just
not a
think
critique
that
of the
people,
system. That's a critique of the people.
Without a government system, without anybody actually going through the massive supply chains that are happening, as people are trying to reallocate resources, you don't think people are going to starve? You don't think people are going to need food? They're going to need energy. They're going to need fuel.
Well,
and while none of these things are fucking working, of course.
Well, here's. Can I ask you something? Are you charitable?
Does the government work for the people, or do the people work for the government?
Before Jim starts interrupting, let me respond to Curious, please. All right. So you're saying people would starve, people would go through this and this and this. Are you a charitable person, Curious?
Yeah, I believe in that kind of stuff.
I am too.
But,
I am very charitable.
But the
so I would believe that
the problem is that we
could donate to help these people.
You have groups of people roving around, being violent. Things the complete thing changes because that will happen.
Wait. My original point was that the popular belief would be ANCAP. So if the people are just going crazy haywire, getting violent, then the popular belief is no longer ANCAP.
You can't just say that. You have to tell me how the majority gets to ANCAP. Because nobody's fucking ANCAP. Because you guys are fucking dumb.
Discourse and convincing people of your ideology.
Okay, but you haven't convinced any of the 7 people on this panel, and Steve's on your side, and he's still not ANCAP.
Well, I've convinced at least 2 people.
So how are you going to convince? How are you going to convince people to basically? Like how are you gonna convince people that to like say to accept the fact that like now instead of having like some like it's our insurance is already a fucking pain in the ass kind of thing, right? Now it's like now you got to choose between like some low tier fucking in like a medical system and not only that but now your water is privatized. Everything is basically like
but you're also not getting robbed, right? Because here's what's happening, Eva. You're thinking that with the government it's free, but you're forced to pay taxes, right? This is not free. You're paying for it in
because
some
it benefits
way.
all of society. Everybody's putting into it because everybody needs the resources to live, right? We live in a society. You basically want to get rid of all the you want the benefits of living in a society. You just don't want to participate in it.
No. I'm saying that you'll have to pay for your benefits willingly. Right now, I'm not willingly paying for the military. I'm forced to, right? And I wouldn't willingly pay for this military because they're violent.
But again, like, how are you going to convince people? Like, and how would you actually like the problem that I'm seeing is
through being the logical conclusion.
It's not a logical conclusion, though. Explain
where I'm illogical.
Because like again, I said
any of us.
I have
I convinced the 2 people that y'all kicked.
You hardly haven't convinced them because El Predictor will come up here and agree with anyone who disagrees with the majority, right? He'll just come up here and agree with anything that is somebody else is saying if they're against Mojo.
Yes, ma'am. I don't know enough whether or not to say that's true or not, but if he said that he's gonna look into my ideology,
there's not a serious
look
person.
Into it, but the
then
thing
he's not a
is,
serious person.
Again, the problem is always going to be even if everyone agrees on what NCAP is, you still don't know how you're going to allocate those resources. Who gets what? But how does the land get allocated? How does the resources get allocated?
Well, here's how it works.
Who gets access to fuel? How do we continue supply chains?
You're asking me 5 questions. Curious. You're asking me 5 questions at a time. And then you don't even let me respond to one.
Hold on. I'm going to ask you one question.
That's bad faith. You want to talk about bad faith? And now Jim Star's going to interrupt me. That's bad faith.
You have convinced nobody on this panel of anything.
Yes, but I'm talking to Curious. You don't have to be bad faith and interrupt me. At least let me finish my conversation with Curious. Right?
She
asked, how would the resources get reallocated? I'm assuming she's referring to the publicly owned resources. It would probably be auctioned off, and then the value or the sum that people buy it for would get redistributed to the taxpayers. Because that's who paid for it originally, and that's who was paying to maintain it. So they should get their resources back.
So you're basically saying that the public would get access to these things, and then you would need to have some kind of central entity to help distribute those public things.
No, ma'am, that's not what I said at all.
Yeah, but like that's how. But I'm saying that's how.
When did I say there would be a
right?
central? Ma'am, when did I say there would be a central?
So then how? So you're literally saying that I would have to pay separately for fire, like me personally would have to pay separately for fire, for like firemen and for cops and for all these things. And if I got robbed, I would have to shop online for the cop to come over?
No, it'd probably be through insurance. It'd be like insurance firms, right?
Oh my God, that's
hold
even
on.
worse.
Jim, don't interrupt me, please. I was talking to Curious, right? So you're talking about, and I have to pay for all these things and this and that. You're already paying for them through your taxes.
Right.
You just,
But
hold on, I'm not done.
everybody is
I'm not,
paying.
please, I'm not done. You just don't get to choose what you pay for. In my system, you get to choose what you pay for. You get to choose how much money goes to what. In your system, you don't. So how is your system better?
Because everything is split over everybody, so that when you pay towards those things, everybody gets equal access to those things.
So I could pay more and get less.
That's
pay
really,
more.
really, yeah, but you wouldn't want to do that because we have the same,
I wouldn't want to do that. So I wouldn't do that in my system, but in your system, I'd be forced to.
Just listen. We already have this problem, and we're seeing it play out in healthcare right now because we got rid of the ACA. Because now less people are bought into it. Normal insurance, like my insurance from my private company, has gone up because the pool has gotten smaller.
But it's not an open market. Hold on. Right now, we don't, ma'am.
No. It is. It is an open market. It is an open market.
No, it's not. There's government restrictions. Ma'am. There's government restrictions on almost
there isn't.
every...
The ACA is no longer there. There is no more government restriction. The ACA has been repealed, and that's what made my health insurance go up. Because less people are pulled into it. So if people can just choose not to have fire insurance, then my fire insurance is going to go up so dramatically. And my service will probably also go down dramatically because there's not enough money. There's not enough pooling. It doesn't make any sense because of the complexity of our systems.
There's no government.
Hold on.
Nobody.
First of all, the ACA wasn't repealed. And second of all, prices for
Yes,
insurance went
it
up
was.
when
It was
ACA was
repealed.
passed to begin with.
No. The ACA was repealed. It's
Just
been
the
repealed.
individual mandate.
No.
Ma'am, do you think there's no restrictions on healthcare? Hold on.
The insurance part that's been repealed is that now insurance doesn't have to be 7.5% is no longer capped at 7.5% of your income, and insurance no longer can now deny you for having a pre-existing condition.
Can I ask something, Curious?
Since when?
Since January.
Yes. Can I ask something, Curious? So, wouldn't it be great if you don't like the system so you could opt out and choose another one?
No, I think what would be better is that we actually vote in people who see what people actually need, so we can use the systems in place to make them more efficient and make them better, so we can give people healthcare, so we can help people pay for food, so we stop paying as much towards the military.
So what you want to do? You want to pay for a charitable one, Curious? That's what you want to do. You want to choose a charitable one?
No, I don't. I want a functional government. I want a government that actually looks at the needs of the people and acts in accordance.
But it robs them. Curious,
with the markets.
It actively robs the people. How is it looking out for them?
All it has to do is tax the right people the right amount. We have to change the tax.
So rob the right people. Rob the right people that you're saying you protect. No, it's not robbing
them. They're already the private companies are the ones who are robbing you, dude, not the government.
So the government isn't robbing you when they're forcefully taking your taxes with threat of putting you in a cage. Hold on.
They're the ones robbing you.
Wait, let me finish this point. The government is taking your taxes with threat of putting you in a cage. How is that not a robbery?
No, you don't understand. People who own private industries and private companies are already stealing the labor.
Okay. Do you want to pay?
Let me finish.
I'm aware of this argument of surplus labor. I'm aware of surplus labor.
Right, and so the way to correct that is to tax.
We can go into that after this. We can go into that after this. I promise. Let me just make one last point. Do you want to fund the war in Iran?
Before you make a point.
I hate this guy.
Wait. Before you make a point. That's fine. You can hate him all you want. You don't have to talk to him. Before you make a point, taxes are not theft. You signed a contract agreeing to pay them.
But you can't opt out from this contract. It's forced upon you.
You can. You can opt out of the contract. You just quit your job.
You can opt out to
You just quit your job. You just quit your job.
Right, and then they take your house because they're forcing you to pay. They don't take your house on your property. They're forcing you to pay property tax.
Then you pay.
So they're stealing your house now. It's a threat of stealing your property. That's great.
Okay, so income taxes are not theft. You get that, right? Income taxes are not theft. You agree with that, right?
No, I don't agree with that.
You have to agree with that. You signed a contract.
I don't think I do.
You do.
How do I have to agree with that?
Because you signed a W-4 saying that you would pay all applicable taxes when you took that job.
No, he works in a mystical world where.
And
Hold on.
when you purchase that house,
Hold on,
you sign a
Mojo.
contract when you
Mojo,
purchase
you're
the
not
house.
allowed to get a job where you don't sign that contract, right? So it's
No.
forced upon you.
Yes, you are not allowed to get a job to where you don't sign that
Yeah, so it's
contract.
forced
That's the way.
upon you. Thank
Wait,
you.
exactly. So this is contract law. You are not allowed to get the benefits of a contract unless you actually sign the contract.
No. But you're not allowed
Yeah.
to get a job. Like you're not allowed to offer a job without the person having this contract either. You understand?
No,
that? So
because you sign the same thing when you set up articles of incorporation. You sign the same thing.
Contract.
You sign the same thing when you sign up to get articles of incorporation. You say the same thing, that you will pay your taxes and you will force your employees to pay, or you will have your employees sign the W-4s to pay their taxes too.
And can you choose
These are
to
all
not
things.
sign this?
You don't get to run a business again, just like any other contract.
so
you
you're
don't
forced
just
to
like
do this
any.
or
Just
else
shut
they
up,
wouldn't let
kid.
you
Shut
use
up,
your
kid.
property
Shut
if you
up,
want to
kid.
use it.
Shut up, kid. Just like any other contract, you do not get the benefit of a contract unless you sign the contract. And the benefit of this contract is that you can either own a business or run a business or work for a business.
So wouldn't you also have
Same
to
as
say
signing
that
a
if you're
contract on closing a house.
if you're going to say that you signed the 1099 or you signed the W-2 and thus agreed to taxation, which I would agree with, by the way, that it's impossible to underpay someone, or also impossible to quote unquote economically enslave them, as the term has been used in this day and age, because they willingly agreed to it when they signed that exact same 1099 or
This
W-2.
is pretty good. This is a good argument.
The thing is that you're still overlooking things like natural resources,
And
like
they
rivers,
pivoted.
things
They
like that.
completely
Like,
pivoted.
I'm saying there's just so many things that like complexity introduces, right? Because like let's say there's a river where you're building your thing and you're dumping chemicals in that, but there's another guy up the river who uses that river for water. How do you manage that? You have to
Well,
have
now you're causing because they're causing a conflict now. They're causing a conflict. over
yeah,
the
so you
cost
have
resource.
to have a central system that says, hey,
No. Why does it have to be central? Hold on. You're sneaking the word central in there. Why does it have to be central?
Literally everything is conflict. So what does the non-aggression principle have to do with it?
How is everything conflict?
Everything
you just
would
talked
end
about
up
the
being
fucking
a
river
conflict.
being
Everything
Yeah,
would
because they're
end up
polluting.
being a
They're
conflict.
excluding the other person from using the river.
So there's an aggressor and there's a defender, right?
Yeah, there would be a defender
So
if you wanted to defend that.
what is the non-aggression principle? That's your theory, right?
Yeah, all that theory is to
Hello.
determine who's right
This
and
is a
who's
mod speaking. Hold on a moment, please.
Hello.
So, hi. So I requested up for a very specific reason. And that reason is that even though you may sometimes know where a heuristic, for example, is going with a point, some people in the comments may not. And so interrupting her is not conducive to the listeners. So if you could please, have some, what do we call that? Like emotional discipline and hold your talking point until she finishes a sentence, that would be really lovely for everybody.
Yes, ma'am. I hope they reciprocate the same energy now that you made that statement. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, and while we are on a mod break, we are going to tap the screen, share the live, get other ops in here. We have 75 people in here, and Mojo's only have 36k likes. That is ridiculous. We've also got 69 sunshines to give him. So let's make Mojo really happy with 69 sunshines.
Yeah, follow the host. He's a pretty cool guy. I mean, he's let me speak
Also
this long.
give the panelists if you see fit, and also panelists, remember, please try not to over talk. Let's have some decorum here so that everybody can hear everything.
Yeah, follow the host. W host.
Yeah, I just think that there are multiple levels of complexity that you keep saying okay, well there doesn't need to be a central central guy governing those things. There would just be this conflict that now has to be resolved, but now your river is still contaminated, right? So
then it's not resolved.
No, but once somebody does it, it's really hard to decontaminate a river, isn't it? Right? You can't. It's almost an impossible thing to happen, right? The reason that we have EPA laws, the reason that we have federal laws to make sure that we dictate the way resources are used, is to prevent those things from happening in the first place.
Can I ask something here? Is people can still disregard those laws the same way they disregard the NAP, correct? So it's a critique of the person, not the system.
Right, but there are actual consequences that we already have tons of evidence that people will follow those things because there are actual consequences.
There's consequences in my system too, because they're causing a conflict. So they're the aggressors.
Again, you're not letting me finish. Right? Because we see that there are actual consequences to doing those things, and so we've created a system which has courts that are enforced by a central government, so that these things don't get out of whack. Right? That all of these businesses would require some kind of the rules of the game in order to do it. Like everything requires that. Everything has that.
Yes, ma'am. So
at the end of the day, there isn't actually consequences because you can't hold an entity responsible if that entity doesn't exist. So they just file bankruptcy and walk away.
I disagree in the notion that you guys fight against regulation, but if you think about it, every regulation that's been enforced is an aggression that's been acted upon that would violate the NAP, and that decision had to be made.
That is wrong. How is IP rights violating the NAP?
I'm not going to talk about IP rights, but I'll talk about pissing in your river.
No, but IP rights is a restriction on the market. How is that violating the NAP?
Well, it's a great point, Jim, though, because like generally when we talk about regulations are a response to something, right? So when we put a regulation in place, no one's just going in and being like, let's just throw this regulation in there. We react to these negative things happening so that negative things don't continue to occur. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
No? Jim, you'd agree? Oh, that's good to know.
I just don't see how you slowly implement this ANCAP thing, because like things are already owned, the systems are already too complex, and you just need a governing body to enforce contracts that exist. And the thing is that taxes pay for everything. They pay for your roads, they pay for the weather systems, they pay for things like NOAA and the NIH. Like all of these things are really, really important. And the fact is that most of the good things that we have gotten through like technology have come from places like NASA and the NIH, right? All of the biggest, like most important drugs that we've created, the most important processes and protocols for medicine have all been publicly funded through our taxes, things that everybody gets to benefit from. In your system, not everybody would get to benefit from those kinds of things anymore, because everyone would have to pay into that system somehow, one way or another, which would just increase prices to skyrocket prices in abnormal ways that you would deny access to it would deny access to so many people. It would not.
Ma'am, so again, I walked through how we could achieve this. I could do it again, but it would lower prices, right? The fact that
there are already privatized weather services that you can pay for, but there's also free ones that'll tell you when a tornado is coming to your area.
Exactly.
You can look
so
at
there's
local
not
radars.
an open market there, so those private.
It is an open market.
You really shouldn't use NOAA as an example of anything that does anything good.
Dude,
it's
NOAA
like
does
the most
so many good
used,
Oh my god.
It's like the most useless fucking weather organization.
What are you talking about?
Fucking useless.
The entire world uses NOAA.
I'm sorry.
The entire fucking world uses NOAA. I have to go too because it's like way past my bedtime. So I have to go.
Studying and predicting the weather is like half of my job. And
yeah,
it's useless.
Like, I don't understand, dude. Like, how do you not like NOAA? It literally studies the oceans. It literally, like, I mean, it's so fucking important. And, like, the entire world, the entire fucking world uses NOAA to make sure that they understand how things function, how the weather is going to be, making predictions about it. All of our, like, atlases, everything has basically come from NOAA and the National Weather Service that has all been publicly funded.
Man, can I make one last point? Before you drop down, you can respond to it. Get the last word. After that, I won't respond anymore.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So you're saying that these privatized security firms are in a sense free, and everybody would be able to achieve them. But I'll just expand again. They're not free. They're paid for the taxpayer, and you don't get to choose what it goes for, right? So it's inefficient. In the system, my system, right? You would get to choose what you pay for, and what you're describing is you'd want to choose a charitable health insurance that donates their services. Right, but the flaw is that now you want to force that upon others to also do that because you believe you're morally justified to take their property.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, there we have it.
be wrong.
Well, then, Civil, in your particular society, let's say that you have a family at this point, you're on your property, and your child is sick. The only medicine that will cure your child from a certain demise is just within a mile. It's your neighbor. They refuse to sell it to you. Do you go and take it, or do you let your child die?
I would not take it. No, I'll bite that bullet.
You would let your child die. Wow, that is the first.
I mean, yeah, the alternative would be completely disregarding property rights, and then I couldn't argue to defend my properties.
You think property rights? Okay, that's how you know this is a child. What are you, like 19?
21. You were pretty close.
Yeah, I'm sure I am, because your property rights are not more important than your child. Once you grow up a little bit and you learn about life, brother.
Yep. Play the classic ageism.
I mean,
The only
technically,
Ageism is not a thing. You just fucking have an underdeveloped brain, and that's science. That
Yep. Back to the ad hominem. That's a great
You would
argument.
literally let your own
that's not
flesh
an
and
ad
blood
hom.
die over this particular ideology. That's how we know it's just fictitious to you.
It's not fictitious to me.
I also thought that I knew everything when I was young. Everyone does.
Well,
man.
can I ask y'all the question? So you believe in a state? Would you be willing to let your child die to keep the state, or would you let him? I mean, would you be willing to keep your child alive if it meant you'd live in my system, or would you kill him to stay in your system?
I would murder everyone on the planet if it meant keeping my child alive.
Yeah, I would overthrow the fucking federal government for my flesh.
So
and
if
blood.
Hitler
I
did
don't
what he
think you
did to keep
understand
hold on. If Hitler did what he did to keep his child alive, is that based?
No, that's you don't engage with that. That's an impossibility.
Well,
That's
I
not
said
what
he would
happened.
kill. I said he would
No,
literally
that's not
kill
what
everybody.
happened, though. That
I
doesn't
said
matter.
it's a
'Cause
hypothetical. I know it's a hypothetical.
It's a horrible hypothetical. It's horrible because it never happened and it would never happen.
Do you understand what a hypothetical is? A hypothetical doesn't have to happen.
It has to
for me
be
propose it.
based in some sort of reality, or we can't engage
the
with
point
it.
is how far. The
It's
point
not
is how
based in
far are you
reality.
willing to go to justify your morality? That's the
Well,
point.
the fact is that H-Man was who he was.
Can I ask another question? Would you be willing to let every woman on
Okay,
Earth
I'll just
be
not
raped?
finish that one. Go ahead.
Yeah, would you be?
Don't engage with these extremes because they're not based in
I'm
reality.
good. But they gave me an extreme that isn't based in reality either.
No, they gave you an extreme that was based. They didn't even
So
give you
it's
an
based in
extreme. That
reality
was
that only one
absolutely
person
based
can
in
have
reality.
Hold on, ma'am.
Yeah,
You're saying it's based in
not an
reality.
extreme.
Hold on, Brobot.
It
You're saying
literally
that
happened, Civil. It
hold on, let me
literally
respond.
happens.
You're saying that it's based in reality that one person can have the only antidote in the world.
Yes.
But it's not based in reality that Hitler wanted to protect his child.
No, it's not. Anarcho-capitalism, that is based in
You
reality.
cannot
Wait,
be
hold
this
on, let me
serious.
finish because I didn't get to explain. In an anarcho-capitalist society, it is based in reality that only one person in the world could have an antidote to a vaccine.
And it can't be the case that Hitler. Hold on, it can't be the case that Hitler was doing everything.
What the fuck is an
Civil.
antidote to a vaccine?
Damn it, Steve. Hold on. So, Civil, let me just clean it up for you. Well, let's not say it's the only antidote in the world. You're on your property in Ancapistan. Your child steps on a rattlesnake, gets bit. The closest antidote is your neighbor, and he said he's not going to sell it to you just in case he steps on a rattlesnake.
I'd bite that bullet, yeah.
You would
Now, can
let your kid die.
Now let me
Like,
give you another
wow.
one that's based in reality as well. I'll clear it up for you too. Let's say you're paying taxes to your government, but if you keep paying taxes, you won't afford this antidote for your child. Will you keep paying taxes or will you save your child? That's based in reality.
I would stop paying taxes.
Yeah, you stop paying taxes.
Yeah.
So you
We
want
all
to
know
hold
that
on.
answer
Let
is
me
the
finish my
funny
point.
part.
You want to control where your taxes go when it benefits you, but when it doesn't benefit you, or when it's irrelevant to you, you don't care if people can control where their taxes go.
No,
You're
there's
full
a
of
difference
contradictions.
between. Hold on, let me address you because there's a difference between making difficult decisions that include life or death, especially for people who are your entire world based on your entire existence, your identity, and the difference between that and like we literally are just trying to create a society where everyone can be like fucking okay. The fact that we walk around watching people homeless on the street suffering from, whether it's a mind thing or abuse of rugs or whatever.
Can I ask something
The
else?
fact that we've become, I'm almost done. The fact that we can walk around and be dull to that, and no one thinks that we can spend $300 billion to fix Iran, but like we can't just put people food in their stomach and get them off the streets is crazy. Go ahead.
I agree. You want to choose where your taxes go. I completely agree.
I've only heard your argument a little bit, but it sounds like someone I've heard before, and you deciding where that's like if your neighbor's house was on fire and you hated your fucking neighbor. Like, do you think that you should be allowed to decide if your tax money that goes to the fire department puts out your neighbor's house's fire?
Yeah, you could choose to not pay the same one as him. That's how much you despise him, yeah.
Do you realize the complexity of how... No, hold on. The complexity of how you would do that is stupid. You realize
Can I give you a similar hypothetical? Do you think another state, like let's say China, who doesn't like America, right? Let's say America, all this homelessness, and China is like a utopia. Do you think that if they dislike America, that they should still be entitled to help them, or are they allowed to keep their resources?
I'm sorry, I do not understand what you said.
Let's just go back to your hypothetical. You said you don't want to pay that fire station. How many fire stations have to be built around you? Like everybody's just going to pay for an individual.
It depends.
Same thing with telephone wires, fucking internet wires.
Well, yeah, it's already being paid for by the people.
You're not going to have any infrastructure.
Well, Brobot, it's no, because hold on, this infrastructure is already being paid by the people who would be paying it privately. It's just also being paid by the people who wouldn't want to pay it. So they're being forced to pay this when they don't want to.
This is how, by the way, this is part of the reason, a little like history trope, this is part of the reason that Rome, quote unquote, burned one of the times that it did burn, is because they had a privatized firefighting system. And what would happen is landlords who wanted to raise the rent but didn't have the power to raise their rent, in whatever current city they were in at the time, would go and set fires to these houses, and the people who had the fire set to their house had no way of being able to pay the privatized system to put the fire out. And essentially this led to much of Rome burning down. Let me finish. No, you cannot. You've been absolutely so rude. I've listened to you the last hour interrupt every single person on this panel. Do not interrupt me. Thank you.
Right. So, can I respond?
No, you cannot, because I was not finished.
Okay, finish your statement. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I can't believe I have to talk to you like my literal children who are 2 and 3. So anyways, like I was saying, that was part of the reason that Rome burned down, one of the times that it did, because of this privatized firefighting system. Now you can talk.
Yeah, that's a critique of the security firm, whichever it was, who allowed these aggressions to go forth and didn't seek retribution, right? The people who caused the aggression should have retributed the people whose thing they burned down.
The whole system.
Honestly, what that story honestly proves is that fucking rent controls suck. That's what that story actually proves.
Pretty based. Rent control is mean.
Okay, so Ella had her hand up in the comments, and then after that, Stryker gets to go.
I'm going to take us back a little bit. Do we really think that all that NOAA provides is weather predictions? Because that made me very angry.
You got this one, Steve. I don't even know what NOAA is.
You don't? No. Obviously, there's more to it than that, but they really suck at that.
And just open up your weather app and look on it.
Yeah.
It should say NOAA somewhere.
Pretty much any and all weather apps are use data from NOAA, but not only that, they do so much for
the case at all.
They do so much for our environment, not only for our environment in terms of the eco-marine system, but also for our fisheries. They make sure that our fisheries stay profitable, and that is a 2.1 billion industry or something. It's something like that. I forget exactly, yearly, right? It's not a small thing. Not to mention that their data is what they get in terms of temperature of the ocean or hurricane data. It's shared globally. Without NOAA, we are pretty fucked.
Well, when it comes to weather predictions alone, which is all I was talking about, I've got 8 different data sources within Carrot, NOAA being one of the 8, in it being the least reliable of the 8 every single time.
How long?
But to say that Noah is a useless thing is crazy. I'm going to bet that there's at least 1 or 2 people in this chat listening, or maybe even on the panel, that love Elon Musk and SpaceX. And I am telling you, they need a certain type of weather prediction that only Noah provides.
Well, as far
because
as
Noah provides space weather as well.
I wasn't talking about anything other than weather forecasts, and Noah really, really, really sucks at it.
Can I want to add a fun little point. I think that Noah can exist with an ANCAP. I don't think it's impossible. All it is a charitable service. They're giving the service out for free.
Charity is a sign of a broken system. If your society's charity, then that means your society is not working properly.
Well, forced charity is a sign of a failing system.
That's not forced charity. That's literally living in a fucking society. You're in a society, so therefore you put into it because people in a society get the basic necessities because everybody pays into it.
What determines what a basic necessity is?
What do you need to
survive?
Keeping safe with hurricane predictions, I think, is a basic necessity, and that's what Noah does.
I see. Yeah. So how much of a
Ryan Hall's better at it, and he's just some random dude on YouTube that up and decided one day that he was going to be a meteorologist.
Wait, hold on. So does he have his own radar?
What's that?
Does he have his own radar?
He actually does have his own system. It's called WeatherWise.
His own system, like his own radar, everything like that, or does he pull that from somewhere?
Where he pulls the radar data points from, I'm not sure, but the way that the software shows it is his own system, and he uses his own system to show not only the raw data but all of the analyzed data as well in his system, and he's better at it than fucking Noah and the Weather Channel and AccuWeather are.
What is his name? What is his name again? Can you say it?
Ryan Hall.
I'm looking it up.
How many times he's right?
I know who he's talking about, but I'm looking up to see where he gets his weather data points from, because if I'm not mistaken, he gets them from Noah.
I mean, he might get the raw
it says
radar
yes.
data.
Ryan Hall relies on and directly incorporates foundational National Weather Service and NOAA data in his streams and his severe weather app, WeatherWise. So again, even without NOAA, he would be fucked.
So just the raw data, sure, I already granted that. But that's not even what's important, because without the software that he has engineered for himself to interpret the raw data and use it for prediction, that's the part he's better at. It doesn't do you that much good.
But NOAA are the ones who provide and have the data. So without the data, he wouldn't be able to make the prediction. So NOAA is not useless in any way, shape, or form.
Sure, they used it because it existed.
And you should be.
I'm gonna help you out real quick, Steve. Oh, sorry, Sammy. I'm gonna help you out real quick, Steve. NOAA consists of thousands of individuals that handle weather monitoring sensors. So this is from coast to coast, in the oceans and in the sky. It's not just weather balloons, but thousands of different stations. Without NOAA, there are no data inputs. So that makes the software and everything downstream of the data inputs completely useless.
Sure, because it was set up that way to begin with. But does that mean that there wouldn't be, with a profit motive? Are you saying that people would have never created the radar, that there would be no private radar stations for people to make money off of forecasting the weather? Like, would that not be a thing?
Arguably, yes. Because people don't understand the weather the way that people who are focused on the weather their entire fucking life do. And that's why when Elon Musk cut soundings, and I'm happy to describe what soundings are, everything that Ryan Hall uses is based off everything that NOAA provides.
Sure, but Again, that doesn't prove that the private sector wouldn't have replaced that if NOAA hadn't existed or
It 100% would, and you know why? Because yes, it does. Because you have to have an entire sweep across the entire nation. Everything from outside of our scope of the Pacific Ocean to outside the Atlantic. The weather, the temperatures of the water in the Pacific affect the jet streams. The temperatures in the Atlantic, the temperatures in the Gulf affect hurricane strength. And even in Elon coming in with Doge and cutting soundings, cutting the budget for NOAA to remove the ability to send weather balloons up and see what is happening, has caused so much fucking friction in the past year and a half, 2 years even. Our weather predictions are less accurate than they have been historically, and I would 100% point that towards Doge.
Well, I mean, the government's never been accurate at forecasting weather. That was my point.
Do you call the government how you want to call the government? I'm talking about weather. Weather is less accurate, and I can point to the reason why. Because the data I used to get, I don't get.
Wait, your local weather, your meteorologists, they're usually like 99% accurate. You are going off of the one time that they got maybe rain wrong or the amount of rain in a day as them being like incapable.
If they were 99% accurate, my job would be 500% easier than it is. They're like 20% accurate at best.
I would challenge you to prove that, even just for your local area.
100%.
Yeah, I don't think the argument is whether a private system would exist versus if NOAA wasn't created, right? Because it's obviously absolutely true. I'm not going to sit here and say that's not true because that's just disingenuous. It would obviously exist. At the scale that NOAA is, absolutely not. Also, it being freely available and accessible for everyone, being in rural areas where there is no profit motive to exist, right? Because there's not many people in rural areas, so there's really no reason for private corporations to set up, satellites in those areas or, whatever radar systems in those areas. And so it definitely would exist. A private system would exist. It would be smaller and probably not as reliable, especially in rural regions.
Except all the ag that relies on the weather is located in the rural in the rural areas, and they also happen to be the people with the money to pay for it.
We need to understand that weather doesn't depend just on the area. When we cut out, as Doge did, the area around New Mexico, Arizona, that west of the Rockies area, that's where they cut out most of the weather balloons. And the problem with that is that the reason we have a tornado alley is because that dry air pushing over the Rockies and the Gulf pushing up from the other side creates the instability to create tornado weather. So when we delete that fucking data, that's important. That's why we can't be as effective as we can be right now and honestly, we're doing a good job. But we should be able to do better. And it's because we deleted that fucking data for no fucking reason.
I would argue that we're doing a terrible job, but
I would like to give, it's sort of anecdotal, but I would like to give an example of how important NOAA data is and what they do in the background as an infrastructure type thing that you would not notice or know about in your day-to-day life. I have a friend who went missing in the mountains in 2018. She went missing on Vesper Peak. And search and rescue had to come in. And in talking to the search and rescue folks, I asked them how they know certain things or how they were able to predict certain things, and they explained to me that a lot of the data they use comes from NOAA because and correct me if someone understands this better, but I believe it's a combination of weather data but also satellite data. It's pretty complicated, but without NOAA, a lot of search and rescue people would not be able to really do their job.
I don't know of any data that doesn't come from NOAA.
Can I ask something about NOAA? Y'all said that it was a bunch of privatized people just providing their data through their private and technology.
You didn't say that. You are maybe the dumbest person I've ever talked to.
So it's not on, like, there's not a bunch of people that contribute the data.
Yeah, it's not privatized.
It actually is how it works, and that's exactly what Brobot said.
Not specifically that they're all privatized. There are a lot of government factions that are within NOAA, particularly the military. Most of our ocean sensing temperatures, and it's basically like a phone that's in the water. It's a hydrophone.
I see.
But it has a lot of different current directional sensors and all kinds of different stuff on it. This is all provided by the government. This is government funded.
But there is some privatized people. There are some privatized people that are willing to be charitable and provide this service with no return.
No, they utilize NOAA. They utilize
they do it
NOAA's
charitably.
database in order to.
Hold on. After the government
It's a cloud of local weather stations.
NOAA provides the data, the private companies give it to you. That's the thing. You can just
it's
go
the other way around.
You can go right to NOAA and get the fucking information.
Yeah, you can get raw data and a trash forecast.
Yeah, and that's the real fucking data. And privatized companies are like, all right,
99% of the world
hold on,
has
Steve,
no idea what.
Steve, this is important. Steve, I need, because of things you've said, this is important. NOAA provides the raw data. This is actually what's happening. Privatized companies take it and say, I'm going to make it dumb for the people who can't fucking extrapolate the data. And you are mad at those privatized companies and blaming NOAA.
No, I'm mad at NOAA's forecast for being ass.
Well,
did you not hear what I just said?
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Again, I got done telling you before, within Carrot, there's 8 data sets. Tomorrow IO, X Weather, Factor, the Weather Channel, AccuWeather, blah, 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 so on, and NOAA being one of them. NOAA does the same thing that they all do. NOAA just happens to suck way more at it.
It doesn't, because NOAA is what everybody bases their models off of. That's what the GFS is. That's what the Euro is based off of. That's what the fucking HRRR is based off of. It's not. It's just data points. And how you extrapolate them.
About.
Hold on. You're fucking not listening to me. You're not listening to me at all.
Matters.
What you're
explaining doesn't matter.
No. What I'm explaining is telling you you're fucking dumb. Listen. It's just data points. NOAA provides data points.
Yeah,
everything else is what gives you.
Yeah, they also provide the same extrapolation that everyone else does. They just suck more at it, which is why everyone else needed to feel the void.
NOAA provides no extrapolation.
Yes, they do. You can go straight to them and get the forecast.
No, you cannot. NOAA provides the data points, and each different model. Which model are you going to show me? Are you going to show me the HRR? You can show me the GFS. You can show me the Euro. They're using NOAA data points,
but can show you a forecast
nothing that NOAA.
You're just wrong. I can show you a forecast that has been extrapolated by NOAA themselves in the same way.
From who? From who? You
from
said
them,
extrapolated.
Directly from
you said
them.
Extrapolated.
Yes, from them.
So they're using NOAA's data points to extrapolate it.
Yeah, NOAA themselves extrapolated. At what point are you?
No,
what are you not understanding?
Where's the NOAA forecast?
It's the National Weather Service, Jim.
You can go into
the National Weather Service website.
Sure. You get the NWS fucking storm prediction and such, and so on and so forth.
You can get the.
But the models are built off of that data.
Oh
and so
God,
you can choose a
you
model.
Just don't fucking get it. Yeah, you can choose a model, but what I'm telling you is, like, if you look at the info in the from the Weather Channel or from AccuWeather or from Tomorrow XO or from fucking Factor or the 7,000 other ones that you want to pick from, you can also get the same thing directly from NOAA. It just sucks a lot more.
But in which model? If you get it from NOAA, you're getting it in a model.
Matter.
Well, the
No,
model
you're
doesn't matter
not.
if you're getting the
GFS.
data from the source of NOAA, then you're still getting that data from the fucking source. What are you talking
none of
about?
you understand.
Because it's how you extrapolate it.
It is how you extrapolate it, right? And that's what I'm saying. It's which model are you trusting?
How do you use vertical integrated liquid to figure out snowfall?
That's going to show you hail, mostly.
Yeah, but how do you use it to figure out snowfall? through a ratio, right? And that ratio is based on temperature and air density and moisture in the atmosphere at that time.
Yeah, but you're not going to use a visual model to do that.
If Jim wasn't having so much fun, I would be really super bored right now.
Yeah, you are.
I'm sorry.
Are absolutely using a visual model to do that, and then
Mojo,
you use a ratio.
The same thing.
I just realized this is dumb.
Jim,
No, you're like hardly ever up here, and you're all involved, man.
I will be up here for better things than arguing hail on the fucking vertically integrated fluid.
But
okay, but
no.
The
so
reason
you use a ratio, and you have to come up with a ratio.
He's still going up. He's still going up. Do you not understand?
Three different
Steve,
sources.
Steve, chill. Steve. Steve's freaking out. You guys are... Huh?
See, now we chased off Jim. The reason why I came up to argue this is not to argue the weather specifically. It was to argue the importance of something like NOAA. It does far more than your local weather prediction, Steve. And for you to say that it is useless is a selfish statement, because you know that it does. Let me finish, please. You said yourself that it does far more than that, but you said, to use NOAA as an example is stupid because it is a useless organization. And that, to me,
it was a useless organization. I said they suck.
Yes, you did. That was the exact word. The word useless was the exact reason why I requested up and decided to come yell at you.
You did. You moved the goalpost.
So
in terms of private organizations, the Air Force's 557th Weather Wing, I mean, I damn sure don't want those fighter jets and shit that are sampling the atmosphere to be in any fucking private hands. I mean, that's just me. I don't know about you, but that's just me.
Yeah, like the case in point, to get the fucking starting shit with Ukraine, right? Basically, Elon Musk showed that he can change the tide of war with just a flip of a switch. Just saying that, shut off the satellites and shit to basically give Russia the advantage. That's literally what he fucking did.
Yeah, and in terms of the whole ANCAP discussion, I don't believe that's something that stretches as far and that is such a huge infrastructure, such as NOAA, would be able to exist in a very efficient way in your system. Period.
There's like the vast majority. Don't hold on. The vast majority of things couldn't exist.
Me? I was responding to Ella.
Because I'm the host and I haven't spoken, and I'm going to fucking speak. The vast majority of things that exist in the world today would not exist without a government. And Robot brought this up earlier. Power lines. If you privatize power companies, you can't force them to use the same power lines. That means there's going to be 20 different sets of power lines running in any fucking neighborhood and anywhere in the country, so 20 different people can have 20 different organizations running their fucking power. This is simply inefficient and ridiculous and stupid. Obviously, that's not going to work, and it's not going to work for internet. It's not going to work. It's not going to work for internet. It's not going to work for roads. It's not going to work for schools. It's not going to work for any of that shit.
Yeah, it would. It would be the same that it is now. They would be incentivized to use the same.
Privatized.
Yeah, it would be incentivized to use the same property with different services.
Incentivized by who?
By the restrictions of property. I mean, having 20 landlines.
The restrictions of property. The restrictions of property. You run them in parallel to each other.
It's a waste of property to build one next to another. Hold on.
I understand it's a waste of fucking property, but you can't force a company. You can't. Hey, you can't force a company to give use of their power lines. You can't do that.
Yeah, you would incentivize it by paying for it.
Who's paying for it?
The other service providers, right? There's multiple service providers who use power lines already.
And right now, cell phone towers work.
Well, then you have one company that controls all the rest of the companies.
One company builds the tower, and then
you have one company controlling all of the rest of the companies.
No, you don't, because they all build towers.
I'm not talking about cell phones. I'm not talking about cell phones.
It's the same way with
No, it's not the same thing. If it were the same thing, you would be. If it were the same thing, you would be talking about electric companies.
Mojo, can I just say it wouldn't be one controlling the other, because they'd have a contractual agreement here. It would be title transfer. Yeah,
and one company owns those fucking lines, and the rest of them have to fucking lease those lines from that one company, and that one company controls whether any of those other companies exist. And if that one company doesn't want to allow another company to exist, they don't have to.
And then they face the competition. Hold on.
There's no competition. I'm telling you, they don't have to.
Hold on, Mojo. You yourself agree that these other companies could build other power lines. So then they face the competition.
Then you have then you have 20 different fucking sets of power. Then you have 20 different sets. Then you have 20 different sets of power lines running into a fucking neighborhood.
Then they'd face the competition of another. Hold on, Mojo. Then they'd face the competition of another company building this power line and renting it to service.
That's what I just said. That's what I just said. Don't, JD. JD. Stop.
Are you gonna be an asshole to me again? I just came up here.
Are you serious right now? Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious.
Okay.
JD, Mojo was in the middle of something. Just
Saw
let
that
it go.
coming. So, anyways, back to Mojo and Civil. Steve, I will clear it up for you in a moment.
Right. So yeah, if let's say there's this one service provider, they build their power lines and they don't want to provide the service of to let the other servicers use it. What would happen is another servicer would then be incentivized to build their own power lines to provide their service, and then they'd also be incentivized through other companies paying them to let them use this service. And I mean, then the market would just settle.
You're not taking into consideration the like public aspect of it. Like the public doesn't want 20 wires hanging from the fucking lines. Like
exactly. So here's what would happen with the public.
For this stuff.
Here's what would happen with the public. They would want to choose, because you're saying they wouldn't want these 20 power lines, so they would want to choose the servicer that is willing to provide their power lines to other servicers, so that these other servicers don't have to build 20 more power lines. I agree.
But if one company comes in and doesn't allow anybody else to lease their power lines, you're saying somebody else is going to come in and run power lines. And if that second company doesn't allow somebody else to use their power lines or charges an exorbitant amount to use their power lines, then either prices go up or nobody uses the product, and then you end up with 20. Then you end up. Don't tell me to hold on. Don't fucking do that. Don't ever fucking do that again. Because I'll just fucking boot. I'm just gonna fucking boot you next time.
Been nothing but respect.
Because you were not respectful at all. You were not respectful to anybody on this panel. You were not letting anybody finish this.
I think I've been most respectful.
I think you're an idiot.
Yeah, okay, you're entitled.
You obviously, you obviously don't understand what respectful means.
Okay, you're entitled to that opinion as well. I mean,
well, thank you, sir, for allowing me to be entitled to my opinion.
I'm not allowing you.
What a dipshit statement.
Well, it's just a fact of the matter. No one's allowing you to do anything, buddy.
We're way past the debate bro bullshit on this panel, dude. So, like,
what debate bro shit am I doing? What am I genuinely doing that's disrespectful?
Okay.
Interrupting like you've done it the whole time.
I don't even care if I
Now that he's gone, I will clear it up for Steve.
Stupidest argument ever.
So, Steve, what you were missing there between that particular conversation was talking about the same infrastructure in two different societies. So when he's talking about Ancapistan, like you own your property. So if you don't like somebody specific, like XYZ paving company, so you go and get a different company to build your driveway, but XYZ paving company is the one that owns the fucking road next to your property. They're just going to tell you, no, you can't connect to ours. So then you go into this fucking loop of having all these different infrastructures and pavements and telephone wires and electric plans and all this other crap, all connecting to your house all at the same time. Like, you can't even farm, dude. All of it will just be a paved paradise because this company won't connect to that company, and this road isn't going to connect to that road because they're two separate companies. That's what the fuck we're talking about. And Capistan that just left, his entire notion was that, oh no, they'll work together. He just said they wouldn't. If you don't want to pay for it, you don't have to. So they're not going to work with you at all.
Well, I mean, I'm not an NCAP, so I'm not going to make an argument for it. But I mean, we do have historical proof now that
I'm not going to make an argument in there, and then he makes an argument. What the fuck?
I'm not making an argument for that, but we do have historical proof that typically they do work together. But it doesn't have to be fucking Ancapistan for that to take place. It takes place now in the system that we live in.
Well, then it does. There's no guarantee it would work in Ancapistan.
I mean, no, not necessarily. But if it works now, I don't know why it wouldn't.
Because you were setting up a system where the person with the most power wins, the most might wins, and so a company's always going to want to cut out their competition, and you're going to allow them to do that because you don't have antitrust laws.
And right now, we just allow them to regulate against each other in federal government and use the government.
I'm sorry, the federal government regulates. Companies don't regulate.
Yeah, lobbyists write law.
Lobbyists write law. The legislators pass law. Legislators get the subject matter experts to write the law, and then they decide whether they want to pass it or not. Legislators pass law.
So the lobbyists that work for corporations are the ones literally writing the
This
law.
is there are yes, of course. That's what a lobbyist is. They're a subject matter expert. We absolutely need those people because most people that are in Congress don't know everything. So you want people that know what they're talking about to write the fucking legislation.
But who are the lobbyists endowed to? Are they endowed to you as the voter, or are they endowed to whoever signs
They're
the
not.
paycheck?
They're endowed to whoever writes their paycheck for writing a law that works for all companies.
It's not
Because if it works for one company, it works for all companies. And then the legislators can change that any way they see fit.
Do you think that pro EV legislation?
I think legislators can. I think legislators can change that any way they see fit. That's what I think.
I mean, I guess I wouldn't agree with that, but you still acknowledge that you have lobbyists actively competing against each other to regulate each other out of their market share.
Lobbyists have a job. Their job is to write legislation. Their job is to be a subject matter expert and to submit that legislation for approval by Congress, the people that we elect. That's their job.
Their job is to write legislation that protects the company that they work for.
No, they have to write. They have to write something that will pass. They have to write something that will pass.
Sure, I don't disagree with that, but they also have to write something that helps their company that they work for because they're bound by fiduciary responsibility too.
No, they're not. They're an employee.
They are too.
No, they're not. They're an employee.
Are you saying that employees that work for a corporation, their goal is to not make more money for that corporation?
No, but they're not bound to a fiduciary responsibility. They're just bound to do their job.
Not in the technical sense. Correct, but that is their job.
You don't get to technicality your way out of that fucking stupid statement.
I mean, I guess if you want to say that the shareholders don't have any recourse against it and they're not bound against fiduciary responsibility, sure. But their
shareholders can't fire somebody.
I understand that. That's why I just said what I said. But
you're saying
is to
nothing.
Still make more money for the company, is it not?
No. Their job is to do their job. They don't give a shit whether it makes money or not.
That was a nonsensical statement. You said their job is to do their
job. It's a tautology.
Their job is.
Yes, they don't care if they make money or not. Making money is no relevance to the job that they do.
It absolutely is. Otherwise,
no, it's
the corporation
not.
Wouldn't fucking employ them. Why would they employ them?
Their job is to get a piece of legislation passed, which means they have to write it good enough to where it actually passed through Congress.
They work for. That is favorable.
It doesn't even have to be favorable to any company in particular. It just has to get passed in order to allow the company to move on the way it does.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me that
and a lot of by the way, a lot of lobbyists work for their own firms. They have their own firms.
A lot of them also work for corporate America.
I don't know that that's true. Corporate America generally just hires a lobbying company to write the legislation for them.
Like, would lobbyists for the automotive industry not be lobbying to keep BYD out of the country?
No. So
yes, they
mostly
would. It's good for their market share.
What you're talking about there, like automotives, even John Deere from your picture, your background there, they hire lawyers, and the lawyers go lobby Congress.
Sure,
like that's it. They have their own law firms and stuff.
That would be a lobbyist.
Yeah, they have their own law firms and stuff. They're not specific to corporate John Deere. John Deere just hires them to go lobby.
Sure, but they're still lobbying on the part of John Deere for John Deere's interest. not for your interest and not for my interest, for John Deere's.
Well, specifically, that could be my interest or your interest. It depends on what they're lobbying, and they don't lobby like everything John Deere wants. They have a specific task that they're going to Washington for. They aren't going there to pass the big, beautiful John Deere bill. Like, that's not what any of them do.
No, but wouldn't you say that an automotive company would hire lawyers, thus lobbyists, to go to Washington to fight pro-EV legislation? Because EVs would be taking part of their market share if they don't make EVs, right? But that's not necessarily good for you or me as the consumer.
Yeah, this
That's
is
how we kept
undeniable.
BYD.
I don't know why.
That's how we
think
kept
you're
the
having
BYD
the
out of the country.
I think the issue is not necessarily the lobbying, it's the money in politics, right? It's what these corporations can buy. They have access to professional lobbyists who are very good at their job, or grassroots may not have access to that, right? And so the issue isn't necessarily the lobbying. The lobbying is good, and I largely agree with this ideology, actually. The issue is the money in the politics that these corporations bring. You're just mad at the wrong thing.
I'm not mad at the wrong thing at all. The lobbyists literally work for the corporations. That's who signs their paycheck. They're doing their job. They're not doing anything wrong.
And so when there's green lobbyists, like for me, I would be on with someone who was, let's say, I don't know, a lobbyist for lower emissions, right? Like I would support that. I would want a good lobbyist. I would want to ensure that we have a good lobbyist. But unfortunately, the only way to ensure that is if I have money to pay for a good lobbyist. That's where the real issue is, right? Just like in a court of law. Hold on, let me finish. Just like in a court of law, where if I go to court, I have access to a lawyer just like everybody else does, right? But if I don't have money to buy a really good lawyer, I'm probably going to go to fucking jail. The same thing.
I mean, sure, but that has nothing to do with money in politics. That money is to lobbyists. Lobbyists aren't technically in politics. So I don't know what your point is here. And I also don't know what your delineation is in money in politics. Are you talking about Citizens United and campaign donations? Or are you talking
there's campaign
about
donations, super PACs, political advertising. I mean, I could large campaign contributions to a specific, thing that somebody is also lobbying for.
I would have the same problem. I think one of us has bars here. Because I got a lag or something. I'm not trying to interrupt you.
It could be the stream, because I've been thinking it was me for a while, too.
I start talking when I hear nothing.
I hear everybody just
sentence.
I hear everybody just fine. I heard both sides of that, so it's not the stream.
Oh, then it is you, Steve. Get out of the cornfield. Okay. Come back to the house.
I'm actually at the house. I have Wi-Fi. I don't know what's going on, but I guess. I would have the same problem with money in politics as far as like Citizens United and as far as super PACs and everything that you do, but I would also acknowledge that is pennies compared to the stock price manipulation and verging on racketeering that goes on Congressional Hill.
Oh, well, then I'm going to shake it up for both of you because I believe Citizens United is a good thing. It protects my ability to get with a whole bunch of other people and donate money to candidates that I like Bernie Sanders.
Well, yeah, small dollar donations are fine, but large corporate donations, there should be significant cap on what. I mean, there should be no money in politics other than what is small dollar donations for individuals.
This is why I've been advocating recently for an institution that acts as a middle ground so that they can do sort of like a peer-reviewed research of each thing, actually work as a development agency to help them like make their stuff better, and we could fund this through the government. And then they give them sort of grade on like different areas they might be in, whether it be environment, etc. And then when they go to Congress, the public can be informed, everyone in Congress can be informed, and that way they can, I don't know, I think that would lead to better outcomes if we did a bit of a scientific sort of peer-reviewed study on some of these things. I think that would be beneficial. I think it'd be worth the money.
That's very Andrew Yang-esque, and I love it. But, I mean, more specifically, to B's point, there is a cap on individual donations. So when I get together with a whole bunch of friends, it's because I mean to donate more money than my individual cap to candidates that I like.
Sure, and then APAC just cancels out everything you do, but sure.
Well, I mean, sure, but APAC donates to righties, so I'm not really worried about them.
They donate like 50% to both. I think it's like
sure,
50,
they claim that, but
righties.
They claim that, but most Democrats actually prove through their own tax statements and for the campaigns that they don't accept APAC money. So it doesn't matter what APAC says. They could say they donate 100% to Democrats. It's just we can't find anybody that's accepting it.
Well, it's not them saying it, it's Pew saying it.
Well, Pew is just illustrating the data. What you're saying when they say they donate 50% to both, it's so they can appear to be nonpartisan, but that's just data that is given from APAC to the Pew Research.
Potentially. I'd have to double check on that.
Exactly, because if you wanted to confirm it, you would just need to know the candidates that accepted the money. And we typically can't find Democrats particularly that have accepted APAC money.
Or they just hide the fact that they do.
I'm sorry, that's bullshit. We can't find them.
Who do you think?
I think Ro Khanna is one of.
Well, Ro Khanna is also the second highest money maker on the stock market too. So
Pritzker sure as hell does. His family donated most of the money to APAC.
Is Pritzker a Democrat? Really?
Yeah.
Like, is he actually like a liberal Democrat?
Yeah.
Well, Blossom likes him. Well, sort of.
Well, that's what makes me think that he's probably like got some conservative leanings. He's just running on the Democratic ticket.
Nah, not at all.
I mean, at the end of the day, just eliminate money from politics, and that takes care
Yeah,
of
you
that.
can't do that.
Unfortunately, not in this country.
I don't see how you actually can do that. I think you could change the system and make it better than it is, but I don't see how you eliminate it.
Well, you just make elections publicly owned and run, and everybody gets.
And then how do you stop people from running commercials?
Yeah.
Then how do you stop
You don't
people
allow
from
it to-
running
You make it illegal you make it illegal.
Well, how do you make it illegal for somebody to run a commercial?
Find them. If their
We have
commercial
to-
is related to them running for a political office, and
You
that's
don't have to-
inherently has to do with the
You
government.
don't have to. You don't have to relate your commercial to a political office. You can relate it to transgenderism.
Then you could just allow them to run commercials, but it can only be funded by the American tax dollar, and they only get to run a certain
Wait,
amount of
so
commercials a year.
nobody
Other than that, they don't get run
nobody gets to run commercials? I'm pretty sure
I
that's
think
not going to
commercials
work
are
for the
kind of
First Amendment.
pointless.
Well, we
think
have a
it's just
First
kind of
Amendment.
pointless.
We have a First Amendment.
Yeah, but I think that those in office should be held to a higher standard than.
Wait, these aren't people that are in office. These aren't people that are in office. Well, and these aren't people that are in office anyway. Elon Musk was not in office. He was not running for office. He spent $300 million on fucking campaign ads.
Yeah, he shouldn't be allowed to do.
You can't stop him.
Right.
I think you should be able. I believe that money in politics is a relatively new concept. Am I wrong?
No,
I win that.
You are wrong.
If you tried to stop any independent person from running campaign ads, you're going to get First Amendment claims rained down on you until you unalive.
When did America state that corporations were people? Was that 2010?
That's Citizens United.
2008.
Citizens United.
And
I mean, it's a
I
relatively
went and
new
looked up.
concept.
But
I
that's
went and
different.
looked
That
up
has
JB
nothing to do
Pritzker.
with them running.
I went and looked up J.B. Pritzker, and he has been hotly debated as a candidate because of past APAC donations. He stopped accepting them some time ago, several years, in fact.
Well, his family is where most of the APAC money comes from, so...
Are you saying Pritzker is a Jew?
What's that? Yes.
Are you-
Well, his family certainly is.
Wow. Wow.
He comes from
Wait.
all the hotel money, just like Trump.
Wait, is Trump a Jew too now?
No.
What the fuck? I don't get why you would say any of that shit.
That's just where his family comes. That's just the family he's part of.
You got me all.
They're hotel tycoons.
Yeah, you got me all confused here.
My only point was Pritzker's family is in the same business as the Trump family.
Yep. So a Democrat who was once an AIPAC donor, Pritzker called the $70 million in outside spending interference and said AIPAC in particular had lost its way as a truly bipartisan group. It became an organization that was supporting Donald Trump and people who follow Donald Trump, Pritzker told the Associated Press. So, yeah, he definitely isn't accepting that money.
He can claim that. Sure.
What the fuck? Man, you have more conspiracy theories than fucking ancient aliens.
It's not even really a conspiracy theory.
It really is. It really is.
It doesn't even really matter. Like, his family is... That's like saying Miriam Adelson doesn't have any contributions to
Adelson.
Like, obviously... yeah, my bad. I misspoke there. Obviously, we know that's false. It's the same thing.
I don't know that anything's false. I don't fucking know what the hell you're talking about. You're just like saying random things and saying probably. I'm just asking questions.
There's no probably about it. I'm just saying where the money in AIPAC comes from.
Yeah, prove it then. If there's no probably about it, it should be easy to prove.
You just pull up their campaign finance results, which I'm telling you right now, he's saying he's not accepting AIPAC money. I would not want to be on that end of a fucking lie. That could be so blatant that people could just pull your campaign finance records.
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
He can say that he doesn't accept AIPAC money. That's fine. All the rest of his family is contributing to AIPAC money. That was the point. I don't really care if he takes any or not.
Okay, you're gonna have to prove any of that shit too.
This is like Midwestern TikTok Tony, like these like platitudes and generalizations. Just not gonna get us anywhere.
I mean, the reason I brought up Citizens United specifically is because that is the actual turning point in which you can no longer draw from these voluntary private donations, but you could now draw directly from corporate treasuries. Right, and so this was a huge turning point in American politics. And
There's
I think
still
it
a
is
limit.
one worth noting.
There's still a limit on campaign contributions for an organization as well.
I mean, yeah, but the limit has obviously now been raised to.
It's like $100,000. It's like $100,000.
How much do you get when 100 people volunteer $100,000?
$1 million? How do you get to $1 billion from there?
I mean, but this is
you multiply
this is the point that I'm trying to make is that it was an absolute turning point. I can't believe this is even contested on this panel.
It is absolutely contested. I will fight you tooth and nail about it.
Wait, what is it that's contested?
Citizens United being bad and money in politics being bad.
Oh, well, Citizens United is bad, but
no, it's not.
The law, well, we can agree or disagree that the law is perfect or imperfect. I would say that the law is imperfect and has room for improvement. Would you agree?
Nobody ever postulated it was
okay.
perfect.
No. I'm asking Mojo.
Yeah, I'll agree that every law has room. Every law has room for improvement. This one included.
Yeah, I think that's really the crux of what we're talking about, right? Because we just don't want dark money in politics. We're all for transparency. If you want to get together with your friends and have an agenda and contribute money to it, great. We really want transparency so we know that the multi-billionaires, the elite class, aren't just trying to steal elections. So we need to change the law so that we are more specific on that.
Was.
Lobbying
That's
is
exactly
fine.
what
Let's just be
Citizens
more
United
specific.
was.
Exactly. Citizens United helped the dark money come into politics more.
We can get into the weeds on debating Citizens United if we want to, but at the end of the day, the Citizens United and the campaign contributions and everything are fucking pennies compared to what comes from Capitol Hill's investment in Wall Street and stock price manipulation. Pennies. That's where you need to look.
Well, I don't know if it's pennies. I mean, that's
well,
what we're
you want to pull out that cork board and show us your red pegs?
I mean, yeah, the money that's being stolen in like Wall Street, that money is circulating somewhere, and I'd be willing to bet a lot of that is going through these systems, these circuits of these, this powerful company, this powerful entity, and these people are now advocating for X, Y, and Z. Like, that's the same money in my mind.
The same thing's happening from the fucking White House. Like right now as we speak. Stock price manipulation straight out of the White House is happening as we speak, and everybody's just looking the other way.
Yeah, that's terrible. I agree. That's fucked up. That's fucked shit.
Inflate the money supply, make a shit pile of money on Wall Street, and the non-asset owning class suffers while they all look the other way. That's the MO.
You're gonna have to prove that for me then.
What is there to prove? Look at the fucking dollars. Follow the money. Look at the dollars that the fucking Trump family has made while in office, off of all of the grifts, off of all of the investments. It's all fucking trash.
Yeah, we're at what, 4.2
Well, yeah, they're doing
inflation,
insider trading, but that's not specific to the actual money supply or why we have to print more dollars.
Well, no, but I mean, we've been doing that since fucking 1971. The asset owning class has been taking advantage of inflation. Like, that's just a fucking fact.
Yeah,
why do you think none of them argue against it?
Yeah, if we had to print more dollars in order to fund a war, for example, then that would be the working class getting screwed because they're paying taxes to that.
I mean, imagine how easy it is to be an investment banker and claim that you made your clients 15% on their money in a time where we had 5% monetary expansion. You actually only made them 10%, which is 1% lower than the S&P. You sat there with your thumbs in your ass and did nothing and claimed you made people a bunch of money.
Wow. I mean, it just sounds like you're upset that you're not part of the aristocracy. That's about it.
I mean, I would be more upset that the aristocracy exists at all.
Oh, based. I was literally about to say that. Nice one, Steve. I'm with Steve on this one. I don't know. I guess if you guys want to do like a...
Well, then just tax the billionaires. So fucking easy.
I would agree with that, too. That's it.
I mean, that's a fine start, but it doesn't solve the entire problem.
It actually does.
Most of it,
when you remove that liquidity that they are just fucking sitting on, and gaining more money through interest in the banking system, it solves all your fucking problems.
Until in the next 4 years, when billionaires throw a hissy fit and decide not to hire people and fire people and blame it on the excess taxes, and then they use super PACs to buy another election. In the next 4 years, you have to deal with that problem again of them completely undoing all of that legislation, much like Donald Trump did in 2017.
It's crazy that you say by-elections.
That was the wildest libertarian jump you've ever done, B. But I like it, I guess.
It's not all that far off from what actually happens. It
just earned you a follow.
It feels like every 4 to 8 years.
You better be careful. She's a Marxist.
So don't follow.
You probably don't.
That's the case.
That's even better. He just willingly followed a communist. It's a great night.
If that's the case,
I'm a big fan of Boo.
She's not very good at being a communist, then, if that's the case. Just saying. That's not an insult, by the way. That's a pat on the back.
No, that's an insult to me. And I think that's where
my favorite communist.
Thank you.
Wait, what happened to me? I don't like that. That's not very nice.
You're not a communist. You're a pragmatic Marxist.
That's an oxymoron.
That is true. You're a pragmatic Marxist. You're not a communist.
That's an oxymoron.
What?
No, an
You think
oxymoron is.
You think Marxists can't be pragmatic? Are you serious?
Yeah, I think it's pretty much impossible to have a pragmatic revolution.
The oxymoron is believing that you can have unbridled freedom and no government control.
They're ignoring
That would be the oxymoron.
That would be why I'm a minarchist, because Ancapistan is an oxymoron. Thank you.
JD, what were you trying to say?
If that's the case, and that is the end result in which you get the billionaires that are very upset, so they try to offset any type of cost or any type of blame onto the consumer, you could take the Mamdani approach to this, which is the soft power approach of putting in place specifically the pied-à-terre tax, which essentially is probably the most effective from even a capitalist standpoint, where you say that, okay, you guys... Listen, you guys have a whole bunch of secondary residences and tertiary residences. You know that you live in fucking Houston, Texas, and you have this residence here in New York. We're going to go ahead and take a little bit money out of that specifically, but everything else we're fine with, okay? You don't have to pay any corporate tax. You don't have to blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera.
So you just want to tax vacation properties?
Sure, that's how they generate most of their wealth.
I mean, it's really not. I mean, it's one of the ways, but... definitely not for fucking multi-billionaires.
Yeah, real estate is a poor way to make money. There's too much, it takes too long to see return on your investment. It's just too slow.
Okay. If that's the case, why is Mamdani doing it?
It's a great way to hold money. It's
to address the housing shortage. To address the housing shortage. He's doing it for the empty, probably much like here in San Francisco. We have over 77,000 empty apartments, and it's what's propping up the San Francisco housing market by leaving them empty and not allowing them to be rented out and be a part of rent control or be a part of the market. We're creating a shortage. It's an artificial shortage, and so it's propping up the housing market to stay as high as it is in San Francisco, because in SF it's about $1 million for a two-bedroom.
I'm just going to give the Steve response here. That's one of the things. That's one of the reasons, but it's not the only reason.
Unfortunately, that makes zero sense in capitalism.
I mean, you would be accurate in that assumption, JD.
If you have units, of course you don't want all of them filled, because that means you're leaving money on the table. But if you are forcing things to stay unfilled, like you have 1,000 units and you're keeping 900 of them empty, like that's leaving all the fucking money on the table. Nobody's doing that.
Hey friends.
Yeah, I don't.
Thank you, Steve. I'm gonna log off, Mojo. I just wanted to say I will be streaming the USA World Cup game tomorrow because it's a friend of mine's birthday and he wants to really see the game. So if anyone wants to join, please feel free to do so. It'll be in Mojo's Discord. Have a good night, everybody.
And the link to my Discord is in my bio if you are interested in joining the Discord.
Also, don't let the Baron up on the panel. He's drunk on a plane. He'll just bother the entire plane.
It's the most annoying Dirk Bentley song ever.
Drunk on a plane?
That song got overplayed more than any song I remember.
So, just to be more, I guess, specific with my words, if you have an asset that could generate income, explicitly not generating that income is completely antithetical to owning the asset. That nobody has a whole bunch of units that they're not renting out just to drive up the market. Like if that were the case, they wanted to drive up the market, sure, but it wouldn't be for any extended period of time, like a couple weeks, and then you rent it out at a higher rate. If it's not earning you money, they're not gonna fucking do it.
No, they absolutely will do it. It's why it's the same thing with oil. It's the same thing with any commodity. If you create a shortage, we had a problem with eggs, right? Remember in 2020s, it was an egg issue, and we created this artificial shortage of eggs. They went around and they lied and said it was the bird flu. and then eggs were $12 a dozen, they didn't care that egg prices plummeted. They cared that they put eggs at $12 a dozen, then changed eggs from being the national average of $2 a dozen to $4 a dozen once it was over. So at the end, they made a huge profit, and then they went and turned the price to be much more expensive. Now here in the city, SF, probably New York as well, there is something called rent control, and I'm not sure if people have that around them or not. Not many cities do, but we have rent control.
Dumb fucking idea.
So it keeps landlords don't want to rent those apartments out, one, because it will devalue the market as well, but more importantly, because of the rent control specifically. Regardless of whether they're aware of it or not, it does create an artificial inflation of the housing market because they're creating a shortage of housing. Now, if they were to flood the market with these 70,000 vacant apartments, then the market would deflate drastically.
I'd still find that incorrect because that is a city of 12 million and a state of 40 million. 70,000 units is not enough to flood, quote unquote, the market. But on the other hand, your chicken analogy, like we've been fighting MAGA on that for like over a year now. Eggs, you're going to have to prove that the bird flu and the culling of mass amount of chickens, especially amongst the Tyson flocks, did not happen.
Yeah, that's a fucking hoax that it didn't happen. Like, it definitely did. I have firsthand knowledge of the fact that it did. I work for these guys.
A lot of farmers went destitute because they lost entire flocks and income.
Yeah, these guys are my customers. I haul manure for these guys.
There are leaked internal documents of large egg corporations colluding to prop up the price of eggs.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Did the Holodomor happen?
There's also a difference between the customers that Steve works with and like the biggest, egg manufacturers, right?
I'm sorry, B. I have to ask it like every time we meet. Sure. Did the Holodomor happen? Was that a hoax that was just perpetuated because they didn't want to join?
Every time I have said, Robot, it did happen and it was wrong. I don't know if that cowboy hat is on too tight, but I've said it every single time I have interacted
because you bring up these wild conspiracy theories, like
they're not
the chicken
theories,
thing
they're leaked
didn't
emails.
happen.
They're not conspiracy theories. They're leaked emails.
Is kind of wild. Like you've got people on the panel literally telling you it's not only in the news, but you have somebody that lived it, that was around these flocks that were
don't care about
that
anecdotal
were alive.
I don't. Yes. Bird flu's happened. I don't know. Steve will tell you this because he's a fucking farmer, it looks like, based off his PFP. Bird flu happens constantly.
He just likes tractor porn.
Chickens die all the time from flus. Owls die all the time from communicable diseases. They're in a factory farm setting, so when you're passing these diseases back and forth and they're in such tight-knit quarters, they get diseases that hop from chicken to chicken to chicken like no tomorrow. It happens all the time in farming. The fact that they said that it was this nationwide event that caused a shortage, I question based off of the leaked emails, again, between these large egg corporations saying that they would prop up the pricing.
Actually,
under that same logical theorem, because there are documents in Moscow, in their buildings and in their archives that they have released saying that the Holodomor did not happen, you would say that the Holodomor didn't happen. Like that's
I told you every time.
Not to mention
honey,
these.
How are you going to tell me what I believe? Seriously,
I'm
getting a little annoyed now.
You
are literally telling me what I believe.
Parallel logical tracks.
I have already told you again for you in the back. Obviously, the Holodomor happened and it was wrong.
Okay, so the bird flu happened.
I've said it every single time that I've been on this panel.
And the bird flu happened, and that is what drove the price of eggs. It was not a conspiracy amongst the government or even amongst individual people and farmers. It just fucking happened.
Well,
and actually,
that's not entirely
and
true.
Actually, these factory farms that you're these factory farms that you're mad about actually help to stop the spread of disease, because these barns where these chickens are locked inside are biosecure areas where human beings have to shower in and out and use antibacterial soaps and antifungal soaps when they go in and out of the doors. What has contributed to the problems with the chicken population is the insurgence of pasture-raised chickens, because now you've taken them out of a biosecure area, put them outside where they have access to environmental factors. That's actually what did it.
You know what's but like that aside, like I just want to say that like this isn't like conspiracy. Like it's pretty well documented. There have been news fucking journalism done about it, and the fact is that we know for sure that after the craziness with the it was COVID, when what the fuck is it called? What am I trying to say? Like the shipping and shit like got fucked up.
Supply chain.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. The supply chain got fucked up, and at some point, a lot of these things got better again. But there was these companies refused to change their prices because they knew that if they just kept them the same, they would make profit and no one would notice because they were just the same as they were already been. Like that is a thing that has happened. That's manipulation.
I want to address Robot. I apologize for using the I forgot what Mojo calls them.
Pet name.
Pet name. I do apologize. That was
You
wrong.
said honey.
Drop me if you must.
Oh no.
I apologize.
I'm not offended by any of that. It's just, it is Mojo's role, but more specifically, it's to protect women on the panel. So I'm fine. I'm not taking any offense to it.
The local coyote population just unalived something.
Was it a chicken?
Maybe.
Did the chicken cross the road? Is that why it happened?
They're going fucking nuts, and they always make a different sound when they unalive something.
I'm just really curious how that conversation got so serious so quick.
The chicken one? Because it's true, it happened. I'm looking it up right now on New York Times. Major U.S. chicken producers have been accused by federal regulators, the thing you guys love so much, distributors and consumers, of colluding to inflate prices during the 2020 COVID, and they call it greedflation.
So they use the government to raise prices.
I guess
private corporations did it.
How do they put restrictions without a government?
No, the federal government is what came in and was the whistleblower. The federal government was the whistleblower.
But they were putting restrictions with the government.
Nothing.
This is a little off topic, but that's kind of funny how like you pointed out like Robot Shad in the tractor, and I'm just kind of thinking like bro, a cowboy's arguing with the Virgin Mary. So it's like I was picturing the Virgin Mary arguing on TikTok right now.
I mean, this
is a
is
bunch of right wingers. You know me. I'm just a MAGA communist.
What did I expect?
I mean, so is Trump. He's a MAGA communist too.
Yeah, he is. Funny enough.
I was joking, but
I wasn't.
I mean, that is a fascinating kind of sort. Do you believe that MAGA is just a collection of ideologies, or are they primarily one ideology?
I don't think they know what they are.
It's a cult of personality. That's what it is. It's nothing but a cult of personality.
It's just a group
There's
of
no
followers.
meaning behind it.
Yeah, they don't think for themselves.
It's honestly just a group of nationalists that have personified themselves into following one person in cultish behavior. But it started off with nationalism.
Okay, wait. I'm going to ask Robot this before I have a problem with this. But, okay, Robot, would you say personally, in your own opinion, that a National Socialist is the same thing as communism?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, and that's where my problem therein lies.
No, well, National Socialism, they would have to have the keynote of nationalism. So not only are they conservative, they would want to protect their governance and use their governance in shaping culture and society, which factually that comes down to essentially kicking people out of your group or unaliving them. But anyway, you look at it or slice it, you are shaping things around a specific identity. So everybody that does not fit that identity cannot be in the country. That is not the same as communist.
That's Groypers.
Yeah, this guy Steve
Communism
knows
is
ball.
everybody. It's a class warfare, class struggle, and you would have to have classism and national socialism, which you do not.
This is what Hale advocates for.
Hale does think Funny Mustache Man was kind of quote unquote cool, as Nick Fuentes said it.
So how does collective ownership work in communism?
Depends what stage you're in communism.
I mean, collective ownership works sort of in the U.S. right now. Take the ag industry, for example. There's fucking co-ops for just about everything we buy and sell to.
I don't think co-ops are the same as having collective ownership, though.
I mean, the co-op literally is collective ownership. That's literally the definition.
Well, the thing is that a business isn't a scarce resource. It's just like a collective of contracts.
Oh, there it is again.
Property,
God damn it.
Yeah, the property within the actual business is not collectively owned.
To be
you can say it is.
No, but the profit that the business makes is collectively owned. You get a return check at the end of the year based on how much profit the business makes.
Yeah, that's probably in the contract somewhere.
Steve, would
Not
you stop
ownership,
arguing with the other libertarian on the panel? Let B argue with him for a minute.
Hey, Steve is pretty cool. He'll be an ANCAP one day.
He's right.
Yeah,
Is right, but it's kind of a similar concept. Yeah, it's literally communism is just the means of production being owned by the proletariat rather than the bourgeoisie. If you want to.
So what happens if the proletariat disagree on what to do with the means of production?
And they have a team meeting and they vote on what they decide to do.
So what happens
Very
if
simple.
plurality wins and then the minority doesn't have ownership?
It's okay, but plurality, then it's not communism anymore. If a huge portion owns the company, if all the workers own the company, that's communism. If all the workers do not own the company, then it's not communism. It's pretty simple.
All the workers don't own it because you said when the workers disagree, the majority will win. That means that the minority doesn't own it.
Yeah, nobody's saying, you didn't make the specifier that it was about ownership. Now, are you making the specifier that it's ownership, that now they're starting to vote on whether they want the company to be owned by a large proportion or a small portion?
No,
Is
I'm
that
saying
what the
that
new argument is about?
No. My argument is that you're saying that this is collectively owned. And I'm saying, okay, what happens when the collective disagrees on what to do with all of their property? Well, the majority would win. All that means is that the minority doesn't really own it because they don't get to control what happens with their quote-unquote property.
Well, that means the other end is a dictatorship.
Yeah, that's all it is. Communism is just...
You want a dictatorship of a single billionaire, while we want the dictatorship of the working class.
No, I don't think it would be a single billionaire. It's a bit of a straw man.
Well, you're right. It's not, right? It's CEOs, it's shareholders, it's people who benefit largely from, and they concentrate the wealth at the top. Okay, so I'm just saying, and actually, in terms of like anarchism, probably not the capitalism part of your ideology, but at least the anarchist part of your ideology would probably likely agree with my ideology, which
Anarchism
is
just refers to libertarianism. That's what.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, that's not true at all.
Yeah, the anarcho part of anarcho-capitalism refers to the libertarian theory aspect of it. You can search this up. This is Rothbardian.
Libertarianism isn't fucking anarchy, but okay.
Well, to its fullest extent, it is. You're just not there yet, buddy.
It's actually not.
Civil.
Yeah, you're okay with
this is why the party's a fucking joke.
I'm not in the same party, bro, I promise.
This is true. Can I ask Sybil a question real quick? I gotta jump to make a phone call. I'm so sorry, the timing sucks. But Sybil, what happens
Damn, who
today?
are you calling this late at night?
No. I just got a call from Laura. I didn't know it was gonna happen.
I'm just kidding.
Okay. Yeah. No, Sybil, what happens today when shareholders take a vote on what the board is going to direct the CEO to do? Because the board is the boss of the CEO, not the other way around. And the board represents the shareholders. So what happens today?
That doesn't make them the owners, though. That just makes them, they're incentivized to listen to them that's who's funding them.
Do you know what the word equity means?
I mean, yeah, to an extent, it depends.
Okay, if you hold one share in a stock, do you have equity in that company?
Yeah, but you don't have ownership.
Okay, how many votes do you get by holding one share?
I don't know. It depends on how many shareholders.
No, it does not depend. It does not. It does not depend.
The answer is one.
It does not depend. It's one. Okay, what if you have 1 million shares?
Well, no,
do you have 1 million votes?
No, because there could be a business where the more you donate, the higher your share is.
That's called equity. The more you invest, the more shares you get. That's correct, right? The more money you put in, the more voice you have when it comes time to vote, and you are the boss of the CEO.
Is the CEO entitled? Is he forced to listen to them?
Yes. The CEO works for the board.
No. He's not forced to listen to them. Yeah. What happens is that if he doesn't listen, they'll take back their investment.
Wait, no. Without taking back the investment, who can fire the CEO? Who can do that?
I'm not worried about who can fire them. I'm worried about who owns it.
Please answer the question. Who can fire the CEO?
Again, you're using American economics.
I already answered it for him.
In my theory.
I know you did. I know you got it right. Correct. But I wanted to hear him say it.
Yeah, so you understand I'm referring to ownership, right? Not jobs and such.
Yes, that's correct. Ownership and equity are the same thing.
No.
Yes, they are.
You can have a share in a resource and not own it.
To make the point that Crosstabs just make, that's why I asked you about a hostile takeover earlier. It was to make the exact same point.
So Crosstabs, what do you define as ownership then?
A fractional ownership, even if it's not 51%, if it's 1%, you still have a fractional ownership in a company by owning a share or a percentage of shares that gets you to 1%. That's how this works, dude.
Do you get to control what happens with the resource?
If you personally own 51% of the shares, you can control the vote, and yes, you can control that.
So you're telling me that if you donate 51% to somebody, they're now
it's not donating. It's not donating. It's investing.
If you invest,
purchasing shares.
You invest in somebody, are they now forced to listen to your every command?
If you listen, if you invest, yes.
Okay,
if
you invest 51%.
In someone,
are they now entitled to listen to your every command?
Yes.
Yes. So if you want them to use their property to make bombs, that's fine, even if they don't want to.
The idea that you're talking about is called fiduciary responsibility.
Correct.
Right, but are they allowed to or not?
That would be against that would be a detriment to the business. If you invested in a software company and then they decided that
that's
the 51% ownership,
if that happened. If that happened, would they be allowed to force the owner of this property to do that?
If that happened, it would be against the. Go ahead, JD.
Yeah, like you treat the 51% as though the other person does not have any say at all. They still have a say in this matter. And to be very clear, when we talk about equity, if I have 30% invested into a company, that is ownership. That is not just ownership. A voice. That is not just a vote. That is ownership.
Yeah, you own the fraction of value of that company. You don't own the actual. You don't own the
let's
actual.
Say that I decide, going back to the 51%. Let's say that I want to make bombs. The other person can just negotiate this with me. We can actually reach like a reasonable conclusion. It's not just I have fucking dictatorship over the company.
Right. So you're saying what if they agree? Right. You're saying they'll come to an agreement. I'm saying what if they disagree? Right. Are these shareholders now allowed to force the owner of this property to do something against their will?
Honestly, if the idea here is that there's two people in the company, well, you're probably going to have a stalemate. If you have 4 or 5 more people in the company, you probably could get a majority result.
No, because see, that's the thing. You can't own property. I mean, you can't own a business because it's not a scarce resource. There's no ownership. Okay. It's like owning an idea. It doesn't make sense.
Wait, hold on. Wait, JD, you were so close right here. Okay, so what's your name? Civil ANCAP. Listen, if you started a business with 2 friends, okay, so there's 3 of you, you each put in an equal amount of investment starting the company. Therefore, you have 33% of the equity. Do you own part of that company? Yes or no?
33.3 repeating.
All that is that you signed a contract where you're entitled to 33% of the value of that company. It doesn't mean that you own any of the assets of that company.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. Again, a business is different to his assets. The business
no,
value
it's not.
is different to his assets.
No, it's not.
It's
You can
not,
say that
dude.
you can say that it's not, but you have to prove
Okay,
that.
who
You
owns
can't
it?
just
Wait,
repeat
who
over and
owns
over
it?
again.
In this scenario, each person has 33.333 repeating. Thank you.
Yes, that's just the
equity in the company. Okay, who owns it? Wait, who owns the assets of the business?
Cross.
Who?
I answered this. You can't own a business. All that is a contract where you're saying you're entitled to 33% of the value of the business.
Okay, right? I understand what you're saying.
Assets
My
are
question
still privately owned by the individuals that run this business.
Are you not one of them? Well, hold on. There's 3 people who own an equal percentage of the company. Who owns the fucking cars in the fleet that they own? That business owns it.
One of the individuals
who owns
within
those
that,
cars?
whoever it may be.
No.
What do you mean, whoever it may be? You have equal shares. You're all 33.333
That doesn't mean that you all own
repeating.
the
Thank you,
property.
Steve. Dude,
Cross,
this is fucking
what do you think
wild.
ownership means? Can you answer this? Cross, what is ownership?
Ownership is equity. Ownership is equity. And if you're going to come up here spouting libertarian bullshit, I expect you to know this basic fucking business
then define
acumen and
equity.
math.
What is equity?
Tumblr would
Equity
not
is
be impressed with
equity
that
is
comment, Cross.
no, dude. If Tumblr was here, oh my god, he'd fucking flip out. Listen, ownership is equity, fractional or majority. It doesn't matter. If I own 0.0000001% of a company, I have ownership in it.
So what can you do with something you own, Cross? Can you exclude others from it?
I can sell it. I can exploit it. I can
you
vote
exclude
on
others
what the
from it?
board
Cross,
is going to do.
Can you exclude others from it? Do you have the ultimate moral jurisdiction over it?
No, but that's not.
So then you don't own it. If you don't have the exclusive moral jurisdiction to exclude others from it, you don't own it.
Okay, you're using the wrong word. You were not
like saying you own your house.
Such a stupid argument.
Dude, this is bad.
Crosstabs, I would implore you to invite Tumblr. I mean, this will be great.
I know.
I'll keep you up here.
He's asleep. He's already asleep. It's midnight. It's 12:30 there. Okay, but listen, and Cap, look, you're mistaking the word ownership for control. That's your problem here.
So you don't have you can't control what you own. If you don't control what you own, then how do you own it, right?
You have a partial control over. If you can build a coalition, listen. We've got these 3 people who own this company together, right? But individually, you only have 33% of the vote. If you can convince one other person in that trio partnership to vote with you, then now you have a coalition of control.
What happens if the trio all disagree on what to do with their property?
Nothing happens.
Civil. Here's what Crosstabs is saying to you, and I'm going to perfectly illustrate it. Do you own your driver's license?
No, I don't think you can own anything under a state.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Do you legally have it on you?
Yeah. It can be taken
so
from
you
me
own it, right?
against my will.
Eventually, that could be taken away if you decide to commit a crime. So
against my will, it would be taken. Yeah, so you don't really own anything.
Okay, I have a feeling there's a much more. Wait, I'm sorry, guys. I have a feeling there's a much more interesting conversation that is waiting for me with a call that came in. Laura, if you are still, I saw you come in. Laura, if you're still down there, I'm going to call you back right now. Bye, guys. Thanks for having me up. Have a good night.
Thanks, Crosstabs.
Bye.
Later, Crosstabs. Nice to hear your voice.
All right. So what happens if all the 33% people disagree?
Nothing happens.
So nobody gets to use the property.
You end up in arbitration.
Yeah, and what if they hold on, Steve? All you're saying is, oh well, they'll agree. I'm saying, what if they don't agree?
No,
what if arbitration doesn't work?
It always works.
Arbitration always works.
They all want something to happen.
Arbitration always works.
2 of the 3 of
Yeah,
them are going to be like,
someone sells out, someone gets bought out. Like it always gets resolved in some way, shape, or form.
oh yeah, that's the easy one. Money.
It's never
for sure.
Right, so all you're saying, Steve, is they'll agree. That's not really answering my question of what happens if they disagree. What happens if someone doesn't want to sell it, right? What happens if they don't want to give up?
Then nothing. He just said it. Nothing happens.
Yeah,
so nobody owns it. Nobody owned it at that point. Then
you don't.
They're just entitled to share of the value.
Partially own it.
Partially
you're
entitled to a share of the value. You're not saying that you own it.
You still own your third. You still reap 1/3% of the profits. You still own a third
I'm saying
share
you're
in all
entitled
assets.
to a percentage of the profits or a share of the value of this business, but you do not own it.
Then what the fuck do you think that means?
I just said it. You own a share of the business, but you don't own it. Owning is exclusive moral jurisdiction over a scarce resource.
But what's the point of making this distinction?
So you own your share, but you own
that
your
there can't be
share, but you
collective
don't
ownership.
own it
That's
outright.
the reason that I'm
That
making
would be
this
what
argument.
share. That would be what share means. Like you definitionally proved yourself wrong. I don't.
Hold on.
Oh, I see what you did.
You're
okay, that makes sense
taking
now.
this You're taking a very puritanical view to ownership. You're assuming that ownership means that you get to be this sort of god over whatever it is that you own. And I don't necessarily buy into that.
So ownership
it was what I said earlier.
Over a resource. Is ownership not the rightful claim over a resource?
No, it's what I said when I first came up. I said he's just being a debate bro, and I was right.
I knew this.
He's come to a conclusion and trying to reverse engineer it with these sort of points that are
I knew that this was exactly where this was going to go the first time we did this, like 4 hours ago, which is why I asked about a hostile takeover like 4 hours ago. We've come full circle.
No one listens to Steve. No one listens to Steve.
Right. Again, equity only evaluates the outcome, right? How much of the value of that business that you're entitled to. It doesn't value who.
He doesn't engage with it. He doesn't engage with it because he knows it's true.
I mean, what did you say? I didn't hear you.
He didn't hear any of that, Steve. He didn't hear any of either of us.
He was just saying, I knew this is where this was going to go. I mean, I don't see how.
Yeah.
What is there to address there?
Can you explain a hostile takeover, please?
Yeah, people aggressively taking over something. I don't know. Taking over what?
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about at all.
Okay, then define it for me if you don't like my definition.
The fact that you don't know the definition means that you have no idea what you're talking about as it pertains to this conversation. So
yeah, I don't know the term that you gave, so why don't you define your term that you gave?
All you're doing here is proving that you don't know what share means. Like if you own a share, you own your percentage of that share. That's what the word share fucking means.
Hold on, Steve. What does the word own mean there?
Claiming.
What does it mean that you own your share? Hold on,
It
Steve.
means that you dictate what happens with your 33.33 repeating percent.
Yeah, and that 33% is not the asset itself; it's the value of the asset.
Yeah, it's 33.33% of the
asset. So you determine
itself.
what happens with the value, not what happens with the asset.
They're one and the same.
They're not.
They are.
It's not.
It absolutely is.
No, all you're saying is that you're entitled to 33% of the value of the business.
Are you saying that assets are the same thing as like IP or like because there's different aspects of owning a business? So
I don't think you can own a business. Businesses are just a web of contracts. There's property within the business that can be owned.
In language, we try to use specific terms when we talk about things broadly. And in this case, when we talk about these things, we generally say, we try to use that word to talk about it. So I don't understand why you're confused about that specific word.
About equity? Is that the word you're referring to?
He's like caught up on some fucking logical unicorn version of the word own.
Ownership.
I think
ownership.
You're saying you own your share, but hold on. You're saying you own your share, but you're also saying your share is ownership.
You share, exactly. Share. A share means a part of a whole, right? Have you ever seen a pie chart?
Yes.
Have you seen a pie chart? Have you seen one?
A fraction of the value of that business. That does not mean you own anything.
That's what that word means. What are you saying? That's what that word means.
Yes, you're saying that you're entitled to a percentage of the value of the company, not that you're entitled to control the assets of the company.
You own that share. Have you ever heard anyone talk?
I have, but I'm saying owning a share is equal to
English right now because it doesn't seem like you understand words.
All he's trying to debate is that a share can't be ownership if you don't own the whole. But he fails to realize that you own the share and thus the percentage that the share is equivalent to. Yeah. All he's trying to say is that doesn't mean ownership because it's not 100%. That's all he's trying to say. It's just a whole bunch of unicorn nonsense that proves fucking nothing.
So what's the point, though?
Collective ownership is flawed. You can't have collective ownership.
It's not flawed.
Okay.
Yeah, because if the collective disagrees, one collective is going to win over the other.
Yeah,
the other collective isn't going to have their say.
You said this 6 times. So
let B finish her sentence. She started when you were taking a breath.
Yeah, I was responding to Ash though. She wasn't addressed. I was.
That's fair.
Where were you? It already iterated it once. We understood it the first time.
They weren't addressing you either, buddy. Go ahead, B.
I would just say that democracy would be the key word.
Yes,
again, Ash, let B go. Again, Civil. I am a mod on this panel. You will care.
Yeah, throw your hissy fit, buddy. I've been here.
Yeah, I was just going to say that ownership requires some sort of social recognition that somebody owns something, right? Like, I think ANCAP mentions contracts or something like that. So it requires social recognition. So if those who own recognize socially that 3 people own shares in a company, then it is ownership by its own definition of it requiring a social recognition.
Yes, they own the shares. That doesn't mean they own the assets.
Yes, it does. They own equivalent shares of the assets that correlate exactly to the equivalent to the share that they own. I don't know what part you don't understand. If a business owns an asset, i.e. a vehicle, and there's 3 people that own the business, you own 33.33% of that fucking vehicle. Period.
You own 33% of the value of the vehicle. You don't own the vehicle itself.
What the fuck does that even mean?
How can you have split? Hold on.
Sorry, it's so stupid. It's just a stupid thing to say. Go ahead, though.
Dude, how do you have 50% custody of your kids? Well, you get your kids 50% of the time. It's pretty fucking simple.
If you need to share custody, do you cut them in half?
That's a transfer. Hold on, Steve. All that is a transfer of guardianship from one person to another.
This is so
if you need to share your children with your ex-wife, should you just cut them both in half so that each have 50%?
No, you should get one and she should get one.
No, you can't collectively own it. So what's happening is you're transferring the title of guardianship from one person to another.
But they can have joint custody, can't they?
So they can both have the kid at the same time? Is that what you're saying?
Joint custody implies... Exactly. So Steve doesn't understand whole numbers. Robot, do you understand what's happening right now? He doesn't understand how 100%...
Hold on, Ash.
I will just bring it back to selling of body parts. ANCAP has already said it. Steve, do you believe that people should be able to sell body parts?
I don't know.
I mean, I honestly don't really care. Like, if you don't need 2 kidneys, if you want to sell one of them, sell one of them. I don't really care. Okay,
well, guess what? A lot of women, the oldest profession in the world is prostitution. That is the selling of a body part, especially the womb. And we still do this today.
I would argue
we
that's more
still
renting,
do this today, where they sell their womb space, and this is wow.
Yeah, it's called
surrogacy. That's not equal to slavery because you're not separating yourself from your consciousness there.
It's called surrogacy.
We're getting there, ANCAP. We're getting there, Steve. So you have mothers that will sell their womb space to somebody else that cannot have a child.
Rent.
Are y'all are okay with this, right? So that particular baby is property. We even litigate this in today's law that egg and that fertilized egg and into that womb by contract law is property.
It's not property. It's a,
by the couple that wants the baby.
They don't sell it. They rent it. But yes.
Yeah, and they have the right to take that away anytime.
When you want to be with a lady or rent
surrogacy.
Kind of thing,
no, they don't.
Surrogacy is still a rent. Yes, they're renting the womb itself, but the egg, the fertilized egg that's going into that rented womb, is property.
It's not the guardianship title. That's the property.
This is where the old
that is final sale.
This is where the old saying comes from. If it fucks, floats, or flies, it's cheaper to rent.
Okay, but now
Robot. So you're making a misconception because you're saying you own the child, but what you're owning is the guardianship title. You can't own another person.
Well, this is where we're getting into Hegel at this point. This is like one of your libertarian gods. He proposed that a baby market, literally a child selling market, should be free and fair.
No, this is Rothbard. This is Rothbard, not Hegel. This is Rothbard. Rothbard, not Hegel.
Oh, Rothbard.
Okay. It's Rothbard.
So are you saying that you now don't agree with Rothbard?
Not on that particular case, no.
But that's not a good example. I thought you meant like the egg of the couple that wants the baby born that belongs to them. It could be her egg, and she's giving it to another woman to give the birth for the child. That's what I thought you meant.
That is.
Well, no, it really doesn't matter.
You can't use that as an example for salad children. You can't go to salad children just after that. Like, no, that's just
we're making illogical leaps here. That's what brought
no, this is not. Wait, stop.
All good.
Stop.
All good.
Stop. All right, this is not a logical leap. He is a Rothbardian. So you are allowed to question on the belief that there should be a child market, a market for children.
Yeah, so a child market doesn't pertain to actually owning children. It's more like an open adoption market.
It's selling children. It's quite literally selling children.
Selling the guardianship title.
Yeah, selling children. You can call it whatever you want. It's still selling children.
Current adoption centers are selling.
It's still selling children in a Rothbardian world.
It's selling the guardianship title.
No, it's selling children in a Rothbardian world. That means a parent can sell that child.
So then do you think
A parent can actually have children to sell into slavery. For Christ's sake.
No, you can't sell them.
Yes, you can. You can't stop them.
How do you get that conclusion?
Because, well, if you'd shut the fuck up, then maybe I would. Because you can't tell them why they put it up for adoption, and if they choose to sell it, take some profit for it, and have more babies to do the same thing, then you can't stop them from doing that in your society either. This is a slavery market.
What you can do is stop.
There's no slavery in the society.
It is.
You said they sell them to slavery, but you can't do that because at that point it's an aggression.
Let me get a word in.
They're property. They're property.
No, they're not property. The guardianship
title is property. They're property.
They still have all the human rights of everyone else.
They're property. They can be sold.
No, they don't.
Yes,
so you think you can?
No, they don't. Rothbard does not think they do.
I don't agree with Rothbard on everything. Do you agree with any philosopher on everything?
I'm not sure that's the case, but if that's
I
the
wanted
case,
to
then
make
he's
sure
wrong.
That is the case. Then if you don't know what you're talking about, don't have the conversation.
I was trying to be specific for you, ANCAP, because under our current system, the fertilized egg in the rented womb, if the woman the surrogate mother has that child and she decides not to give it up, that is her right. That is a constitutional right under the Rothbardian system.
Title, correct.
Under the Rothbardian system, the persons that fertilized the egg and rented the womb own that child because
that is
it
not
is still
true.
property.
That is not true at all. Where did you get that from?
From Rothbard.
No, you didn't. How are they owning the child?
I mean,
because
that's
they pay
the way
for it.
It's her egg. It's the mother's egg. It's not necessarily the surrogate mother's egg. It's the regular.
She gave up. She gave up the property. She gave it up to this other mother. She didn't rent it. She gave it.
No, they are renting the womb. The womb.
Yes, they're renting the womb, not the egg. The egg
have the baby. There's no.
Wow, y'all are interrupting the hell out of this.
The baby for them.
You are living up to your unicorn name, but. Once again, the woman that has the child has the vested constitutional interest in this child because she gave birth to it.
Correct.
It is not
the case
hers.
in
It is not even her genetic material. It is from somebody else that rented the womb. That would be their property.
That doesn't, you don't own genetic material, though. You can't even own a child. You own the guardianship title.
And Rothbardian society, that is a contract.
Again, I don't.
You have to stop. You have to stop. You have to stop. I'm going to boot you again.
Because he's making this.
You have to stop. You have to stop interrupting.
Nobody can hear anything. Nobody can hear anything. When
you have to stop interrupting.
I will just keep you muted so I can finish the sentence. Again, in the Rothbardian society,
I don't agree with Rothbard on
child. Oh my fucking God!
I don't agree with Rothbard. Bringing something I don't agree with.
Chill, let him.
If he can't contain himself to even get a sentence out, then there's no point. Nobody.
The only word for that. The only word for that is insufferable.
Yeah, like that was very annoying. But at the same time, like he did state multiple times that he just didn't agree with him. So I don't know why we kept stating the same thing over and over again. Like, what good was it doing?
Because he wasn't understanding the particular point. Because in the libertarian society, they are all about the contract. And this particular contract, the surrogate woman does not have any rights to this child. If she gives birth to it in our society, she has a constitutionally vested interest in that child because she gave birth to it. She has to sign at the moment of birth that this child is going to these parents. Like, that's how we got around it in our system. In libertarian society, the contract is absolute. The people that paid for that child to be born in that rented womb space, they own that child. And this is pure ownership.
They don't own the child. They have contractual claim to it, and I don't necessarily see anything wrong with that.
Well, if you have contractual claim to something, that would be property.
Not necessarily, because the child still has all the human rights of every other child. No different.
Right.
No.
No,
like adoption.
the child has
Yes.
no self-determination.
The
you figure
child
that?
has the child has the exact same rights in the exact same system as every other child has. No different.
Right.
It's still not true. Because
How is it
once
not
again,
true?
in this particular market, and you would expand if everybody would stop interrupting on it, in the libertarian society, because they own that particular child due to the contract, they can sell that child to another set of parents. And though he wants to equivocate over it just being guardianship rights or any of that other crap, those other parents could literally just do forced labor on this child. For any set of means, they would
contract
own
that you're
this
talking
child.
about here, the contract that you're talking about is for surrogacy. It has nothing to do with the child itself. The contract
not
is not
for surrogacy.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. The woman
It
that is a
certainly would be.
surrogate mother signed a contract.
Correct.
Why wouldn't the
She signed the
police
contract
or
with the parent, with the biological parents, and that contract would have to be upheld that this was a surrogacy, and that those parents are endowed their biological child at birth. I don't see a
there's
problem
no
with
way
that.
That does not happen in our
We're
society.
making an illogical leap here.
Step up.
It is not
why would
illogical.
CPS
This is
step
our
up?
system today.
Where
We're making
you
a
at?
logical leap here to some
Is this
to human
Texas we're
beings
talking
being
about, or-
property and somehow, and that's just not the case.
Where are you at?
This
that
has happened
going
in
on,
multiple
Robot?
states, from New York
Multiple
to
states.
California, Florida, Texas. Like every major state has gone through this because there is no set of laws amongst an embryo, amongst a single cell. Like you have a fertilized egg and you go through in vitro. If you use a surrogate mother, she physically cannot sell body parts in our society.
Correct.
Do y'all understand
But
that?
she's not selling anything. She's renting it. First and foremost, we've already been
You
through
cannot
that.
rent
We
your
already agreed
body
upon
out to
that.
anybody either.
I mean,
it's
surrogates
not
do it all the time.
technically- It's just a saying, but yeah, it's like a temporary place because it's
Yes,
not like it's
when that-
keeping on.
Surrogates do, in fact, do
How many
that.
times is it used,
At
Robot?
the
How
time,
many times is it
at
used?
the time of birth, our society and our courts have determined that the constitutionally vested interest in that child is to the birthing mother. She must sign at birth of this child the rights over to the other people, the ones that actually paid for all this in the in vitro. Like, if she doesn't do it, that is her child.
Yeah, but I don't think that's right.
I think that's right. I think it's a sticky situation to get yourself in. But
I think
that's
I
right.
think if it's her egg, so if it happens to be her egg and she just gets, you know what I mean? Like, still, she just says, okay, you guys can try to get me pregnant. So the surrogate, it's her egg, then she might be able to decide at the last, okay, I do want to keep a baby because it's half mine, kind of thing, right? Other than that, though, I think I'm with Steve, because if it's not her egg and it's two other people, it should go the other way. It should go to the parents, that, like the biological parents. That's just my opinion. That's where I would go with that.
Yeah, that's
Landing
where
the
I
plane.
would stand too.
And I understand the opinion, though our courts don't hold that. In the libertarian society, this is where it takes a nasty turn, because you are forcing to fill the contract law and people do not have rights. That child does not have any sort of rights or say, and the birthing mother in the libertarian society also does not have any rights or say. The moment that child is born, it is due to property, and it is remanded onto the people that paid for it.
The child
that's
isn't
interesting.
property. The child still has the same human rights of any other child.
There's no such thing as human rights.
What are you saying? Oh, we know there's no Mojo, but that's beside the point. We're talking about in society. Steve, are you talking about in society? Like, for example, when a child, you can't throw a
Except the child
into a
doesn't,
dumpster
because
for-
the child can
Correct.
be told what to do. The child can be told when to go to bed. The child
Yes,
can
but
be
you can't
spanked.
throw a
The
dumpster-
child can be.
No, hold on.
They
You
do
can't
not have
throw
the
a child
exact.
in a dumpster.
They do
You
not
can't
have
throw 'em in
that.
a dumpster.
They do not have the same rights.
But you
Child still
you
has
cannot throw a
the
child in a
child in that-
dumpster. They have a sort of human right that allows them.
The child
that you
does
get
not have
punished.
the same rights.
If you do something to a child negatively, you will be in trouble for that. Correct?
I don't know. Can you spank
No.
your children?
Depends on what it is.
No,
That
in
child
today's
has the
day
right
and
to
age.
life, liberty, and the pursuit of
I'm
happiness.
sorry.
Yes,
You can
legally
spank your child.
children. You can legally spank your child. It's not outlawed in the
don't
United
leave a
States.
bruise.
It is outlawed in
use a
Europe.
phone book, I guess, as they say.
Wait, don't
I'm not
leave a
supporting that. I'm
bruise.
just saying.
He said, "Don't leave a bruise."
Don't leave a bruise. You get in trouble if you leave a bruise. You go to court.
There's a legal line here. You can spank your children, but you can't spank them with a baseball bat. Like, obviously, there's a
shouldn't
legal
have to spank a child.
definition here. Yeah, I agree. You shouldn't have to, but
Steve, I bet you'll agree with me. A good parent would parent well right from the start, and probably wouldn't even have to spank the child. I've never had to spank my daughter. Now, I'm not saying I only had one. I had one daughter. That's it. I didn't have a son. I didn't have any kids that are like high energy like me. So it's hard for me to say, but I'm telling you, I was a good parent. And I'm just saying, with her, I wasn't. Never had.
Where the hell are you from?
Never had to spank. Oh, Canada.
I've never done it. I really don't know.
So there was we never had to. She was never any problem.
Okay, you're allowed to boo him whenever you damn well please. Just so you know.
Right.
What, Mojo?
I just told Robot he can boot him whenever he pleases.
Why? Because he's a Canuck?
Yes, Canuckistanian. Yeah, Canuckistanian's no
I'm
good.
okay if you boot me. I'm cool.
No. Robot likes Canadians. It's okay.
That's
I
fine.
mean,
sorry.
I do kind of like the Canuckistanians.
I'm sorry, man. Hey, how
so
about them
nice.
Hurricanes, eh? We got any Hurricane fans here? Carolina? Shift into hockey.
No, but I agree. You should never hit your children. I have two of them, and I would never. But my father had the right state of mind to understand that you got to use the belt on the ass. That way, it doesn't leave any bruises.
What the fuck?
If it's bad enough, if they were just to go out and do something bad, she never did. So I mean, my daughter had never done. So, but if I had a son or something, maybe if it was something really bad, yeah, maybe I'd say, look, got to do this. I don't know. It depends. Maybe the first time, and you give them a chance, and they do something again, and the second time it's like, no, you just disobeyed big time. I'm gonna have to give you some kind of corporal punishment or something. But never had to do it. Glad I didn't have to do it. Probably would have broke my heart.
I mean, if you go down that road, you get kind of into a proportionality argument. Like, did Israel have the right to defend themselves? Sure. Did they have the right to genocide a whole race of people? Nah.
Yeah, defense as an offense is literally, it's a thing, and they see it. So I don't know if that's what's it's what seems to be going on. What was the example I used one day? So I'm here, I'm home, and my neighbor goes into his house. And I see him. He went to Canadian Tire and he got a golf club. I see him go into his home, and I'm like, oh, he's going to hit me with a golf club later. I'm paranoid or something. So I throw a rock through his window or something. He comes out with the golf club, and then I shoot him. Something like that. It's just crazy. That's what it seems like it's going on over there in the Middle East.
I think we should go back to Brobot making wild leaps in logic. It's kind of fun. It's kind of entertaining.
I mean, that's just what the tinfoil hatters are going to do. They're going to call everything a wild leap in logic and then tell me about the space aliens controlling the Russians, and that's why the Soviet Union fell.
Says the guy that somehow equated contract law to slavery in a society where slavery doesn't exist, and you can somehow volunteer yourself into slavery, even though volunteering to work for free couldn't possibly be slavery, because slavery is definitionally being forced to do it. But okay.
Hey, Steve, did slavery exist in the United States?
Obviously.
How'd they do it?
What do you mean, how did they do it? Like,
how
physically, how did they do it? Or, like, how did they keep it legal? Or, like, what's the question?
People were property, weren't they?
Yeah. Obviously.
Okay. So how is it a wild
and then at one
leap
point
in
they
logic when I use 1800 slavery in America to tell you how that contract would fucking work?
Yeah, but in that scenario, you talked about somebody volunteering into the program and willingly signing into the contract, which obviously can't happen during slavery. Definitionally isn't possible.
Would that be indentured servitude?
So you're telling me that somebody in the world has never been able to sell themselves into slavery? Is that what I'm catching there?
I mean, technically no, because you would be forced into it. That would be the
Slavery is
delineation.
forced. What are you talking about?
So
Yes,
wait,
slavery
you're
is
telling me that
You can't
you're telling me
volunteer
that the
into it.
Puritans in England, before they traveled to the New World, were not forcibly ejected from that country and sold to profiteers who then took them across the ocean and set up land in America.
Yeah, but they didn't volunteer themselves into that situation. In the
Are you saying
hypothetical
there
we
were
gave,
no Puritans that voluntarily sold themselves to escape religious persecution in the British Islands?
I have no. I mean, I don't know. I guess on a one-off example, but overwhelmingly no.
Wait, can you prove that? Overwhelmingly?
Yeah,
Or even in a slight majority?
I can definitionally prove it because you can't volunteer yourself into slavery.
No, that's just your belief.
No, it doesn't fit the definition of slavery. It's the dictionary's belief.
Yeah, I
agree. You're saying that it just doesn't fit the definition. Like they can. You can sell yourself into some kind of indentured servitude and become a slave, where they just violate that contract and keep you as forced labor.
Right, but just because you choose the lesser of two evils, like if I was like, hey, do you want to come, be in indentured servitude to escape being, quartered and fuck whatever, like I'd be like, yeah, sure, sounds great. I don't want to die like that. So, you know what I mean? That's kind of disingenuous because you could do that, but doesn't mean that's a good situation that you want to be in.
I mean,
that's the way it was back then.
That's kind of like the U.S. government saying, do you want to pay your taxes to avoid being locked in a concrete box? I mean, yeah, that both options suck, but one's better than the other.
Okay, so I've got the dictionary up for you, Steve. You tell me when I hit what you were saying. So the first one, under slavery, the state of being a slave. Thousands have been sold into slavery. Number 2, the practice or system of owning slaves. He was resolved to impose a number of reforms, including the abolition of slavery. Number 3, a condition compared to that of a slave in respect to exhausting labor or restricted freedom. Female domestic slavery. 4, excessive dependence on or devotion to something. Slavery to tradition. Holy shit, tradition. Yeah, so does it, what you were saying there, match any of the definitions you were just talking about?
Well, I guess since we use the word slave in every single one of those, we'd have to define that too.
I just gave you the definition. Oxford.
You gave me the definition of slavery. You did not give me the definition of slave. But the definition of slavery used the word slave in all of its definitions. So you'd have to define the word slave in order for it to make sense.
Steve's cooking.
So slave, once again from the Oxford. Number 1, a person who is forced to work for and obey another and is considered to be their property, an enslaved person.
Yeah, there you go. The word forced.
So you hinged everything on that singular word, but you know that sentence continued, right?
Yeah, but I didn't need to go any further than
What's
that.
the rest of that sentence I just read?
A person that was forced.
No, what's the rest of that sentence?
I mean, you could read it again if you want.
I'm with
So
Steve.
you didn't listen to anything after the word forced?
It doesn't. The forced
No,
is the only word you need. That's what defines
forced
slave.
That is not the only word you need.
That was my argument.
Work for and obey another and consider to be their property. That is the rest of that sentence.
Yeah.
You only have to be property to be a slave.
Yeah, but you have to be forced into it.
Forced in there.
Via the
You
definition.
can't deny the word forced. It's literally in the sentence. It wouldn't be there, bro, if it wasn't a fucking important word. It's a very important word.
It is an important word, but it's not the only fucking word. Otherwise, number 1 would just say forced.
This is something else.
I can settle this with legal codes from the Mesopotamian. From the Mesopotamian era, the code of Hammurabi about 1750 before Christ, this famous Babylonian legal code specifically regulated voluntary debt slavery. Laws 117 through 119 dictate that if a man is overwhelmed by debt, he may legally sell his wife, son, daughter, or himself into working off the debt, capping the maximum duration of this voluntary bondage at 3 years. So yes, people have sold themselves into slavery.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, in ancient Babylonia, I guess.
Yeah, I think the real.
There were more
If
examples.
you're volunteering, are they a slave? Right?
There were
Did they
more
have a different name?
examples. That one was just the one that was easiest to find.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I think
conflating
so.
the
Slavery has
notion of people in
changed.
history. Sorry, go ahead, B.
Slavery, the definition of slavery has changed over millennia, over time, right? Like, slavery before chattel slavery did not mean what it meant during chattel slavery. So I think it's fair to say that the real defining characteristic of slavery is not whether it's forced or not, it's the lack of autonomy.
Mindset.
I mean, I
Slavery
guess
is
I would
mindset.
agree. I would agree that that's fair, but I still think you would have to be forced into it. Like, I guess I don't see how you can willingly participate and then claim that you're a slave. That doesn't really make any sense.
Well, I mean, again, I was going to comment on the fact that, like, in ancient times, like being a person in society was a pretty sketchy, as it were. So, I mean, life was cheap. People were gone by 35 years old if they were lucky. And, slavery probably had its benefits in the same way that some people who are so messed up in society think that maybe going to prison so they can get a meal and a roof over their head might be beneficial. Like, that's the same thing as selling yourself into slavery. If you have that thought and you're like a criminal on the streets, grew up rough, and you're like, I want to go to prison so I can at least get some food and like a roof over my head. That's what you're saying.
I mean, in
I'm
all
ready
reality,
to sell myself. Steve, I'm ready to sell myself. I'm going to tell the ladies, I'm ready to sell myself into sex slavery. If you can. And see, I'm not forced.
like in all reality, I think you could make an argument that the only difference between having a job and slavery is that you volunteered to do it for a certain amount of compensation, and we're not forced. Like, that's literally the only difference.
Steve, if you go to prison, are you forced?
Huh?
If you go to prison, are you forced?
Are you allowed to leave?
I mean, yes, you are forced into prison.
Okay, is slavery still within our prison system?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, North Carolina man allegedly robs bank to get $1, sat outside for the cops, and went to prison.
Cool. Like, he robbed the bank, and the government forced him to go to prison. What's your point?
Yeah, so he became a slave for $1.
Yeah,
there's a lot of copium. There's a lot of copium happening right now.
That was pretty
Steve,
dumb.
Let's use no, Steve. Let's use another example here to try and draw out what
shelter,
robot
food,
is.
and healthcare.
Oh, hold on, because I do think that Steve is on a lot of copium, but he doesn't understand that he's on a lot of copium. Steve, can the people theoretically
JD can't define copium, by the way.
Well, it's exactly what you're doing right now. That's what copium is. But
Yeah,
nice
that's
try.
not
though.
a definition. And
Yeah. Okay. What's the definition?
I know
of
what it is.
definition? Are
I
we
know
gonna
what
do
it
the
is.
semantic
I know
game
what
now?
I
We're
know
gonna
what it
read through
is
the
because I know
pragmatics.
what
We're
it
gonna
is.
argue
And
etymology.
it
We're gonna talk about
can't be what it is
epistemology. We're gonna
because
talk
it
about
is what it is.
ontology. Like,
So
what
you
the
know
fuck
it
is this
isn't what it
argument?
is because you don't know what it is.
Anyways, who cares?
That's your argument.
Haha, I was so close to saying something I shouldn't have said. Steve, can the people theoretically, democratically elect a monarch?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. So if you recognize that, what is the logical problem you're having with what Brobot is saying here?
Because the fucking third word in the definition is forced.
That's not the only way that you can be a slave. That is what Brobot is saying to you.
I mean, based on the definition, it is. I mean, if you disagree with
that were
Merriam-Webster,
true,
I
Steve.
guess that's fine.
If that were true, Steve, it would just say, number one, forced. And it would stop. It wouldn't give
goes
you any
on-
other words.
Yeah, it just goes on to say what you're forced into. But forced is the very
That's
forced
wholly
is the very,
ridiculous.
Forced is the very first factor for a fucking reason.
It wouldn't be slavery if it wasn't forced. You'd just be going somewhere. What are you talking about? You'd be like, I'm willingly going somewhere. If you're in a place
such a dumb
and
argument.
they say you can't leave, that's slavery.
And it's a perception too. I mean, like I said, sex slave, right?
The reason why I particularly asked you, sorry, the reason why I particularly asked you about the monarch shit is because there's more than one way than people can get to a monarchy. It's no different with what Robot is saying as it pertains to slavery.
I mean, sure, but if the people can vote to bring in a monarch, they can also vote to get rid of the monarch in the same way. So I don't see your point.
Well, that's a trap.
Not if the monarch gets rid of all the regulations and rules that says that people cannot vote him in.
But that's different because that's
Did
a
everybody
trap.
see the squirrel come in? Squirrel.
You vote a monarch in, a monarchy in, that's a trap because then they can control what you say next. You don't get any more control. So that's a little bit different. I mean, I don't know if it is or not, but like...
You could have benevolent monarchs. Not that I'm particularly for monarchs, period. But if you want like an example of a, I guess, quote unquote, benevolent monarch, you probably use Catherine the Great. But even then, that's like a slight benevolent.
I think, Steve, more so what you're talking about is chattel slavery. Whereas Robot is probably talking about the slavery that existed for thousands of years prior to chattel slavery, which was, again, more so akin to indentured servitude. You could go on in certain societies to even own your master's or own a part of your master's land. So slavery has been, again, defined and redefined all throughout history very differently.
I'm just using the word slave as the fucking dictionary defines it.
Well,
I don't know what more you want from me.
Slave, as the dictionary defines it,
but you're not.
Are more or less referring to chattel slavery.
You're disregarding the fact that the third word of the fucking definition is forced for a reason.
I'm not disregarding it at all. I'm telling you there is more to that definition.
Yeah, it goes on to say what
90% of the definition for one word.
It goes on to say what happens after the force occurs, but the force occurs nonetheless.
That is wholly ridiculous. They would just put forced.
No, because that wouldn't make any sense. You can't define a slave just by saying forced.
You're doing that right now.
Sense.
You're doing that on this panel for the past 30 minutes.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You only pointed at that one fucking word.
You have to
ownership
define
and work. It said.
Yeah, you have to define what it is.
Yeah, and I gave you the whole sentence because
so
the
read
property part
read
mattered.
the definition. Read the definition again, Robot.
I gave you the whole definition because the property part matters just as much as the forced.
Yeah,
if
but you were still,
sell
even if you were
yourself into
property,
being
you're
property,
still forced into it.
Here's the thing that gets me. Here's my thing. I don't know if I disagree with either side, but here's my thing. If you, at any point in your life and journey, and say, I want to just leave and go do something else, if some force is disallowing you to do that, that's slavery.
I would agree, but still with the word force. So I still think I'm
right. I mean, the point being they're forcing you to not be able to leave and forcing you to continue doing what it is you're
forced confinement. That's literally forced confinement.
Yeah.
There you go.
That to me is slavery. If you do not have the choice to leave, that period is slavery.
Which is why B brought it up. It would be about autonomy.
I agreed with her then.
So, if I still have my own autonomy over my own labor, and I willingly agree to work for nothing, am I a slave?
No.
Okay.
Are you allowed to leave?
So what's the difference?
Are you allowed to stop working?
Let's say no. Let's say I
Then you would be
agreed
a
to.
slave.
No, because I willingly fucking agreed to it. I wasn't forced into anything.
Well, then you just sold
So
yourself into
consent
slavery.
happens. Consent, and I feel like I should not have to explain this to a panel of men. Consent can be revoked at any moment, right? And so the same thing with slavery. If you're in true slavery, then no, consent cannot be revoked at any moment. Again, that's where the whole ideology of autonomy comes from. But if you're saying I'm going to go in, I'm going to volunteer my labor for free, much like I really hate this argument, but he is right, interrupting unicorns talking about sex slavery. If you go in and you're like, you know what, I want to be a sex slave for somebody, and then you revoke that consent and they don't do anything about it, then you're not really a slave. It's just sort of this kink thing. But if you do revoke that consent and they say no, then you are in true slavery. And they enforce that no with violence, then yeah, you are in true slavery.
Might even get into bondage or something. They might tie me up or something.
But if said consent was revoked, then you're being forced into it.
What do you guys think of the phrase wage slave? I'm joking.
I mean, Brad brings up a great point, and I really hope he would come up here. But yes, can you sell yourself into slavery if you join military service?
No, you willingly signed the contract on your own accord and were compensated at a rate that you agreed to for it.
Your autonomy is revoked.
autonomy?
Again, your autonomy is so like if you go in and you decide you don't want to do this anymore, like you go into boot camp and you're like, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't like it. I hate it. You don't have a right to leave. You signed that contract. No, you do not get to leave.
Yeah,
you have to go. You have to jump through hoops to be able to leave American military service. Once you sign that
Definitely a gray
contract,
area.
you're in for that whatever amount of years you signed for.
I see gray here.
You can get dishonorably discharged based on your actions, but you're definitely allowed to leave.
It's difficult. I've snuck in drugs. I've snuck in allegedly to try to get people out of boot camp that they allegedly hated. It's very difficult to get you out once you are in.
It's
you could dress up as a woman. You could be a man dressing up as a woman. They'd have to kick you out then, right?
It'd be very difficult without catching a dishonorable.
It's a clinger.
If you're willing to catch a dishonorable, it'd be fairly easy.
It's funny. It's funny, B. That was a character from MASH, the TV show.
We're old.
Well, I mean, that also explains your Ancapistan, because in that military, the contract, you could not leave. There would be no dishonorable discharge. You just simply cannot leave.
Well, there would be no military because the government wouldn't have a force on monopoly, so that's not true. The government
there would
wouldn't
be
have
a
monopoly
military.
on
It
force.
would just be privatized.
Sure, but then you have agreed to work for the private military force. No one could force you to do it. But I would, on the inverse, I would also argue that you could argue that a draft is slavery, because at that point you were forced into it.
I thought you said a giraffe.
A draft.
So I'm not even smoking on. Wild baby. Yeah, the draft. But it does. It seems kind of like there's a gray area there, because once you're in, you're stuck in, and I mean, you should be able to volunteer. I think it should be totally voluntary to represent your country.
Should be. I agree.
Yeah, because if nobody wants to volunteer, then another country comes in and invades. Well, then they're like, okay, we're cool with this. We didn't fight back, so yeah, we're all good. So then it's like, take us now, overlords.
That's just part of being Canadian.
Right? Right? No, we're not like that. We're cool like that. We'll sit you down and give you some maple syrup, but if you fuck around, we're gonna grab the hockey sticks. That's all there is to it.
Do you guys do do you do like maple syrup boarding? Do you do maple syrup boarding? Like tie somebody to a fucking table and just pour maple syrup in their mouth?
Yeah, that's our torture. Instead of waterboarding, it's maple syrup boarding.
Have you heard the song "Out for a Rip"?
Right.
Have you heard the song "Out for a Rip"?
Yeah, I've heard that one. Going for a rip.
Just out for a rip,
we got
are you,
some
bud?
crazy stuff in here, right? Going out for a rip, are you, boy? Oh yeah, we got her up here.
We're just up here sipping syrup, playing hockey.
You guys, if you like hockey at all, Shoresy, what a show, man! It's just Shore with a Shoresy SY on the end. It's a better one. I like it better than Letterkenny, and Letterkenny was really good.
Oh yeah,
it's just Canadian.
I was late. I was super late on Leonard Kenny, but yeah, that's great.
If you haven't seen Shoresy, then Ash, you got to watch Shoresy. It's so good, and it's got some hockey players in it.
I haven't, but I do love Trailer Park Boys. What do you think of that one?
Well, there you go, right there. And hey, there's a pair that I can't remember the name now. Tracy and Martina, I think it is, and they're from similar, and they know the Trailer Park Boys. Well, they're doing a movie now. They went to Alberta. Tracy and Martina go to Alberta or something, and they didn't even expect to make the movie. It just got filmed on their way, kind of thing. So now it's doing well. It's funny stuff.
That's cool. I'll check it out.
I hope to interview them.
That's awesome. That would be awesome.
My first pseudo, they're not huge celebrities yet, you know what I mean? But like they're getting there, so it's like be my first actual interview would be nice to do. Anyway, I'm going to take off. Thanks for having you guys. I hope I wasn't too bad interrupting, but I try. I'm aware. That's why it's in the name. Right?
It's nice to have you, man.
Anyway,
come on back next time.
Yeah, I'll be around, man. Thanks for having me. And that game looks wicked good.
Wicked good. Wicked good, man.
All right, have a good one.
Later. It does look wicked good.
Fucking Canucks Stadiums.
That was like a copious, and I applaud you, Brobot, for spending all that fucking time trying to say the same thing over and over again just to have it completely disregarded.
I would actually really enjoyed that journey. I actually really enjoyed that journey because I was on Steve's side for most of it, and then I realized, oh yeah, no, I do get it now. So thank you, Brobot. You took me to the water.
But did you?
Well, at least I got somebody there.
I mean, I see how it's possible. Like the sheer fact that you could be in a democracy and vote yourself accidentally into a dictatorship, a very harsh authoritarian dictatorship, simply proves that you can accidentally sell yourself into slavery.
Accidentally?
I think you could accidentally, yeah.
Well, for the most part, especially in feudal Europe, a lot of people just needed the basics like food, shelter, water. So they would sell their labor to a manor so they could have those things, survive. And that was slavery. They could not leave the manor. They were forced to work every day. Or you would not have a house, you would not have food, they would not feed you. So yeah, that would be slavery.
I also agree with Mojo that capitalism is slavery, so it's not really a far river to cross for me.
Yeah, I think there is something to be said about choices and this idea of choice, in that if there's only two options, and one of the options is sell yourself into slavery, or get unalived with debt because you refuse to pay back your debt and something happens to you, state or country does something to you. I do think that a conversation can be had on whether that's actually a real choice or not.
I apologize, by the way, I wasn't laughing at you, B. Okay, this is my second anti-fan that I'm seeing, and I've seen this person several occasions come into the fucking chat just specifically to call me on and talk shit about me. It's so funny. I have 2 anti-fans now. Let's go. W.
You talking about a coerced choice.
Yes, like you were mentioning wage slave earlier, which I think is accurate to say that it is slavery, because the choice is unalive or get a job. That's not really a choice.
Mm-hmm. And I completely skipped over American history for my example, didn't have to go back to feudalistic Europe. The company towns, you would literally accidentally sell yourself into slavery in order to purchase, the tools and stuff you needed to work, so you could live there, so you could buy food, and they just paid you less than what it cost to do those things. So you were always in perpetual debt.
Or in vouchers, which is wild. They used to even not pay actual cash money. They would pay vouchers, so you could just go to the company store and buy food. It was kind of crazy.
Isn't that what they're trying to do again with so-called, I think, campuses or innovation zones?
I think so.
Yeah, I remember Trump mentioned something about innovation zones, and I'm guessing those are probably company-owned areas where people can go work there and then live there, and it's they also call it a campus or something like that. It sounds nice, but in reality, it's kind of the same thing as company towns.
They were trying to do that for teachers here in California, in San Francisco Bay Area. It's very expensive to live. The cost of living does not keep up with the average wage, especially for teachers. And so they are currently trying to create sort of college campus-like facilities for teachers who teach public school, elementary level, and all grade school levels. They're trying to do that.
That's cool. I like that.
No, it's not cool. You should not work where you fucking live. It's not healthy. Never stops.
Oh, I think I misheard what you said because I have no idea what that second comment was about. Sorry.
It's okay. I was saying that teachers can't afford to live in the city. I know everyone's stoned now. Teachers can't afford to live in the city where they work, so they were going to create college-like housing for them so that they can live the elementary school. They're going to create this, apartment complexes at the elementary school for them to be able to work so that they can work for their rent, essentially.
Oh, okay. I see.
That reminds me when I was a kid, and I used to think that I still wonder if the teacher lived in the school or not.
Right. Do you ever leave?
Yeah, no. So I was like, oh yeah. So now kids are gonna be like, oh, now she does live here.
Yeah, that's weird. It's not really the same thing as college. I don't know. I don't know if I think that's a terrible idea. I don't know if it's helpful to anyone, but if it was helpful from a housing perspective for anyone, I think that's probably a good thing. But I don't know.
Would those facilities, would those teacher facilities be public, or would they be, I don't know, owned by Amazon?
Right.
Here in the Bay, it was going to be public. But it's not, and this is the problem that I have with many liberal policies, is that it doesn't address the actual issue. It just kind of puts a Band-Aid on the issue. The actual issue is housing, right? We need to fix the actual issue, not just create a place where teachers can now, who are already overworked, sit there and essentially work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week now, because they have eyes on them at all times.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, it does.
In San Francisco, you guys have probably heard that people poop on the streets in San Francisco. That's true, because we have a restroom shortage. They're not allowed to use the restroom. Many businesses refuse to allow homeless people to use the restroom, so they have to use the restroom on the street. And so instead of San Francisco addressing the restroom shortage by creating more restrooms or more public restrooms, they just made it legal for you to now poop and pee on the street rather than fixing the real problem. Yes, and that's a very liberal city. San Francisco is, they call them gay Marxists, and they're not wrong. And that's how they handle it.
Oh, that's crazy. I thought you were going to say something else. I thought you were going to say, I don't know, I guess it would have been already illegal, so they just legalized it. That's wild. That's a workaround, all right. There you go. That's some out-of-the-box thinking. What the fuck?
Because San Francisco, you can't go 5 blocks without hitting an elementary school or a high school. And if you use the restroom in front of an elementary school or a high school, you're automatically pinged on meganslaw.com, right? And so these people really genuinely need to go to the bathroom. And so that's how they've gone around to fix the problem. And you will, if you go to SF, you will see human poop on the streets.
Yeesh. Like over here in LA, I know like in downtown, there's like some like public restrooms that they basically, like I've never used them myself, but I've seen them. They look kind of like these like round little things, these booths, but they don't even open, I guess, because people would go in there, do their schmugs in there. And so I think now they introduce a new kind of booth where it's like, you basically use your phone, you scan the QR code, and it opens and it closes for like 10 minutes. So you got like 10 minutes to use the bathroom and wash your hands. It's like, I guess it's clean, but like I guess it ensures that like if you use it, if you can only use it if you have like a phone with a camera. But
are you allowed to leave before the 10 minutes?
Yeah, you can leave it for 10 minutes.
I was gonna say, because if it made you stay in there for 10 minutes, that is slavery. Technically.
But bathroom slavery. But it's interesting because I think the main problem is the reason why they probably don't want to introduce like public bathrooms is because they're worried about the bathrooms being used for other reasons aside from using the restroom. So it's probably why, other than just being a cheaper reason to legalize like taking a dump on the streets, it's probably also because they know how to solve the problem of maintaining the restroom where there's a lot of homeless.
Well, yeah, and if you peel that layer back even more, the actual real issue is homelessness. People need a place to take a shit.
Yeah, this
on the street, right?
This is like, and like to your comment about the Band-Aids, like what's next? Then you're gonna like hire a crew to like clean up the human shit, and then like like just like trying to address one little thing at a time is wild. Like just take a step fucking back.
That's actually a genius move. It creates more jobs. Good job. You just fucking made people more money.
I'm an economic grower. That's all I can say.
The manure initiative.
Well, normally human feces is supposed to be cleaned up by professionals, hazmat professionals. But the city of San Francisco, they do have that, and they bleach the streets. That's how they try to maintain the cleanliness. But again, it's just never really addressing the real issue. And the homelessness, and then you peel back that homelessness layer and you look like, okay, the issue is drugs and mental illness. And then you peel that back and then, the issue is childhood trauma. And so it's probably never really going to get addressed in this country. And it's unfortunate because the majority of, much of the country ships their homeless to California. And so California takes care of a lot of the country's homeless.
Wait, you think homeless people are getting shipped? They're getting put on like buses
also
and
traveling. They also travel to California because the weather is nice and it
California
allows
is the
you
best place
to be.
Yeah. I mean, I live in Southern California. I'm well aware. I've slept on the street myself. It's quite nice.
I mean, nice is a crazy way to put it when there, women are getting raped on the street and children are getting raped.
The weather.
It's a very dangerous place. Yeah. So California gets to deal with the nation's problem that no one really wants to address.
We're basically carrying everybody.
Yeah. And you're in LA, it's no different. Your homelessness problem is worse in LA because you're, one, geographically bigger, and two, you definitely stay good weather-wise all year round.
Yeah, it's pretty bad over here. Like you go through, like, I remember like on my old route to work, like you drive through different areas, like you go from like different neighborhoods, and usually like under like overpasses, that's where like all the homeless encampments are like under there. So it's like if you're a pedestrian, you couldn't even like walk through the sidewalk. You have to go on the street and keep walking. And it's like,
oh yeah, downtown especially. Downtown has gotten out of control. Same thing with Portland, Oregon. It's just like encampment city. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's
We are actually about to start shipping our homeless to you. Congratulations. Please do not resist.
Where are you? Where are you?
Austin, Texas.
No, I was going to say Texas. Yeah, I was going to say Texas.
It's not because we hate homeless or anything. It's because it's going to be like 100 plus degrees this summer.
It's also because you guys hate homeless too.
It can be both. It can be both.
No. We do not build pylons, like concrete pylons underneath overpasses so people cannot lay down there. We do not fuck up our park benches so people cannot lay down there.
That's fair.
Yeah, you just send them to jail.
Yeah. Santa Monica particularly has shit like that.
Don't knock it till you try it there, B. If you're homeless, how nice is it to have a bed and 3 hot meals a day?
And technically a shower, too, depending on the prison you're going to.
Oh, yeah. No, they all have showers. Every prison here does. That's federal mandate.
I've heard from some friends here in Michigan that there are prisons that don't fucking do that. I don't know why, and I can't explain it. I don't even know the actual validity of it, but...
Yeah, that actually sounds wild and illegal. Unless you really just don't have a jail population and like sanitary conditions don't have to be that good to stop like the spread of disease. And sure, they may not have showers, but I mean, fuck. As far as I can tell, you usually pack people together in small spaces, so like showers are mandatory.
We could just give them homes. There's also an option.
Jail is a home, what do you mean?
Mental health.
Home is where you
mental
hang
health care
your handcuffs or whatever the
Yeah, if
kind
I'm
of
not
phrase is.
mistaken, isn't that what like the prison?
Oh, you got only one bar, robot.
Ah, shit. Is it better now?
No, you still only got one bar. I'd probably give it like a minute or two. No, prisons are not meant to be mental health care. They're really not. It's the least conducive environment to anyone who is having a mental break.
We didn't say mental health care, we said a home. The only thing you have to worry about within prison is having to hold someone else's pocket.
No, I mean, prison satisfies all of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Prison
No, it doesn't
is
satisfy
the perfect communism.
self-determination. It doesn't satisfy self-determination.
Nobody is stopping you from going to school in prison. Nobody is stopping you from picking up a trade or a hobby.
Yeah, but it's a highly contentious environment that is not good for people who, one, homelessness can breed mental illness within and of itself. Just becoming homeless can make you paranoid, and that is probably the worst place for you to be is jail.
No, because jail satisfies the hierarchy of needs. You have shelter,
No, it doesn't.
food, water.
Self-determination is a part of that hierarchy. You're only thinking of the physiological the physiological aspect, but safety is also in the hierarchy of needs, and so is self-determination.
That is the most safe place. You're in a concrete and steel room. Nobody can get you in there.
The people in there can get you in there. What are you saying?
And those watching you.
Well, then, I mean, nowhere is safe.
People in jail.
No, a home is safe. Your own home.
E-Man.
Your own home, where you can have autonomy over yourself. You can get access to health care, mental health care. Like, that is a safe spot.
Locks only keep an honest man honest. Do you think your home is really that safe? Awful lot of windows that are very breakable.
Safer than being on the street or being in jail. Housing first initiatives
And I
are
would like to
not
thank the
wild.
sidewalks for always keeping me out of the streets, and my arms for always being by my sides.
San Jose has done housing first. Sweden, Switzerland, all of those great countries have all done housing first initiatives, and it's worked out well. But America refuses.
Well, I mean, technically, hell, I have been in jails and state penitentiaries, but I was a catcher. So, like, that's where I dropped the people off.
Yeah, I've done penitentiary nursing. You want your soul to get sucked, do that.
I remember somebody talking about like forgot what. Oh yeah, it was on RSR. They're discussing like different like punishments or rehabilitations, and somebody talked about like some supposedly the government researched some idea where you serve your time by, I guess, experiencing what your victim went through and shit for like murderers and all that. And it's like they're talking about if that's humane or not, or like it's kind of like the idea of like prison being formative or rehabilitation. And so it's like it sounds like some kind of Clockwork Orange type of rehabilitation.
Indeed.
I wanted to look it up. I wanted to look it up before I talked out of my ass. If you really wanted to make the argument about like, yeah, it's not really much of a home, you could talk about. You actually briefly mentioned it. You talk about how like the quality of life in Swedish prisons is far better than the quality of life in American prisons. Because Swedish prisons, they actually have a sort of dorm room style, and they have a fucking TV. Whereas American prisons, you get a fucking not even a toilet. It's like a fucking little shit stain of a toilet.
A slippery bar of soap.
Have you been to a jail, JD? Like just any of them? A county?
I've seen jails. I haven't been to a jail, but
You haven't been in a jail? Like, because I'm going to tell you,
I'm a good
that's not
boy.
true. Just be a good boy, and I can tell you that that's not true. There are very real requirements on every county, municipality, state, done by the federal government on how we treat prisoners.
They have it written down. They don't fucking follow it. I can tell you that.
Okay, let's be fair. Some of them are trying, I'm sure, but there's a lot of misconduct. There's a lot of misconduct.
As someone who's actually been inside one and actually worked as a nurse there, no, they do not.
So you're basically telling me that Abu Ghraib is like just American society. That's how it fucking goes.
What do you mean?
Like that's all of our prisons. What happened in the Middle East in Abu Ghraib, that is what we do.
I would say for my
Abu
many,
Ghraib.
I don't think it's all of them, but I think many of them are.
I mean, I'm not Arabic. I'm allowed to mispronounce these things.
No, you're not Texan.
I am Texan.
I mean, the human rights abuses within American prison system. I'm not the first one in the world to sort of talk about it. I can't believe that this is the first time that you've heard about this.
Oh no! I mean, obviously, I hear them and I've read about them, but let's be ultra fair here. We live in an imperfect system. There's no perfect human. So yeah, I expect there to be fuck ups, but we are factually better than 100% of the rest of the world.
Well, shit. We just had JD list you Sweden and many Scandinavian countries, not just Sweden, Norway included, Finland, other parts of Europe do prison much different than we do. And they have a better recidivism rate than we do, and they have better outcomes. because they're focused on rehabilitation, whereas American prisons are focused on punishment.
Yeah, because we have a whole bunch of assholes in this country that say, let them rot in jail. Like that stupid shit.
Yeah, no, that is true. If you want another aspect, this is part of what I looked up. In Sweden, the prisoners actually get like an actual grocery budget. Like they could, like the only actual autonomy that's taken away is their freedom of movement, but everything else like is given to them practically.
Because it's all about, again, rehabilitation.
I can't believe you guys are still talking.
You want us to go away, huh? You just want to focus on your game.
I know, that's all I've been doing. I'm just nothing else.
Prison movies will be so boring.
True.
I feel bad. I actually feel bad for Mojo because he actually is in slavery. He is a product of
slave to this game.
You are a slave to this game. This company has enslaved you with their product. It is addictive, and it's not great.
That's funny.
Oh, this is ADHD. Let me guess. Every time you find something that you really like, you become obsessed with it, and you do it for weeks at a time, and then you'll never pick it up again until 2 years later.
Yeah, I call it an addictive personality.
Ash, could you elaborate? Do you believe that addiction itself could be slavery?
Yes, absolutely. I think, I mean...
We hit another point, and fucking Civil isn't here anymore.
I enjoyed that for a minute. It just got annoying after a while, but it was kind of interesting at first. These kids just are fucking... They don't have enough life experience to, like... And I get it. I was there before, you know, and it's like you get...
Yeah, like yesterday.
Yesterday, 42 years old. It's been a while. I don't know. It was interesting to talk to him, I guess, but it was just too debate bro-y for me. I don't like that stuff.
Well, the kid was factually a Phil bro, but I mean, at least he wasn't like the stupid Phil bros that don't actually believe in anything. He actually believes in libertarianism.
That's fair, I guess. I don't know.
I checked out the channel that he recommended. What was it called? Something Liquid Zulu. And I was just going through. I didn't watch any of them, but I was scrolling through like some of the videos that were the titles. And one of them was titled like an argument for planned obsolescence. Basically, it looked like a video that supported the idea of planned obsolescence.
What the hell is that? Holy shit.
It's a fucking UFO.
Jesus Christ, I don't like it's kicking
It just
my ass.
shot at you. It's shooting at you.
Hey, Brobot, would you
It's
say
a big
that
turtle.
Mojo's presence on this platform enslaves people?
Oh no. Nothing to do with me. Nobody cares two shits about me.
Quite the
contrary. There's been days
actually.
where I said I'm not getting on TikTok, and then I was like, you know what? I gotta get some Mojo in me. That sounded bad. That's not what I
Crazy.
So, outside of your fact,
damn, I'm gonna say kicking my ass.
I know exactly. Isn't this supposed to be this thing you're fighting right now? This is supposed to be based off of a Leonardo da Vinci fucking invention.
I think it is. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do with that.
Machina.
I have no idea.
I kind of see that.
Damn it! Come on.
The machine of the machines.
Because it's rotating just like it.
I mean, that's actually pretty dope. But for Ash, I would say it's quite the contrary. As a matter of fact, Mojo consistently tells people, then just go. Just leave. Nobody's holding you here.
I ain't holding anybody hostage.
That's true. Fair. That's based.
That's funny because I came on just because I needed a little mojo before I went to bed.
Okay, that's weird. What is going on here?
You need some mojo in you too.
Yeah. I just binged watched a new Harlan Coben series on Netflix. It was so good. And so, yeah, I didn't even touch my phone for like 6.5 hours.
Damn.
So I was like, I might as well look, right?
Hey, where's that thing?
What thing?
The big turtle thing. It disappeared.
The spaceship? It's cloaking. It's
flew away.
I was gonna shoot it. I was gonna shoot it from up here.
Maybe you can't see because of drop distance.
Watch it. He's climbing up right now, and you can't see him because he's like climbing up the side of it.
I'm gonna get this
down,
son of a
look
bitch.
Down.
Uh-oh.
Look down. You're falling.
Look,
Your
you're
thing's
falling
falling
apart.
It's because
I know.
you're climbing up. I'm telling you. Get out of there.
Where's Ella when you need her?
What if Mojo's contractually obligated to be there?
Yeah, I am a slave. You guys suck. I am absolutely a slave.
That's actually true. Mojo was like, I'm not going to do anything this weekend. And I'm pretty sure CS or Messi or someone called him up, said, you got to get on here. That's slavery.
How come I can't? It doesn't come down. Let me take it out. Damn it.
It's because you didn't satisfy the contract.
It was funny. I was actually this morning. I was on. Was it Paula or Jenny's? One of them two was on, and they said, "Hey, Redacted's got it. He's got
it blew up.
Redacted has a panel, and there's like 130 people in there." So I left and went over there and listened to that for a while. It's like, so if Mojo's not on, everybody else has to get on just so we have something to do.
Yeah, it's either this or CT or those are really the main two.
Really?
Motherfucker blew himself up. Oh,
I did. I hit fucking barrels of gunpowder. Jesus Christ!
You gotta watch those barrels of gunpowder. They're everywhere.
Never shoot
Not a
red
weird thing to
barrels.
say. What's that?
Never shoot red barrels if you're next to them.
Oh yeah. No, red's a bad color.
Why are there all these people fighting, trying to kill you?
Because I'm a badass.
Dude, I don't know if you play this, but I fell in love with Shadow of Mordor. It's just the game mechanics, so the fighting mechanics were just so fun. It looks
but they made it so that way no one could ever use the Nemesis system ever fucking again. So it sucks.
What do you mean?
No one else is allowed to use that specific system. The Nemesis system is only for that fucking game.
Oh, holy crap. There's too many of these buggers.
Why?
You're saying like Warner Brother got a patent on the system?
I don't remember particularly how it happened, but there's a thing now where like anybody else tries to use that system, it's fucking game over. Like it doesn't even have to be a straight one-on-one. It doesn't even have to be like a straight one-on-one copyright infringement. Like even just one particular asset that even remotely resembles that system, oh, you're fucked.
Yeah, it's that fucking corporatism.
AI copyrights. Is that what it is? Like copyrights or
copyrights, patent, everything, that people can't take your ideas.
It's like
but it is fun though. It's a good. I don't know if you played it. Jay, did you play Shadow of Mordor?
I did, and I liked it. The only part
there's another one.
Is always getting betrayed by my fucking generals.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was just because there was an asshole in the game or what, but they just always fucking hated me.
You guys played God of War games, like the last two, like Ragnarok and the God of War, like That was a sequel, but
I did a little bit, but I don't know. I didn't get the new PlayStation, so I never really like had it to play because that's only PlayStation, right?
yeah, the first one was on PS4, and then the new one's on PS5, and then now they got a new one coming out.
Yeah, I played the old one. I didn't play the new one though, but I know they're awesome. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they're great. I think there's a controversy over the new one because the lead character is a female. So it's like they were making AI videos. Yeah, they're like on Twitter. They're posting like AI videos of like even the player character washing dishes and all that shit. I'm like Jesus
Christ.
Yeah.
Another interesting story / game mechanic game that I thought was unique was Uncharted. I really liked Uncharted too.
Oh yeah, that was a great series. The last one was as well. That's a good one.
Yeah, it was a good story, and like you just play along with it like a movie really well. I thought it's kind of cool.
Yeah,
flows well.
Yeah, another good game similar to like this right here is that I'm still gonna play. I just got a few games I gotta complete. It's called Ghost of Tsushima. That's a good one.
Oh yeah, I mean that's like the one, right?
Yeah,
that's like the end of the year. That was the one. Like my gamer friends are like my one biggest gamer friend is like, I wouldn't recommend it. It's like it's a lot because I'm like a casual gamer. I don't get too serious, and
even from
and,
like
other
the
people say that, I don't know.
perspective, even from the perspective of like someone who owns an Xbox, like Ghost of Tsushima, back in its prime age, would have been the game to get me like to buy a PS5. Well, like I don't know, I just like never got a PS5. But even now, like with the recent Sony showcase, and the matter of the fact, like they did not like come to play this year. They literally showed everything enticing that I want to play to where like, yeah, I'm probably going to be spending $700 now that I could be spending on the homeless to get them a home.
Seriously.
I am at JD's favorite place right now.
Where?
What's your favorite place, JD?
I have no idea what it is, but I imagine it's a sub shop.
I know exactly where it is. What are you getting, friend?
Jersey Mike's is now the #1 fast food place. They kicked
Camera.
Not Chipotle. What's the other one with the chicken?
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A. Is that what
I'm
it
getting
is?
the Crunchwrap, but I was more or less here for the midnight
Taco Bell
Baja Blast.
Oof.
Nice. Damn, now I'm jealous. Jersey Mike's is the fucking shit. I used to work next to one. I'd get it every day almost. Getting it Mike's way with the oil, with like all the oil and vinegar all over it, salt and pepper with fucking shit. It's so good. You gotta eat it right away.
Mike's,
it does get soggy.
Hold on. You're telling me this entire time that Mike's way was oil and vinegar?
I honestly believe that they put like some kind of illegal or illicit substance within the Baja Blast.
Oh, to make it. I used to love Code Red. That's the only Mountain Dew I ever drank.
I did fuck with Code Red. I fuck with all of them. Mountain Dew is my jam. I kind of left it for a long time and came back to it and have enjoyed it, but it was very nostalgic, and I don't know. It's a great treat.
In downtown LA, they have a Taco Bell Cantina, and they put liquor in the Baja Blast.
Liquor?
I mean, that would be absolutely exquisite, but it is a Thursday, so I will not be imbibing.
Exquisite. That's funny.
But they do put something in that Mountain Dew. For some reason, at 1 o'clock in the morning, I went to Taco Bell just to get a Baja Blast.
There's caffeine in it.
Yeah, but I mean, I drink like coffee and stuff. I didn't feel the need to get a coffee. I wanted to get a Baja Blast. So this is addiction, children.
Yeah, it is.
It's economic slavery because you are forced to get that because they have biologically engineered you to do so.
By the dental industry, because Mountain Dew is basically reverse mouthwash.
Reverse mouthwash. Just say I was eugenics. Like, what the fuck?
What's reverse mouthwash? I don't get it.
Oh, because like they say Mountain Dew is basically really bad for your teeth.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is.
Robot's not too far off with this speculation. I mean, we all remembered what they put in Coca-Cola.
Oh, yeah.
That's true. It's in the name.
They're all running away now. Except for this guy.
They could probably make more money if they put it back in there. I mean, they got RFK Jr. Fuck it. Why not?
Right.
Dude, we should like champion RFK to do that shit.
If I'm not mistaken, didn't Pablo Escobar already do that?
It's like, we will now put cocaine in Coca-Cola.
How do you...
I don't remember that.
Well... Okay, I'm not connecting the dots here, Robot.
Pablo Escobar? The like...
drug dealer, yes.
head?
Yes.
Yeah, that's how they snuck it across the border. They put it in the bottled Coke. They put the Coke back in Coke.
Oh, but they didn't... Okay, I thought you were saying they collaborated with Coca-Cola. That would have been even funnier, but that would have made no sense.
Like, talk about Coca-Cola Classic.
Great. Yeah, that would have been the classic.
I saw a post yesterday, the top 50 most hated people in world history, and so was listing on the people, of course, Hitler and different... Anyway, I'm reading down it, and I'm thinking in the back of my mind, I wonder where Trump is on this list, but he wasn't on it. But the whole time I'm thinking he's got to be in here somewhere, but it wasn't. It was just all really bad people.
That's sad.
Yeah. And boy, the turnout for Obama's new library, it was a who's who of all kinds of famous people there, and I bet Trump is just so jealous because everybody just respects Obama and his wife.
They had some smear about his library. They said that apparently they said that Obama did. I think it was on Montana's Life. They were saying that Obama did not pay the people that built it or something like that. Like he shafted the contractors. And I'm thinking like, dude,
I find that hard to
somewhat
believe.
true. There was an article, I believe, on Reuters and The Guardian about the Obama Presidential Library. Apparently it is several $1 million into debt, but I imagine that's going to be paid at some point.
Sure.
Okay, yeah. I figured that there was like some like explanation or something that's like, because it's funny because like the Trump is the one that is infamous for literally shafting people all the time, especially like contractors. Like he hired like undocumented, I think, Polish people, and then when they wanted their pay, he basically wanted to deport them or some shit.
Yes.
It's the classic scapegoat. I mean, you remember Pam Bondi's hearing when they were frying her about fucking Epstein, and then she went to talk about fucking fraud and immigrants. I mean, it's the only two things I can say. They're like, okay, there are parts of this that are true, but holy fuck, Jesus, stop fucking trying to make it this big fucking deal.
Yeah, it's there. Look over there, type of thing.
So are we in like a ceasefire memorandum or whatever?
Possibly.
Did they open the Strait of Hormuz yet?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm too busy playing a game to look at the news.
I guess I really wasn't directed that question at you specifically, but has there been any news today?
I think Debo wants to chime in.
Technically, the Strait of Hormuz was never closed. It was only closed to the United States and Israel.
Oh, okay. Well, they'd had a backlog of ships, though. I mean, there was a site you could go on and look and see the traffic.
Sure, but I mean, they have their ways around it, and it's just different countries and insurance and stuff like that. The backlog wasn't very specific about, like, other than the U.S. and Israel, essentially.
Right. Which we might have had quite a few in there. I don't know.
The companies might just change the flag to Indian flags just to let them pass through. I think India's been a major partner in moving stuff along, and amongst other countries. It's all
nice of them.
Political theater. Well, think about it. If you're a corporation, you're going to pay whoever's going to get you across that strait, no matter who it is.
Right.
Companies control everything. It's not even the countries. It's the companies, the multinationals.
The top three.
Well, yeah. I mean, the big oil, big everything. I mean, just everything.
Did any of our farmers get their fertilizer yet? I wonder.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to say really quick. I was in a different chat, and someone was like, "Oh, in Ukraine, it's all a corruption scam. Democrats were, if you agreed to the Ukraine war, they all got bonuses." And I'm like, what a bunch of bullshit. Like, the lies that MAGA come up with astound me every day. And it's like, Hunter Biden. Can we stop talking about goddamn Hunter Biden for 1 second? Like, jeez. Come up with something fresh for once. It's like... There's this idea that, the liberals are a cabal in with the Jewish people. Like, that is a 25-year-old lazy argument. And again, I'm against corruption on both sides of the aisle, but it's just like, it's just lazy talking points. They can't,
because they've run out of things to say. They don't know.
But the process. I wouldn't even suggest that whenever they're talking about, like, Democrats are getting money from Ukraine to talk about Ukraine war, wherever fucking source. I wouldn't even say that that's just dumb talking points. I'd say that's deliberate because they're trying to navigate around the fact that people like Tim Pool literally got money to shell out for fucking Russia.
Yeah, but like, for example, whenever I open my work PC, all I ever see is like conservative headlines being posed as legitimate standard news sources, and I can't get rid of the stupid headlines, and it makes me wonder, your average stupid Joe or non-informed Joe out there will believe it like it's actual fact, and it's not. It's Republican talking points being smeared as the truth, and it's like, ugh. It just sickens me.
And no matter how many facts you throw at them, they still don't believe you.
Yeah, I mean, and even CNN is guilty of not presenting the truth as it is. Not to say they're saying the lies, but they're not giving you the full picture. So
yeah,
I can't even trust CNN completely.
Actually, there has been so much going on in different parts of the country, and we used to know pretty much what was going on everywhere. You would get snippets here and then, here and there. But like, they were talking about the fires that have been happening out in California, or I've come across some lives where they're just streaming the smoke going onto the highway or the fire going on at night, but you don't hear about it on the news.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in California here, and you only see on the local KTLA stations, not the national stuff as much. Not unless it's a big fire, but it's all just stupid talking points. And
you've had a couple big ones, though, haven't you? I mean,
well, Riverside County, which is the more deserty part. I'm in Orange County, which is a bit more suburban, urban. It never reaches my side of the mountain because you have a mountain range that divides Riverside County from Orange County. So
you're in Republican territory.
Oh, don't I know it? North Orange County, which is incredibly urban, is actually more Democrat. But my part, it's very conservative, and everyone keeps voting for stupid young Kim, who's pro-AB. I'm sorry, anti-AB, and people just keep voting her in. Conservative values, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, people never learn. They never goddamn learn. But that's and it's women who vote against their own causes. So,
but is California they don't have strong restrictions, do they?
No, but it's just they're trying to change that amongst other things in certain local races. It's hard to describe, but
California is really big. And
it's a huge state. Yes, it is. Yeah. I mean, you have Kern County, which is very rural, and they're defunding public transit, which irks me because a lot of us ride the bus. So,
that's crazy. If people ride the bus, why would they do? I mean, a lot of people use buses. Have been. I mean, you see movies for years and years, old movies from California, and you guys have had buses forever.
Yeah, but they're like, oh, there's not enough money for it. And it's like, but yeah, we have money for wars, though. And it's like, if you want people to get to your jobs, even in medium density suburbia, you're going to have to create buses that run nonstop from 6 a.m. to, about 9 p.m. When I used to live in suburban Philadelphia, we had buses that ran from 6 in the morning till midnight, every 30 minutes on the dot. And they had similar density to here, Orange County. So it can be done with the right amount of funding equilibrium. And I get it. The riders have to pay their fair share a little bit too, but create the timetable first, and then we'll ride the buses. So it's just, I don't know. Yeah. But are y'all here in California, or y'all are spread out?
I'm in LA.
Everywhere? Okay.
Everywhere. I'm in Ohio.
Okay, my cousin used to be in Akron a long time ago. Yeah, I passed through there. You guys got nothing but cows out there, from what I remember.
On the western side of Ohio.
Well, I started in Pittsburgh and then headed to Akron for my cousin's wedding out there, and I was like, wow, there's a whole lot of cows out here. But yeah, it's been a long time since I've been on the East Coast. But I just get tired of these lies, and I just got, I just got to stop giving a damn. You know what I'm saying? I just got to ignore those stupid headlines, because it's just, otherwise you'll pull your hair out.
All right.
Yeah, it's like over here in LA, they're basically trying to push. What's that fool? Chris Pratt.
Oh, that dude. Yeah, dude, I'm right below you. And basically, he didn't win that former reality star guy to become the mayor of Los Angeles. I'm like, thank God, he was an asshole. So we did not need that Republican jerk being the mayor. And again, to be a little fair, Karen Bass has her mistakes, but we do not need a Republican for, oh my God, yeah, to cause more cuts. We do not need death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah. Dude, DBO, if you don't like it here, F off. Go to another room. Like, geez. I know, people in the comments, they're idiots. It's like, move on. Yeah. I know. That's all the caricature is.
Look at all these comments he made. It's like, whatever, dude.
I know, we're tax and spend liberals. All we ever do is tax. Yeah, sure. Yeah, because that's why we still have 33 million people here in California, dude. If you don't like it, go to effing Texas, where you have humidity and you just sweat to death. Like
people like Robot.
Like, fuck off.
It's a shot at Robot.
Yeah. But it's
we do have lots of humidity.
Oh, are you in Texas, bro? Robot?
Yep.
Okay. I mean, yeah. I just don't like...
What I meant to say about Texas is...
It's just... I just hate the laws. No offense, dude. The laws in your state suck. Your governor sucks. I mean, I like San Antonio, but it's just not my cup of tea. But if other people want to live in Texas, go for it. Whatever.
I mean, back at you. LA sucks dick.
Yeah. Well, that's LA. I'm further south in Orange County. I just not my thing. I don't know. Just not my preference.
You guys got Disneyland and Knott's Berry Farm.
Yeah, in Orange County we got Disneyland, Knott's Berry Farm. My sister-in-law loves Disneyland. It's too overpriced for me. I just do the basics. I just love the beach. I'm a beach dude. Go to Huntington, go to Newport, Just read a book on the beach and watch the waves. I love it. Just keep it low key. I mean, after living in Philadelphia for 10 years and dealing with humidity every stinking summer, I'm like, I am not doing this forever. So I was just like, I was done with snow in the winter and humid summers. I was like, no, we have hot summers here too, but it doesn't get humid. So I don't know.
Yeah,
it's a different kind of
Michigan. I'm from Michigan. I moved to LA. I won't move back.
Yeah, I'd rather be in the frigid cold than humidity.
Wait, Ibanez, are you in Los Angeles?
Yeah.
Well, are you in the valley or are you like west side by the ocean?
In northeast LA.
Okay. Oh, I know where you're at, like Eagle Rock and stuff. Oh, okay, cool, nice. I used to hang out in Pasadena sometimes, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I used to be in West LA, and then I moved to the Valley.
Dude, how do you handle the Valley when it's 109? That's the only negative of the Valley is it gets hotter in the Valley relative to even where I'm at. I'm like, your air conditioning bill.
AC. You have to have central air.
Oh no, I have AC too, but I fear for your bill that you're crying with $500 bills for your electric bill.
500. That's nothing. That's a good bill.
Oh, I'm in a 1-bedroom apartment and I'm poor, so I'm like, I'm 170 in the summer. But again, I'm in a 600 square foot apartment here, so yeah.
Oh, it's small.
Oh yeah, it's very small, but it's only me. So
yeah.
Man, I helped somebody move in the valley. Like it was in I forgot what city. But it was in the valley, and
San Fernando.
San Fernando, yeah, and it was 100 something that day. Like,
yeah, that one part of LA, it like absorbs all the heat. I don't know what it is. It just all the heat goes there.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, but my uncle used to live in San Bernardino County, and it got hot there all the time. Way out in Yucaipa or Riverside, like way out there. But he left California for elsewhere. But that area also had similar temperatures to San Fernando Valley. But yeah. So Ibanez, have you noticed like the authorities have been Ibanez?
I'm sorry, I'm going crazy tonight. Everybody's saying shit wrong.
Ibanez, sorry. There's been jury duty summons left and right. I got summons to Santa Ana, and like they basically, I got out of it. But have you noticed an increase in summons for jury duty? I do not like doing jury duty.
The last one I got was probably like 6 months ago, and I didn't have to go to go. So I was like, oh man.
Oh, see, I had to go all the way to the courtroom and all the way to the room where the judge is. And I'm like, please let me go. I do not want to do this. And he was nice and let me go. So,
I got called in both past years, and I had to go through one, and then the other one I almost made it to the end and then got left at the last second. But yeah, I've gotten called each year the past 2 years.
So wait, did you have to go through the entire trial, or did you get to go before this thing started?
So one of them, I had to go through the trial. One probably 2 years ago, I went through the trial and had to like make a decision, and then the other one, there was a ton of jurists, and I went through the whole it was like 2-day process of jury, but I eventually got let go. So I learned a lot about the case, well, as much as they told, at that point. And I was like, I thought I was in. I was like, I'm getting ready. I was mentally prepared, but they were like, in the last thing, it was like, one more person, you go. I was like, praise the Lord,
Nice. Yeah, see, in Santa Ana, I didn't realize it's a huge tower of 10 stories, and I have a fear of elevators. So I was sent to the waiting room on the 3rd floor, and I took the stairs there, and I'm like, okay, fine, 3 stories, who cares? But then they're like, I waited 2 hours. It was 11 o'clock, and they're like, okay, you are being summoned to the 10th floor. I thought I would be summoned to the 6th floor, and I'm in like Santa Ana here in Orange County, and I'm like, are you kidding me? So I huffed it from the 4th floor all the way to the 10th floor in the stairwell. I was sweating, and then by the 10th floor, they suck with the air conditioning. Like, it's very tepid air conditioning. I was sweating so bad in that courtroom, and I guess I gave the judge this like look, and he was just like, I'll be nice and let this dude go. Because I was sweating so. Well, I was just like, dude, I didn't say it, but I was like, I was sweating so bad. Yeah.
No elevator in that building?
They have it, but I've been trapped in elevators 3 times in my life, so I have claustrophobia. So,
that sucks.
Yeah, it sucks big time. So I take the stairs whenever I can.
Fool me once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been trapped in elevators, so I have a fear of it. It's a thing.
Scary.
It's funny, my daughter has a fear of elevators and like automatic closing doors in general, like the subway, because one time we were in Paris and like we were trying to get off and everyone got off except I was like helping people off and the doors were closing and I didn't notice. Like right at the last second, I jumped off. I was like, oh shit, I almost didn't make it. My daughter was like, oh my God. And like it totally like, freaked her out. And I was like telling my wife that like, if I didn't have my phone with me, like I would have never seen you again. I have no idea where you would have gone.
Oh my God.
And like I was just telling her that, and my daughter ever since then will like hold my hand when we get on elevators or shit like that.
Yeah, well, mine was freaky because at my old university, the library was like 3 stories tall, and I pressed the elevator button one time. I was trapped in between floor 2 and 3, and the door opened, but you saw nothing but wall, and we were stuck there for a while. And then I feverishly pressed the ground level button, and then finally, very slowly, the elevator went back down, and I was like, oh crap. And then a different time. Here at John Wayne Airport in Orange County, I took the parking garage elevator, and there was some kind of a basement, I think, or something, and it was stuck in between the first floor and the basement, and I'm like, oh, here we go again. Anyway, so I have issues with that. So I'm like, God damn it, not again. So, whatever. Yeah. Are you on the East Coast, Stargazer?
Yes. Northeast Ohio. North of
you said that right. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
getting so forgetful here. I'm getting sleepy and forgetting what you told me earlier.
That's all right.
Yeah. Oh, dang. It's really late for you. It's like
2:20 after 2.
Yeah, it's 2:20. Jeez. Wow. Yeah. Is it hot and humid?
Tired.
Is it hot and humid lately out
It's not
there?
too bad. We had rain, so it's cooled things down a little bit.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, I mean, when I used to be on the East Coast in Philly,
I forgot. You're the one who talks like a lot.
I don't know. Sorry.
That's okay.
You're so rude, Mojo.
You're right, Mojo. No. Mojo's right.
He's
Mojo's
a Californian. What'd you expect?
No. Wait. Mojo's completely right. Dead silence starting now.
No.
Yeah, let's do that. I'll just
also
quit.
a Californian.
It's only like 11 over here.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are in California. Yeah, it's 12:30. I'm just gonna go to bed pretty soon anyway. So I thought I'd say that and see if I could get everybody to shut up and have an excuse. Now.
I'm going camping this weekend, so she could.
We know you're not going to bed.
Nice. Where you going camping?
Cool.
No, I am. I'm going to bed.
Ash, where you going camping?
You're absolutely going to continue playing that game just in utter silence.
National Forest.
No, that is not
nice.
true at all.
Yes, they do.
Like tomorrow morning when you go live for the first time, we're going to see this game and be like, how did you advance like 30 levels? I thought you had
He's not going to sleep at all. He's going to Red Bull it through the whole night.
No, I have to. I was just going to do this. I have to go in that castle, which is going to be a whole nother fucking mess because this campaign, by the way, is called 1,000 Troops.
Oh my God!
Nice.
Wow.
Crazy.
That's funny.
You need your guide.
I'm fighting a whole army all by myself.
Holy crap! I don't know why, but the hood he wears gives me Assassin's Creed vibes.
I know.
Yeah.
It's just
that's why I
can't help it.
That's why I dressed him that way. This is actually Dark Marksman.
Isn't a battalion consistent of like between 300 troops to 1,000 troops? Why don't they just call it a fucking battalion?
Because that sounds like an army.
Well, yeah, I am fighting a whole fucking army.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Wow.
It's a good thing I'm just like a total badass, though, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, you're great.
It also gives me Devil May Cry vibes. I don't know why. I know he doesn't have pistols, but
actually, well, I have a couple muskets. I have a musket rifle and a musket shotgun.
You mean like you have to fill it with gunpowder and stuff?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
I don't have them on me right now. I never. Yeah. Wait, do I want to light this?
You might have to use blinding flash on it.
Yeah, I don't think I want to light it, though. Why would I want to light it? That's going to bring their troops, not mine.
Looks like a mix of Red Dead Redemption meets God of War.
I think it's more like Witcher.
That is... I was going to say, that's oddly how Ella described it to me, is like you take Red Dead Redemption, Skyrim, and fucking Dark Souls, and you mix them all together and you get this game.
That's probably not true.
Did you guys hear that Jacksepticeye is making Bloodborne the movie? And I thought, hey, kudos on that dude or he's the producer of it. And I'm like, kudos for him.
Yeah, I never played the games.
I never did too, but I saw bits and pieces of it, and I was like, oh, that's cool.
Have you played Elden Ring? Anybody?
No.
Me.
I love Elden Ring. That's another great game.
Oh, cool.
Oh, what the fuck? So I have to attack that goddamn castle. So now is a good time to quit.
Yeah, it's late. I gotta go to bed too. I'll catch you guys later. See ya.
All right, nice talking to you, Joe.
Good night.
Back. Good night, everybody.
Good night. I will see you all hopefully bright and early. We'll see.
Guinea pigs only get a bath once a year. Is that what that is? What is that?
Roughly.
That's weird.
Yeah, I didn't know that today. I didn't know that until today either. So.
Why is that?
Don't know.
Gerbils and hamsters are like 6 months or something.
Really?
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
Their bodies are somehow evolved to where they're adapted to having the dirt on
They
them.
clean themselves, apparently, they're saying.
Yeah.
Trying to look at what some of these are. I'm afraid.
I didn't
This
check the
is Joe Biden, the President of the United States.
We're not gonna do it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Guys, anything else? Yeah.
Nope.
Nothing.
No. I think I posted a photo in there where this guy with a physical disability, he had short and shriveled hands. He was standing in front of a T-Rex display, and the caption said, "My son met his real dad today."
Oh, God. Oh, shit. Hi, Mighty. How are you? Hello.
Okay, ma'am. Good morning. In
Good
Israel,
morning.
good morning.
Let me see what this says real quick.
System, and I think it's important for the American people to appreciate this point in particular.